transformed through improved infrastructure, access to services, and new opportunities for growth. The Petroleum Authority of Uganda ensures that the oil and gas developments are inclusive. The livelihoods of households directly affected by acquisition of land for project activities have been improved through targeted resettlement, compensation, and livelihood restoration programs. Farmers are receiving support to enhance productivity, food security, and commercialize agriculture. Youth are gaining skills that open doors to employment and entrepreneurship. Women are empowered through financial inclusion and community leadership initiatives that strengthen the social fabric of our nation. Education, health, clean water, and road upgrade projects are uplifting families and building resilience in areas hosting the oil and gas activities. Through collaboration with community leaders, civil society, and development partners, Uganda is building a future of shared prosperity. At the heart of regulating these developments for the last 10 years stands the Petroleum Authority of Uganda with a mission of creating lasting value in Uganda's oil journey. From Uganda, the Pearl of Africa, a powerful story is unfolding, one of opportunity and transformation. Uganda's oil and gas journey is driven by its people. Through national content development, the Petroleum Authority of Uganda ensures that Ugandans remain at the forefront of this journey. To date, Ugandan companies have secured contracts worth over $2.2 billion, representing nearly 30% of all contracts awarded. The National Suppliers Database showcases over 2,300 Ugandan companies, connecting them to sector opportunities and demonstrating Uganda's growing competitive capacity. Employment in the sector has surpassed 150,000 jobs, with over 90% held by Ugandans. More than 14,000 Ugandans have acquired globally recognized technical skills backed by international certification. To build on this momentum, 15 training institutions across Uganda now offer internationally accredited programs. The National Oil and Gas Talent Register serves as a dynamic platform matching skilled professionals with job opportunities in the sector. Technology transfer is actively promoted through over 35 joint ventures and strategic equipment donations to vocational and technical institutions, driving innovation and capacity enhancement. Through conferences, skills expos, and supplier development programs, the private sector is being prepared to seize both current and future opportunities. At the heart of regulating these developments for the last 10 years stands the Petroleum Authority of Uganda with a mission of creating lasting value in Uganda's oil journey.
In the oil and gas business, growth is fast and does not like interruptions. Not in the steady flow of production, the delicate process of transportation, or the critical moment of purchase and selling of fuel. But sometimes, before you can purchase oil, the cost of tax compliance weighs heavily and brings your entire operation to a halt. One interruption brings disruption to your business and maybe to the whole nation and puts you on the wrong side of the law. Introducing the KCB Tax Bridge Loan, an unsecured short-term solution designed to keep your oil and gas business moving, no matter the tax demands ahead. Get up to 4 billion Uganda shillings at 16.5% annual interest, 30-day tenor. No collateral, no delays, just what you need to pay your taxes. With KCB Tax Bridge Loan, make sure tax never slows your pace down, especially in oil and gas where momentum is everything. In the oil and gas business, growth is fast and does not like interruptions. Not in the steady flow of production, the delicate process of transportation, or the critical moment of purchase and selling of fuel. But sometimes, before you can purchase oil, the cost of tax compliance weighs heavily and brings your entire operation to a halt. One interruption brings disruption to your business and maybe to the whole nation and puts you on the wrong side of the law. Introducing the KCB Tax Bridge Loan, an unsecured short-term solution designed to keep your oil and gas business moving, no matter the tax demands ahead. Get up to 4 billion Uganda shillings at 16.5% annual interest. 30-day tenor. No collateral, no delays, just what you need to pay your taxes. With KCB Tax Bridge Loan, make sure tax never slows your pace down, especially in oil and gas where momentum is everything.
In the heart of East Africa, Uganda is on a transformative journey to develop its oil and gas resources responsibly and sustainably. Uganda's bustling oil and gas frontier comprises 4 major projects. The Tilenga project will produce up to 190,000 barrels of oil per day. The Kingfisher project will produce up to 40,000 barrels of oil per day. The East African Crude Oil Pipeline, which is the world's most technologically smart oil pipeline that will transport Uganda's crude oil from Uganda to the East African coast. At Kabalega Industrial Park, the Uganda Refinery project will transform crude oil into fuel for homes, industries, and progress. It is not only about oil and gas revenues, it is also about opportunities for jobs, training and acquiring skills, enterprise development, and technology transfer, with Ugandans at the heart of this development. Uganda is protecting its natural heritage and rich biodiversity while advancing its bright energy future. With investment of close to $20 billion, Uganda's oil and gas projects will provide energy to power Uganda's development and boost growth in agriculture, transport, tourism, manufacturing, infrastructure, and beyond. This is Uganda's journey toward energy security, economic growth, and a brighter future. At the heart of regulating these developments for the last 10 years stands the Petroleum Authority of Uganda, with a mission of creating lasting value in Uganda's oil journey. Uganda's oil and gas journey is not only about energy, it is also about protecting the environment and preserving biodiversity. The Petroleum Authority of Uganda ensures that environment, health, and safety measures are embedded in every stage of the oil and gas activities. From rigorous waste management systems to advanced oil spill preparedness, Uganda is committed to responsible resource development. Biodiversity conservation is central to Uganda's oil and gas operations. Sensitive ecosystems are mapped, monitored, and protected through collaborative efforts with environmental agencies, industry partners, and communities. Emergency response teams are trained and equipped to handle potential incidents, ensuring safety for people, nature, and assets. This is Uganda's pledge to develop sustainably, protect our natural heritage, and create shared prosperity for generations. At the heart of regulating these developments for the last 10 years stands the Petroleum Authority of Uganda, with a mission of creating lasting value in Uganda's oil journey.
Maria, I'm going to make the mandazi you like today. This is my wife Maria's recipe.
Maria! Maria, we've got the loan! We've got the loan!
But tell me, what's the secret to your success?
Maria is my inspiration. Everything that I do is to make Maria proud.
COSL is one of the leading integrated oilfield services providers in the world and dedicated to providing customers with full lifecycle services. We have more than 50 years of experience in oil and gas exploration, development, and production. Dedicating to promoting global energy development with oil companies worldwide, COSL has established several overseas support centers in Asia Pacific, Middle East, Africa, America. COSL operations cover more than 40 countries and regions around the world, establishing partnerships with more than 100 international clients. COSL has formulated 5 development strategies of technology-driven, cost leadership, integration, internationalization, and regional development, striving to provide customers with safe, high-quality, efficient, and environmentally friendly full life cycle services. COSL has continuously strengthened its ESG governance and practices, and has long been committed to technological innovation to promote the healthy development of the industry, receiving widespread praise from the industry. COSL has the integrated service capabilities of R&D, acquisition, processing, and interpretation for marine seismic equipment sets, as well as high-end seismic exploration technologies such as broadband and wide azimuth seismic explorations. COSL has the most extensive offshore oil service equipment. We have established a global resource support base for allocating equipment overseas, and is equipped with rapid support capability of equipment technology to achieve full coverage of operations in 3,000 meters water depth. COSL's self-developed D+W system is a rotary steerable system that meets different demands of the drilling market. It consists of both rotary steering drilling service and logging while drilling service, and is available for all different borehole size with full specification and full function coverage. COSL has overcome global drilling technology challenges such as high temperature, high pressure, long salt gypsum layer, and ultra-depth water, forming a system of deep water, high temperature, high pressure drilling fluid, and well cementing technology systems, effectively supporting deep water oil and gas development. In the field of development and exploitation, COSL has formed a series of oil stabilization and water control technologies, focusing on nano-microspheres displacement and non-acidic block removing technologies, as well as a series of wellbore troubleshooting technologies, represented by the integrated tubing grinding milling cutting fishing technologies. COSL provides oil field production with a full range of solutions. With the steady acceleration of technical product serialization and industrialization, COSL has developed 220 core technology products. COSL actively supports the shared development of its operating countries and promotes the localization and diversification of its overseas employment. Adhering to the corporate philosophy of always do better and relying on first-class equipment, advanced technologies, scientific management, and experienced team, COSL is always committed to providing high standard of service and cost reduction in energy exploration and development to achieve mutually beneficial and sustainable development with our clients.
In Uganda's oil and gas journey, the citizens and communities are partners in progress. Across the country, lives are being transformed through improved infrastructure, access to services, and new opportunities for growth. The Petroleum Authority of Uganda ensures that the oil and gas developments are inclusive. The livelihoods of households directly affected by acquisition of land for project activities have been improved through targeted resettlement, compensation, and livelihood restoration programs. Farmers are receiving support to enhance productivity, food security, and commercialize agriculture. Youth are gaining skills that open doors to employment and entrepreneurship. Women are empowered through financial inclusion and community leadership initiatives that strengthen the social fabric of our nation. Education, health, clean water, and road upgrade projects are uplifting families and building resilience in areas hosting the oil and gas activities. Through collaboration with community leaders, civil society, and development partners, Uganda is building a future of shared prosperity. At the heart of regulating these developments for the last 10 years stands the Petroleum Authority of Uganda with a mission of creating lasting value in Uganda's oil journey. From Uganda, the Pearl of Africa, a powerful story is unfolding, one of opportunity and transformation. Uganda's oil and gas journey is driven by its people. Through national content development, the Petroleum Authority of Uganda ensures that Ugandans remain at the forefront of this journey. To date, Ugandan companies have secured contracts worth over $2.2 billion, representing nearly 30% of all contracts awarded. The National Suppliers Database showcases over 2,300 Ugandan companies, connecting them to sector opportunities and demonstrating Uganda's growing competitive capacity. Employment in the sector has surpassed 150,000 jobs, with over 90% held by Ugandans. More than 14,000 Ugandans have acquired globally recognized technical skills backed by international certification. To build on this momentum, 15 training institutions across Uganda now offer internationally accredited programs. The National Oil and Gas Talent Register serves as a dynamic platform matching skilled professionals with job opportunities in the sector. Technology transfer is actively promoted through over 35 joint ventures and strategic equipment donations to vocational and technical institutions, driving innovation and capacity enhancement. Through conferences, skills expos, and supplier development programs, the private sector is being prepared to seize both current and future opportunities. At the heart of regulating these developments for the last 10 years stands the Petroleum Authority of Uganda with a mission of creating lasting value in Uganda's oil journey.
Business is a numbers game, so when growing your business is your number one objective, at KCB Uganda, we've got a number of trade finance solutions. Whether you're looking for local or cross-border trade finance solutions, looking to increase visibility or manage risk, there are a number of trade finance products available. From bid bonds, performance guarantees, advanced payment guarantees, retention money guarantees to payment or supplier guarantees and standby letters of credit. From local purchase order financing, certificate discounting to post-import loans and commodity financing. Enjoy unsecured facilities, competitive rates and multiple repayment options. So, if you're in the agriculture, trade, manufacturing, construction or energy sectors, with our trade finance solutions, growth is just a conversation away. To speak to any of our advisors, call or WhatsApp us on 0757 378 603 or email us on contactcenterug@ug.kcbbankgroup.com. KCB Bank Uganda, for people, for better. In the oil and gas business, growth is fast and does not like interruptions. Not in the steady flow of production, the delicate process of transportation, or the critical moment of purchase and selling of fuel. But sometimes, before you can purchase oil, the cost of tax compliance weighs heavily and brings your entire operation to a halt. One interruption brings disruption to your business and maybe to the whole nation and puts you on the wrong side of the law. Introducing the KCB Tax Bridge Loan, an unsecured short-term solution designed to keep your oil and gas business moving, no matter the tax demands ahead. Get up to 4 billion Uganda shillings at 16.5% annual interest, 30-day tenor. No collateral, no delays, just what you need to pay your taxes. With KCB Tax Bridge Loan, make sure tax never slows your pace down, especially in oil and gas where momentum is everything.
In the heart of East Africa, Uganda is on a transformative journey to develop its oil and gas resources responsibly and sustainably. Uganda's bustling oil and gas frontier comprises 4 major projects. The Tilenga project will produce up to 190,000 barrels of oil per day. The Kingfisher project will produce up to 40,000 barrels of oil per day. The East African Crude Oil Pipeline, which is the world's most technologically smart oil pipeline that will transport Uganda's crude oil from Uganda to the East African coast. At Kabalega Industrial Park, the Uganda refinery project will transform crude oil into fuel for homes, industries, and progress. It is not only about oil and gas revenues, it is also about opportunities for jobs, training and acquiring skills, enterprise development, and technology transfer, with Ugandans at the heart of this development. Uganda is protecting its natural heritage and rich biodiversity while advancing its bright energy future. With investment of close to $20 billion, Uganda's oil and gas projects will provide energy to power Uganda's development and boost growth in agriculture, transport, tourism, manufacturing, infrastructure, and beyond. This is Uganda's journey toward energy security, economic growth, and a brighter future. At the heart of regulating these developments for the last 10 years stands the Petroleum Authority of Uganda, with a mission of creating lasting value in Uganda's oil journey. Uganda's oil and gas journey is not only about energy, it is also about protecting the environment and preserving biodiversity. The Petroleum Authority of Uganda ensures that environment, health, and safety measures are embedded in every stage of the oil and gas activities. From rigorous waste management systems to advanced oil spill preparedness, Uganda is committed to responsible resource development. Biodiversity conservation is central to Uganda's oil and gas operations. Sensitive ecosystems are mapped, monitored, and protected through collaborative efforts with environmental agencies, industry partners, and communities. Emergency response teams are trained and equipped to handle potential incidents, ensuring safety for people, nature, and assets. This is Uganda's pledge to develop sustainably, protect our natural heritage, and create shared prosperity for generations. At the heart of regulating these developments for the last 10 years stands the Petroleum Authority of Uganda, with a mission of creating lasting value in Uganda's oil journey.
Maria, I'm going to make the mandazi you like today. This is my wife Maria's recipe.
Maria! Maria, we've got the loan! We've got the loan!
But tell me, what's the secret to your success?
Maria is my inspiration. Everything that I do is to make Maria proud.
COSL is one of the leading integrated oilfield services providers in the world and dedicated to providing customers with full life cycle services. We have more than 50 years of experience in oil and gas exploration, development, and production. Dedicating to promoting global energy development with oil companies worldwide, COSL has established several overseas support centers in Asia Pacific, Middle East, Africa, America. COSL operations cover more than 40 countries and regions around the world, establishing partnerships with more than 100 international clients. COSL has formulated 5 development strategies of technology-driven, cost leadership, integration, internationalization, and regional development, striving to provide customers with safe, high-quality, efficient, and environmentally friendly full life cycle services. COSL has continuously strengthened its ESG governance and practices and has long been committed to technological innovation to promote the healthy development of the industry, receiving widespread praise from the industry. COSL has the integrated service capabilities of R&D, acquisition, processing, and interpretation for marine seismic equipment sets, as well as high-end seismic exploration technologies such as broadband and wide azimuth seismic explorations. COSL has the most extensive offshore oil service equipment. We have established a global resource support base for allocating equipment overseas and is equipped with rapid support capability of equipment technology to achieve full coverage of operations in 3,000 meters water depth. COSL's self-developed D+W system is a rotary steerable system that meets different demands of the drilling market. It consists of both rotary steering drilling service and logging while drilling service, and is available for all different borehole size with full specification and full function coverage. COSL has overcome global drilling technology challenges such as high temperature, high pressure, long salt gypsum layer, and ultra-depth water, forming a system of deep water, high temperature, high pressure drilling fluid, and well cementing technology systems, effectively supporting deep water oil and gas development. In the field of development and exploitation, COSL has formed a series of oil stabilization and water control technologies, focusing on nano-microspheres displacement and non-acidic block removing technologies, as well as a series of wellbore troubleshooting technologies, represented by the integrated tubing grinding milling cutting fishing technologies. COSL provides oil field production with a full range of solutions. With the steady acceleration of technical product serialization and industrialization, COSL has developed 220 core technology products. COSL actively supports the shared development of its operating countries and promotes the localization and diversification of its overseas employment. Adhering to the corporate philosophy of always do better and relying on first-class equipment, advanced technologies, scientific management, and experienced team, COSL is always committed to providing high standard of service and cost reduction in energy exploration and development to achieve mutually beneficial and sustainable development with our clients.
In Uganda's oil and gas journey, the citizens and communities are partners in progress. Across the country, lives are being transformed through improved infrastructure, access to services, and new opportunities for growth. The Petroleum Authority of Uganda ensures that the oil and gas developments are inclusive. The livelihoods of households directly affected by acquisition of land for project activities have been improved through targeted resettlement, compensation, and livelihood restoration programs. Farmers are receiving support to enhance productivity, food security, and commercialize agriculture. Youth are gaining skills that open doors to employment and entrepreneurship. Women are empowered through financial inclusion and community leadership initiatives that strengthen the social fabric of our nation. Education, health, clean water, and road upgrade projects are uplifting families and building resilience in areas hosting the oil and gas activities. Through collaboration with community leaders, civil society, and development partners, Uganda is building a future of shared prosperity. At the heart of regulating these developments for the last 10 years stands the Petroleum Authority of Uganda, with a mission of creating lasting value in Uganda's oil journey. From Uganda, the Pearl of Africa, a powerful story is unfolding, one of opportunity and transformation. Uganda's oil and gas journey is driven by its people. Through national content development, the Petroleum Authority of Uganda ensures that Ugandans remain at the forefront of this journey. To date, Ugandan companies have secured contracts worth over $2.2 billion, representing nearly 30% of all contracts awarded. The National Suppliers Database showcases over 2,300 Ugandan companies, connecting them to sector opportunities and demonstrating Uganda's growing competitive capacity. Employment in the sector has surpassed 150,000 jobs, with over 90% held by Ugandans. More than 14,000 Ugandans have acquired globally recognized technical skills backed by international certification. To build on this momentum, 15 training institutions across Uganda now offer internationally accredited programs. The National Oil and Gas Talent Register serves as a dynamic platform matching skilled professionals with job opportunities in the sector. Technology transfer is actively promoted through over 35 joint ventures and strategic equipment donations to vocational and technical institutions, driving innovation and capacity enhancement. Through conferences, skills expos, and supplier development programs, the private sector is being prepared to seize both current and future opportunities. At the heart of regulating these developments for the last 10 years stands the Petroleum Authority of Uganda, with a mission of creating lasting value in Uganda's oil journey.
Business is a numbers game, so when growing your business is your number one objective, at KCB Uganda, we've got a number of trade finance solutions. Whether you're looking for local or cross-border trade finance solutions, looking to increase visibility or manage risk, there are a number of trade finance products available. From bid bonds, performance guarantees, advanced payment guarantees, retention money guarantees to payment or supplier guarantees and standby letters of credit. From local purchase order financing, certificate discounting to post-import loans and commodity financing. Enjoy unsecured facilities, competitive rates and multiple repayment options. So, if you're in the agriculture, trade, manufacturing, construction or energy sectors, with our trade finance solutions, growth is just a conversation away. To speak to any of our advisors, call or WhatsApp us on 0757 378 603 or email us on contactcenterug@ug.kcbbankgroup.com. KCB Bank Uganda, for people, for better. In the oil and gas business, growth is fast and does not like interruptions. Not in the steady flow of production, the delicate process of transportation, or the critical moment of purchase and selling of fuel. But sometimes, before you can purchase oil, the cost of tax compliance weighs heavily and brings your entire operation to a halt. One interruption brings disruption to your business and maybe to the whole nation, and puts you on the wrong side of the law. Introducing the KCB Tax Bridge Loan, an unsecured short-term solution designed to keep your oil and gas business moving, no matter the tax demands ahead. Get up to 4 billion Uganda shillings at 16.5% annual interest, 30-day tenor. No collateral, no delays, just what you need to pay your taxes. With KCB Tax Bridge Loan, make sure tax never slows your pace down, especially in oil and gas, where momentum is everything.
In the heart of East Africa, Uganda is on a transformative journey to develop its oil and gas resources responsibly and sustainably. Uganda's bustling oil and gas frontier comprises 4 major projects. The Tilenga project will produce up to 190,000 barrels of oil per day. The Kingfisher project will produce up to 40,000 barrels of oil per day. The East African Crude Oil Pipeline, which is the world's most technologically smart oil pipeline that will transport Uganda's crude oil from Uganda to the East African coast. At Kabalega Industrial Park, the Uganda Refinery project will transform crude oil into fuel for homes, industries and progress. It is not only about oil and gas revenues, it is also about opportunities for jobs, training and acquiring skills, enterprise development, Uganda is protecting its natural heritage and rich biodiversity while advancing its bright energy future. With investment of close to $20 billion, Uganda's oil and gas projects will provide energy to power Uganda's development and boost growth in agriculture, transport, tourism, manufacturing, infrastructure, and beyond. This is Uganda's journey toward energy security, economic growth, and a brighter future. At the heart of regulating these developments for the last 10 years stands the Petroleum Authority of Uganda, with a mission of creating lasting value in Uganda's oil journey. Uganda's oil and gas journey is not only about energy, it is also about protecting the environment and preserving biodiversity. The Petroleum Authority of Uganda ensures that environment, health, and safety measures are embedded in every stage of the oil and gas activities. From rigorous waste management systems to advanced oil spill preparedness, Uganda is committed to responsible resource development. Biodiversity conservation is central to Uganda's oil and gas operations. Sensitive ecosystems are mapped, monitored, and protected through collaborative efforts.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Would like to recognize the presence of the minister who has joined us right now. That is State Minister for Energy and Mineral Development, Honorable Opolot Okasai. Ladies and gentlemen, if we can give him a warm welcome and a round of applause. Thank you so very much. I believe it only makes sense that we start with the national anthems. So ladies and gentlemen, please rise to your feet for the national anthem, followed by the East African anthem. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. You may be seated. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Ministerial Hotel this morning. It's so lovely to see you here for the annual National Content Calendar Conference. I'm so excited to be here. My name is Crystal Newman. I would like to introduce my co-host for the day, Mr. Tony Otoa. So if you could come up and just, I know that you know him way better than you know me, I'm assuming, so.
Good morning, everyone. Super excited about the next 2 days. We're going to make it worth it.
All right, love that. So we would like to start with a safety moment. So from Ministerial Hotel, I'd like to invite Julius Mugabe to just take us through our safety moment. So Julius Mugabe from Ministerial, please join us for that.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. I'm by names of Julius Mugabe, Assistant Security, Ministerial Hotel and Residence. So I'm here for security briefing because it's always our culture to share this information with our guests. So we have 3 layers of security. That is Ministerial, Hotel Security, Securex Security Company, and Tourism Police. And today we have City Oil and Gas Police from Petroleum. Thanks for that manpower. So hotels under CCTV 24/7, which are being monitored by CCTV operator, You can see cameras are inside. Our access points are being monitored 24/7 by armed police who are there to respond any attempt armed attack. For the washrooms, use the same door just on your right, or you can ask from the reception. So in case of fire, alarms will sound. Leave the building immediately. Don't use the elevator. Trust all alarms at its real. Proceed to the assembling point, which is our garden down there. Don't enter the building until authorization is given. For the incident reports, please report all injuries and criminal acts and property loss. We have got trained first aid who are there, present 24/7. We have doctor on call. Ambulance is available to transport the victim to the nearest medical facility, which is Zambia. So the safety and security of our guests and staff is the first and foremost consideration in operations. Any question? So if there's no questions, can have a good day.
Thank you very much, Julius. I think that was very informative. We will now have a safety and sustainability moment from Siraj Damulira from Petroleum Authority. Siraj.
Thank you very much. All guests in your capacities, good morning. We'll have a safety moment about road safety. As you are all aware that we are getting into the festive season, and road carnage is one of the biggest challenges we have in the country. My name is Siraj Damulira, Officer of Occupational Safety with the Petroleum Authority of Uganda. So I'll request the team to play the video. There's a small video.
Stewardship, all your friends and head your goods So I'm sure I've picked something from that video. Everyone here has a gadget. As you can see from the slide, last year we had about more than 25,000 road crashes, according to the annual crime report, and these resulted into more than 4,000 fatalities. So as we drive here, drive back to our homes, drive to up country where some of us probably want to have the festive events, it's important to follow a few precautions. Make sure that your car is roadworthy, plan your trip, ensure you have enough rest as you travel, avoid alcohol, maintain safe following distance, avoid tailgating as you travel, especially near the heavy trucks. Please, next slide. Then wear your seatbelts and ensure all passengers, the young ones, are all wearing seatbelts. Stay alert, avoid distractions. As you saw in the video, just a microsecond can lead you to a fatal accident. Follow speed limits, remain calm, and be cautious as you move to wherever you intend to have your event. Thank you very much. I wish everyone a successful event.
Well, thank you very much for that, Siraj. A nice reminder about these little gadgets and the attachments that we all have. I'm looking at you, but I'm guilty too. We are going to have 2 wonderful days, ladies and gentlemen, and I think it's only right that we start with a blessing for everything that is discussed here, that is fruitful, and that everyone here is also safe, since we've actually been talking about safety and security. So for an opening prayer, allow me to invite Esther Nakawombe from the Petroleum Authority of Uganda. Esther, please come on up.
Good morning, everyone. Let's humble ourselves for a word of prayer. Heavenly Father, we thank you for today. We thank you, Lord, for loving us. Thank you for bringing us here together to celebrate the 6th Annual National Content Conference. We acknowledge, Lord, that it's been by your grace and mercy, and that we are only here to bring honor and glory to your name. Father, we thank you for the hands that have prepared this conference. We thank you for the opportunity to serve this nation. And Lord, as this 6th National Content Conference is beginning, we commit it into your hands. We pray that everything shall go on well for the honor and glory of your name. We pray for fruitful deliberations. And I pray that everyone here that has come will be able to gain from the deliberations today. We bless your name and we exalt you. In Jesus' name we've prayed. Amen.
Thank you very much, Esther. I believe we can now officially go into our program now that we have been blessed. Our State Minister for Energy and Mineral Development, Honorable Opolot Okasai, the Governor, Bank of Uganda, Mr. Michael Atingiego, the Petroleum Authority of Uganda Board Chair, Ms. Linda Biribonwa, and all board members present, senior executives, Petroleum Authority of Uganda, government ministry officials that may be here with us in all your capacities, strategic partners and suppliers, ladies and gentlemen, all protocol observed. Welcome, welcome, welcome to this 6th Annual National Content Conference. How are you doing? Are you excited? That yes was very, do we need to get you coffee? It is so wonderful to have you here. I am so looking forward to guiding you through the program over these 2 days, along with, of course, my co-host, Tony Otoa, to officially welcome you. Allow me now to invite the Executive Director of the Petroleum Authority of Uganda, that is Mr. Ernest Rubondo. Please give him a warm welcome.
Thank you, MC. Standing on this podium is very nice. I think the arrangements have been very well done. We look like we're going to have a great conference. But the Minister of State for Energy and Mineral Development, representing the Minister of Energy and Mineral Development, Honorable Sidronius Opolot Okasai. It's really a pleasure to have you here, given what we saw you doing last week on the trail. The keynote speaker and Governor, Bank of Uganda, Dr. Michael Atingi Ego. A lot of water has gone under the bridge, but I remember that the first benchmarking trip that a Ugandan delegation took to Norway to see how they handle oil and gas included Dr. Michael Atingi Ego, and that is close to 20 years ago. So it's very nice to see him coming back to the industry. Thank you very much for finding time. I must also say I was with him, and we kept falling over the ice in Oslo as we walked around until they decided to get us a car. The chairperson of the board of the Petroleum Authority of Uganda and the other members of the board, the members of the board of the Uganda National Oil Company, colleagues in ministries, departments, agencies of government, the leaders of the private sector who are here today, captains of industry, as they are usually called, all invited guests, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of the Petroleum Authority of Uganda, I'm extremely delighted to welcome all of you to this 6th Annual National Content Conference. The theme of this conference is Beyond Drilling, Cultivating a Legacy of Empowered Nationals and Enterprises in Uganda's Oil Age. Beyond drilling, we've had a lot of drilling for a long time, so we know about it. So we want to hear about the things that are after drilling. A legacy of empowered nationals and enterprises in Uganda's oil age. We've talked a lot about empowering nationals and enterprises. In this conference, we'll be looking out for empowered nationals and empowered enterprises as we go ahead. I would like to start by thanking you very much for having accepted the invitation of the Petroleum Authority of Uganda and for turning up for this conference. I will start by thanking all the companies and institutions that have contributed to the holding of this conference. Please give them a round of applause. And I'm glad to announce that this event is funded 100% by the private sector, which is a big achievement. I would also like to thank all the companies that have offered to come and speak. I would like to thank the companies that are exhibiting. We have a good exhibition. They will be telling you about it. So a very big thank you to all of you because you are the ones making this conference a success. Now, the Petroleum Authority of Uganda is not organizing this conference because we like having conferences and being in nice places and meeting our friends. The holding of this conference is a requirement and an obligation of the legislation. So the conference has been organized in line with the Regulation 5 of the National Content Regulations, which were put in place in 2016. Those regulations require the Petroleum Authority of Uganda to organize conferences and fora to build the capacity of Ugandans and to participate in the development of the oil and gas sector in the country. I would also like to inform you that the Petroleum Authority of Uganda does not organize only the National Content Conference. The authority also organizes other conferences, and the ones that we organize include the skills development in the oil and gas sector, that is specifically for building the capacity of students and employees. And also we hold another conference on linking the oil and gas sector with other sectors of the economy. We've had 2 conferences on the skills development, and we have had 1 conference on the linkages. All have been extremely successful. The Petroleum Authority of Uganda undertakes, and I would like you to allow me to say something about the Petroleum Authority here. The authority implements its mandate of regulating and monitoring the country's oil and gas sector through 5 broad areas. Those of you who have heard them before, forgive me, but those who are hearing them for the first time, I would request that you pay a bit of attention. Which are the 5 areas? The first one is resource management. And when we say resource here, some people know about financial resources, others know about human resources, but the resource management we are referring to here are the oil and gas resources. The Petroleum Authority of Uganda is required and spends a lot of time overseeing the management of the oil and gas. You need to know where it is, how much it is, how deep it is, how best it is to produce it. The second aspect that we focus on is cost monitoring. This is to follow the costs that are being incurred in the oil and gas sector, and that's really because when production starts, the companies that invested this money begin to recover it. It's important that when that money is being recovered, you are in tandem with those companies on what is being recovered and what may not be necessary to recover. So cost monitoring is the same one, is the second one. The third one is petroleum data management. In the oil industry, they say if you don't have data, you as well as don't have the oil. So if you don't know about your data, petroleum data, you cannot tell anybody that you know about your oil. So data management, and I trust it's like that for other sectors of the economy, is the third one. The fourth one is health, safety, and environment management. I don't have to emphasize this, but it's important that the oil and gas industry operates in a manner that is safe, is healthy, but more importantly, preserves the environment, which has become even more important with the current climate change issues. So health, safety, and environment is the fourth avenue. The fifth avenue is what people know as national content. And national content is the participation of Ugandans and Ugandan enterprises in the country's oil and gas sector. This is important because when the oil and gas sector came into Uganda, everybody thought and knew that it was a complicated sector. It was one where Ugandans would just stand by the roadside and look on as people do the work. That's why that aspect of national participation or national content was emphasized. So those are the 5 areas: resource management, cost management, petroleum data management, health and safety, environment, and national content management. I'm sure there are many people in this hall who think that Petroleum Authority of Uganda only handles national content management. But now that you have had the 5, I think you can judge which you think is most important, and then we can take this forward. But since the oil and gas industry, this conference specifically is addressing that aspect of national content. But since the oil and gas industry in Uganda is becoming more grounded, I would like to encourage the participants in this conference to take more time and understand and appreciate the other avenues that the Petroleum Authority regulates, because you never know, you may find that the niche there is even bigger and better than the national content niche where you are. Now, since the Petroleum Authority was put in place 10 years ago, and I think many of you are aware that the Petroleum Authority of Uganda is celebrating 10 years this year, the authority has held 5 national content conferences. And those conferences were aligned with the progress of the development of the oil and gas sector in the country. So the first maiden conference was in 2019, and as you would expect, that conference was focused on building the competitiveness of Ugandan entities in the oil and gas industry and introduce the opportunities to the Ugandan entities. So that time was telling people that these opportunities are coming. It was telling them that you need to build your capacity this way. The second edition in 2020 focused more on sharing the opportunities and also the linkages with other sectors of the economy. The third and fourth conferences were more on assessing the progress that was being made in national content. And the fifth conference, which was held last year, focused also on the level of uptake of the opportunities during the 2 years after FID. The first conferences were held before the final investment decisions were taken, so the level of seriousness was like that. The subsequent 3 were held after the final investment decisions. People had started seeing, and you know in Africa they say the African's eyes are in the hands. You have to see and touch. So there it was even heavier. The theme for this year's conference, which I have already explained, is also in line with the current status of the country's oil and gas sector. And the current status of the oil and gas sector is that we are concluding the preparation for production with a view to starting production next year. So this conference will be recognizing the achievements that have been made during this period of preparation for production. This period for preparation for production is extremely important in national content because it is in this period that the heavy investments are made. The infrastructure is built, the people are employed, companies are given goods and services. As you may have heard in the past, over 15 billion United States dollars is being invested in this period before production starts. When production starts, that level of investment will go down to about 20% on an annual basis. So it's extremely important to assess how we have done in this period when the heaviest investments were being made and how we are preparing to undertake national content when production starts. That's the focus of this 6th conference of national content that the Petroleum Authority of Uganda is organizing. So as you engage, as you participate, as you do things, please try to look out on how we have done in this period, which had a lot of money, and how we have planned to do in the period that is coming. The period that is coming may have less money, but it's important to know that the contracts in the period that is coming are longer term. And I think the business people here will tell you that sometimes it's good to have a small but longer term thing as opposed to having a big thing that goes away quickly. So that's like the difference that we're going to have. Allow me to briefly share what first oil means, because I'm sure there are a lot of people who talk about first oil, but they have not drilled down to what first oil is. And I think most people would like a date. Which day is first oil? Allow me to explain to you a little bit, and at the end of the explanation, I will not say which day is first oil, but each one of you will have which of the days is your first oil. The first one is the day that oil flows out of the ground consistently. That is first oil. Now, there's been some oil that has flown out of ground in the past, but that has been oil for testing the fields. So they test for a day or 2 or even 3, and they stop. That is not called first oil, because there you are just testing. The one that is coming is the one where production will come out and continue coming out probably for 25 years. That is one part of the first oil. Now, when the oil comes out, whether at Tilenga or at Kingfisher, it will go into a central processing facility that will process it. And after it has been processed, it will be taken to a hub, which is called a delivery point. So oil which is processed will be delivered to that delivery point. And at that delivery point, the government of Uganda starts saying, I have delivered the oil to where the people who are supposed to buy it, buy it. So for some people, first oil is when oil arrives at that delivery point. And Tilenga is a bit longer than Kingfisher from that delivery point, but it's about 18 days for the oil to go from Tilenga up to that delivery point, which is a hub in the Kabalega industrial area, which the Uganda National Oil Company is managing, and they will tell us about. So for some people, first oil is when it has arrived there. Now, as many of you are aware, the oil is going to go from that delivery point in Kabale up to Tanga for export. And it will arrive in Tanga between 2 and 3 months. And you can trust that there are some people who say, first oil for me is when it has arrived in the tank in Tanga. So you can see that's like 2 months and 18 days after the person who took first oil from the ground has had their first oil. So that's the third level. Now, you know, when it gets to Tanga, it is supposed to be put on a ship, and that's where the ownership changes and the money changes hands. There are also some people who say, for me, first oil is when it is on a ship and I've earned my money. So first oil has those 4 specific phases. I am not going to ask anyone here what they want their first oil to be, but just be aware that if you are the one who says the day it comes out of the ground, then yours will be the first one. If you are the person who says it arrives at where you are handing it over at Kabale, that's yours. And you can trust that different people have different interests along these things. So I thought that at this conference, we would up our knowledge of first oil to the level where we are aware that there are those kind of things. If you're talking to a banker who is paying someone to take the oil and they are different from you, they are saying, first oil, I think it's coming 3 months down the road. You need to understand why they are saying it's coming 3 months down the road. That's as complicated as my opening remark is going to get. It will not get any more complicated. And now, during this conference, the speakers will discuss opportunities and expectations during the production phase, which is starting next year. The experiences of companies in implementing national content. National content is implemented by the licensed companies. It is also implemented by the companies that are contracted. Those companies are going to have the podium and they will share their experience in implementing national content. The conference will also include sharing the available financing options for Ugandan entities. The opportunities in the region means the neighboring countries, and in new oil provinces like Namibia are also going to be presented in this conference, because there are some people who have developed a lot, and companies that have developed a lot of expertise, and they need to know where they can take their expertise. That information will also be shared. And we'll also have, I think many of you have heard that Uganda is planning to have its economy multiplied by its GDP multiplied by 10 by the year 2040. There will be a presentation on how the oil and gas sector is scheduled to contribute to Uganda's 10-fold growth of the economy by the year 2040. As you'll agree with me, that's a very rich content of this conference. And each one of those topics is really worth paying attention to. As I indicated earlier, the conference also has an exhibition where the different oil companies are showcasing their products, their services, and the mandates they are doing. I'll encourage every one of you, and I really hope the organizers have put our teas in the exhibition hall so that the exhibitors really get the benefit of this. The conference will conclude with the National Content Awards, which will be at the end of tomorrow. These awards will be a recognition of the different players in the oil and gas sector on how they have handled national content. And these awards are 6. Skilling and employment is an important aspect of national content. There is an award for that. Technology transfer is extremely important, so there is an award for that. There are supplier development programs that have been used to build the capacity of entities. There's an award for that. Inclusivity. The participants, the one who attracts most varied participants. Inclusivity. It also has an award. CSR, Corporate Social Responsibility, also has an award. And finally, the Petroleum Authority of Uganda will recognize its National Content Partner of the Year. You know, the Petroleum Authority of Uganda regulates national content, and among the people we have worked with, they have been very good ones. They have those that haven't been too good, and the majority fall in the middle there. The authority is going to have the opportunity to recognize our partner for the year. Now, with such a rich program, I'm confident that these 2 days are going to be engaging, they will be insightful, and I have no doubt that they will be rewarding for all the participants who have chosen to spend their time with us over these 2 days. I would like to conclude by reiterating the Petroleum Authority of Uganda's commitment to working with all stakeholders to ensure the sustainable development and regulation of Uganda's oil and gas sector. This is done by the authority with a view to maximize the value retention from Uganda's oil and gas sector in the country, but also, more importantly, to contribute to Uganda being a sound investment destination. We would like to maximize the value for the Ugandans and Ugandan entities, but we would also like our friends and partners that come from overseas to continue finding this environment as a sound investment destination. And this kind of comparison has to be done worldwide, because these companies which are here are international and they can go anywhere. So the authority strives to also ensure that we provide a sound investment decision. With those few remarks, I would like to wish everyone an exciting, a productive, and a rewarding engagement during this 6th Annual National Content Conference. I thank you very much for listening to me, and I say this for God and my country.
Thank you so very much, ladies and gentlemen. The Executive Director of the Petroleum Authority of Uganda, Mr. Ernest Rubondo. I think we can give him another round of applause. Thank you so very much. I must say I really enjoyed the context that you provided and the explanation of first oil, because I know there's a lot of excitement around first oil, but to break it down in that way, now I know we can actually share the excitement. It will not go down at all, but we shall share that excitement. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you all for being here. Looking out and seeing a room that is almost full is always the most wonderful feeling. For those who could not be here, or for anyone that you would like to join our conference today, please let them know that we are streaming live on YouTube. So that is of the Petroleum Authority of Uganda YouTube channel. We are live. Plus, if you would like to share your thoughts for the day, to know what's being said on social media, our hashtag is very simple. That is NCC 2025. Again, that is hashtag NCC 2025. Ladies and gentlemen, it now gives me great pleasure to invite the State Minister here with us to make his opening remarks for the day. State Minister of Energy and Mineral Development, Honorable Opolot Okasai, you are most welcome.
The Governor Bank of Uganda. Incidentally, is my hobby a long time ago. The board members of Petroleum Authority of Uganda, representatives of the international oil companies and our joint venture partners, captains of the industry, members of the private sector and financial institutions, representatives of the development partners, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. When he posed, which is your first oil, what's that day? It actually got me thinking, what is it going to be for me? It is not going to be the money, and I think it is that day when we turn the tap. That will be exciting for us in the ministry. the money will come later. The governor will take care of the money. But I will be interested in seeing what impact is it going to do in the country, in the economy, in the industry, in the public sector, and everybody else. It is my profound honor to address you in this 6th Annual National Content Conference. This conference has, over years, become a cornerstone in our national calendar space where we collectively reflect on the progress of Uganda's oil and gas sector, assess our readiness for the next steps in the industry, and reaffirm our shared commitment to ensuring that this resource becomes a true driver of a long-term national transformation agenda. The theme of this year's conference is Beyond Drilling, Cultivating a Legacy of Empowered National and Enterprises in Uganda's Oil Age. Is timely, visionary, deeply resonates with the moment in which our country stands today. Uganda in a historic transition from infrastructure development to the productive phase of oil. After nearly 2 decades of exploration, appraisal, and meticulous planning, we are now entering a period that will define the legacy of our petroleum resource. Developments in the Albertine Graben have matured considerably. Today, Uganda stands with confirmed recoverable oil resource estimated at 6.65 billion barrels in place, of which 1.65 billion is recoverable, barrels are economically recoverable. Our production capacity, once operational, is expected to reach 230,000 barrels per day, positioning Uganda among Africa's significant mid-tier oil producers. But beyond these numbers lies a deeper question. How do we ensure that this resource becomes a catalyst for national prosperity, not just today, but for generations to come? How do we move beyond drilling to building institutions, enterprises, and resilient local capacity that endures beyond the life of the fields? That is the essence of this year's conference. It is not just a technical discussion. It is a reflection on our national ambition, our shared responsibilities, and our collective future. Ladies and gentlemen, this conference also provides us an opportunity to celebrate a major milestone, 10 years of the Petroleum Authority of Uganda, as he pointed out. I didn't know Petroleum Authority is young. He's only older than me in the ministry by 5 years. In the past decade, Power has made significant contributions to Uganda's governance of the petroleum sector. It has established regulatory systems, promoted transparency, strengthened environmental and safety standards as it was articulated. They were so elaborate about safety precautions, and championed national content as a central pillar of our petroleum development strategy. The authority has overseen the approval of the investors' work programs, monitored local content obligations, facilitated enterprise development, and ensured that Ugandans are not just spectators, but active participants in the industry. Today, we also launch PAU's new strategic plan, a forward-looking blueprint that is aligned with Uganda's tenfold growth strategy. This plan sets out the priorities that will guide our regulatory posture, national content implementation, technology adoption, and stakeholder engagement for the next 5 years. It is a strategic response to the opportunities and challenges of the operational stage, emphasizing efficiency, value retention, industrial competitiveness, and sustainable development. I commend Petroleum Authority of Uganda Board and the management for its vision and for their steadfast leadership over the years. Allow me to speak to the progress Uganda has made across the major oil and gas developments. The Tilenga project, operated by Total Energies, has made significant strides with 426 wells planned across 31 well pads and central processing facilities nearing startup targets. Uganda is entering the final preparatory stages before production. Tilenga is also the single biggest injector of capital into Uganda's emerging oil economy, with opportunities ranging from civil works and engineering services to logistics, environmental management, and digital operations. Similarly, the Kingfisher project, operated by CNOC, has recorded impressive progress with an estimated 40,000 barrels of oil per day expected from the Kingfisher fields. This project demonstrates significant Ugandan participation. We also continue to advance the East African Crude Oil Pipeline, EACOP, which will transport Uganda's waxy crude from Kibale in Hoima to the port of Tanga in Tanzania. EACOP is a catalytic project not only for oil export, but also for regional economic integration and cross-border business opportunities. It unlocks new local capacity in civil works, environmental services, security, catering, banking, insurance, and pipeline maintenance. In parallel, Uganda is moving forward with the refinery project, which will process 60,000 barrels of oil per day. This project is central to our industrialization strategy because it will facilitate the local production of aviation fuel, diesel, petrol, liquefied petroleum gas, and petrochemical feedstocks. The development of the refinery is also tied to the Kabale Industrial Park, East Africa's first fully integrated industrial park anchored on a refinery, an airport, a petrochemical city, and a multiple logistic and fabrication zones. This industrial park alone has a potential of stimulating tens of thousands of jobs and to attract manufacturing industries that rely on petrochemical derivatives. Taken together, these projects, Tilenga, Kingfisher, EACOP, and the refinery, and the Kabale Industrial Park, represent an integrated national vision. They are not isolated ventures. They are components of a larger strategy to reshape Uganda's economic structure and expand our industrial base. As we enter operational phase, the opportunities for Ugandan participation remain significant. The life cycle of the petroleum projects is expected to span 20 to 25 years, with estimated annual operating expenditure of over US$ 8 billion. This expenditure will not be used for one-off infrastructure works. It will support long-term contracts in maintenance, manufacturing, equipment supply, health and safety, ICT, chemicals, machinery, and specialized engineering services, among so many others. This is the point at which national content becomes not just relevant, but indispensable. To date, the sector has already registered more than 5,000 Ugandan enterprises that have benefited from supplier development programs, capacity building initiatives, and business linkages. But the demands of the operations phase will require additional specialized competencies. Uganda will need technicians certified to international standards, instrumentation technicians, control room operators, pipeline inspectors, digital engineers, geoscience specialists, and environmental scientists, among others. We'll also require thousands of professionals in finance, accounting, insurance, procurement, logistics, law, and occupational health and safety. This is why our training institutions must evolve. Our skills development ecosystem must become more agile and more industrial-driven and more technologically grounded. Uganda enterprises must scale up. They must deepen quality assurance, invest in technology, strengthen corporate governance, and forge partnerships with international companies. As government, we are committed to ensuring that national content is not merely a compliance checkbox, but a transformative economic strategy. It is investments. It is an invent in Uganda. It is an investment in Uganda's competitiveness, in our industrial future, and in our ability to build wealth that will endure long after the last barrel of oil has been produced. Ladies and gentlemen, to realize this vision, we must strengthen collaboration across the entire ecosystem. The private sector must remain at the center of our industrialization agenda. Financial institutions must develop innovative financing products that de-risk local enterprises. Our academic institutions must align their programs with the evolving needs of the sector. Regulators must create a supportive environment that enforces compliance while stimulating innovation and competitiveness. International partners must continue supporting technology transfer and capacity development in our country. The government remains steadfast in its commitment to ensuring that Uganda's first oil and gas sector becomes a model of value retention and economy. This strategy recognizes the oil and gas sector as a catalyst for industrialization, job creation, infrastructure expansion, and regional integration. It is a strategy rooted in ambition, but grounded in practical and actionable priorities. As we engage over the next 2 days, I encourage us to think boldly and collaboratively. Let us think about how national content can become the bridge between petroleum development and a wider economic transformation, how the oil and gas sector can support growth in construction, manufacturing, agribusiness, transport, ICT, and tourism. How Ugandan youth can become an engine of a new industrial era, and how local enterprises can take advantage of the opportunities not only in Uganda, but across the East African region. We must remember the true legacy of our petroleum resource will not be measured by the volume of oil extracted, but by the industries we build, the skills we impart, the opportunities we create, and the prosperity we generate for our people. Uganda oil and gas sector is a national project, but more importantly, it's a generational undertaking, one whose impact will be felt long after all of us in this room have completed our service to this country. We must therefore approach it with vision, discipline, and unity of purpose. A key concern to the national capacity built so far is sustainability, and this effect, Cabinet has just approved a new National Oil Policy 2025, approved about 2 weeks ago, which has as one of the strategic objectives increasing the size of petroleum reserves. Now that the sector has become greatly de-risked, aggressive promotion of investment in exploration is going to be a key priority to the ministry. In addition, government is cognizant of financial constraints that the national players face in securing and implementing contracts in the sector. A bill of the establishment of National Content Fund is before Cabinet for approval. This is aimed at providing relatively affordable and more patient capital for Ugandan contractors. In closing, I extend my appreciation to Petroleum Authority of Uganda for a job well done so far. And more so for regularly convening these conferences and for its exceptional stewardship of the petroleum sector. I thank our international partners, financial institutions, development agencies, local enterprises, training institutions, civil society, and the many Ugandans whose dedication has brought us to this defining moment, and more so for the visionary leadership of His Excellency the President, his patient character, his commitment and focused gesture to the development of not only petroleum, but all the extractives. For example, in petroleum, he delayed the start of drilling. In the other extractives, his patience to make sure that everything should not be exported in its raw form, but should be processed to some level. Similarly, in the petroleum sector, his insistence that we must refine the oil in the country is a commendable, patience that His Excellency the President has had over the extractive industries. It is now my honor and pleasure to officially declare the 6th Annual National Content Conference 2025 open. I say all this for God and my country, and thank you for listening to me.
Please give him a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. The Honorable State Minister for Energy and Mineral Development, That, of course, is Opolot, Sidronius Okasai. Thank you so much for your incredibly informative remarks, I must say. Ooh, I have two microphones here. I think I'll go with this. No real change. Thank you for those wonderful remarks, and ladies and gentlemen, the conference is officially open. I must say there's so many things that stood out for me, but one of the things that you said, which I think speaks to the heart of this conference, is our national ambition, shared responsibilities, and collective contribution. That truly speaks to the heart of this conference over these 2 days. For those of you who are joining us online, a reminder yet again that we are streaming live of the Petroleum Authority of Uganda YouTube channel. The theme for this conference is Beyond the Drill, Cultivating a Legacy of Empowered Nationals and Enterprises in Uganda's Oil Age. So I am so excited. I know the conversations are going to be fruitful, exciting, and I'm always looking for an opportunity to learn more about things that are important, not just to everyone in the room, but to us as a country as well. Now, I wanted to let you know that throughout the conference, we will have an online platform to receive your questions. So if you have any questions for the Petroleum Authority of Uganda, we're using an online platform called Slido. Right behind me, you can see the QR code. So feel free to scan the QR code. I think I'll give you like about 2-3 seconds. I'm not seeing enough phones up. Maybe phones can come up now. And we'll continue to share the QR code with you so that we can receive your questions throughout the conference, and it will be a lot more interactive, especially when we get to later sessions with our panelists' discussions. Ladies and gentlemen, it is now exciting and my honor to introduce our keynote speaker for today. Now, he will be talking about driving Uganda's economic prosperity through strategic oil development. Please give a warm welcome to the Bank of Uganda Governor here with us, Mr. Michael Atingi Ego. You are most welcome.
The Honorable Minister of State for Energy, Honorable Okasai Polot, allow me to stand on the protocol that was earlier observed. And I'll begin by making a correction to what Ernest said earlier on, that we went to Oslo in a study tour on oil management, and some people were falling on the snow. I must say I was among those who was watching those who were falling. Okay, Honorable Minister, and all of you, we are standing here at a defining moment of Uganda's economic history. The theme of this conference, Beyond the Drill, Cultivating a Legacy of Empowered Nationals and Enterprises in Uganda's Oil Age, to me, it's not a title. To me, it is a call to action. It is a challenge to look beyond the immediate gains of extraction and to commit to a future where oil becomes a catalyst for inclusive, sustainable, and diversified growth. We are entering a period where I'll call it the paradox of plenty. How do we turn resource wealth into national wealth? History teaches us that natural resource wealth is neither a blessing nor a curse by default. The difference lies in governance, institutions, and foresight. So to me, Uganda, how we take this forward will define how we manage Uganda after the drilled. Let me take into account our tenfold growth that has been mentioned, which aims to expand the economy to $500 billion
that is $500 billion by 2014, anchored on the 4 pillars that you all know. These pillars are interconnected engines designed to drive inclusive, sustainable, and diversified growth. Therefore, oil and gas is not an isolated project. It is the engine that must power this transformation. A critical look at these 4 pillars, ATMs, is talking about the non-oil sector. This is largely the non-oil sector. So how do we grow this non-oil sector so that long after the oil is gone, we have a sector that is sustaining us? So this is where I'm going to link my remarks to. Serious economists like Paul Collier, Joseph Stiglitz have emphasized that the real test is not in extracting resources, but converting them into productive assets. The $11 billion already invested in Uganda's petroleum sector is not just capital. It is the foundation for roads, industrial parks, logistical hubs that are going to serve our economy long after the oil has gone. But let us be very clear. Barrels of oil do not build nations. The true measure of success will be whether this oil age leaves behind empowered Ugandan farms, skilled workers, and resilient communities, not merely infrastructure without inclusion. So, before I start my discussion, let me emphasize one thing. Discussing this economy beyond drilling is not possible if there is no macroeconomic stability. The first laying block, the first building block of discussing Uganda after the drill is there must be macroeconomic stability. Absent macroeconomic stability, we are wasting time in this room here discussing what happens after the oil is gone. So the challenge is how do we maintain macroeconomic stability when we're producing the oil and when the oil is gone? So here I would want to emphasize that at the Bank of Uganda, this is our core mandate, maintaining or promoting price stability and a sound financial sector in support of socioeconomic transformation. Now, price stability here, to me or to the Bank of Uganda and to most of us, is a bedrock of confidence. It is a bedrock of confidence, investment, and long-term planning. Our commitment, therefore, is to sustainably deliver inflation target at an annual core inflation rate of 5% in the medium term. And that is not just a technical objective. It is a promise to every Ugandan that their savings, wages, and investments will retain value and that our economy will remain resilient in the face of shocks. So therefore, our task is clear: to ensure Uganda's oil and gas sector becomes a springboard for prosperity, not to deter from it. So a stable shilling, low inflation, a resilient financial sector are not just abstract goals. They are preconditions for every contract that you sign today. If you sign a contract today, price stability is a precondition for that. Every loan that you extend today and every enterprise that you launch today is a precondition. What is the outlook in terms of my returns for what I'm doing? And that outlook is affected by how prices evolve. And that's why a commitment to low and stable inflation, stable exchange rate becomes a precondition for every contract that you sign today, including in the oil and the gas and the other related sectors. So our medium-term target of 5% of inflation is not arbitrary. To us, it is a sweet spot. Why is it a sweet spot? It is a sweet spot because it is low enough to preserve the purchasing power of households and businesses. And yet it is flexible enough to accommodate the dynamics of a growing economy, to encourage businesses to invest,
to encourage people to create new businesses. So towards 5% is a sweet spot. When we raised recently, the central bank rate by 350 basis points to combat inflation coming from external shocks, we sent a clear signal that Uganda will not sacrifice stability for short-term gains. We are here for a long haul. We raised those interest rates in order to contain inflation. There was a lot of cries that, why are you tightening monetary policy? There's no money. But recall that inflation that began increasing from 2.7% in January 2022 plateaued at 10.6% in October 2022, and that's the highest we went. Ever since then, inflation has been coming down, with the most recent numbers of November 2025, 3.1 for headline and 3.2 for core. This was no mean accident. It was a deliberate decision to ensure that we maintain inflation within the 5% target. So we'll do everything possible to ensure that the contracts that you're signing today are not compromised by macroeconomic instability. So our inflation targeting framework, flexible exchange rate, and prudent reserve management are not just technical tools, they are shock absorbers that will prevent oil revenues from destabilizing our economy. Colleagues, you have all heard about the Dutch disease. When countries discover natural resources, many countries have suffered a Dutch disease, whereby all the resources in the country get diverted to this fast-growing natural resource at the expense of the other sectors of the economy. So what is Uganda going to do to ensure that it does not suffer from this Dutch disease? I think government has already put in place a strategy to do that, and it is in the tenfold growth, it is in the ATM areas. And a critical look at these ATM areas are focusing on the non-oil. So what we do with the oil resources to finance the ATM growth will determine whether Uganda will suffer a Dutch disease or not. On the part of the central bank, we are aware that the resources that are going to come from oil will not necessarily come back to this economy, because if you look at the balance of payments, one, the financing of this $15 billion that Ernest was talking about, some of it is financed through equity, some through loans, and what have you. Those loans have got to be repaid. So there will be a component that's going to amortize those loans. There will be a component that's going to pay for the interest. I don't know how soon these oil companies that are investing into this field are going to begin earning profits. Some of that money will go out through dividends. But nonetheless, there's going to be pressure on the exchange rate. And how do you overcome those pressures on the exchange rate? How do you ensure that the shilling does not become that strong to compromise the growth of other sectors, particularly in the ATMs? You talk of agro-industrialization, you talk about tourism. Tourism is affected by the exchange rate. You don't want to lose competition to Kenya because the exchange rate is strong. So how do you ensure that tourism does not lose out because of a strong exchange rate? How do you ensure that the mineral development that you are trying to promote does not become less competitive because the exchange rate is strong on account of oil? How do you ensure that science, technology, and innovation are not crowded out by strong exchange rate? And that's why Bank of Uganda, no matter what happens to the nominal exchange rate, it might appreciate because of the increase in flows on account of the oil, but we will ensure that inflation is kept low relative to our trading partners so that the real effective exchange rate is going to support the growth of other non-oil exports. That is where the commitment of the central bank to this is going to come. Ensure that our inflation relative to the trading partners is low. At 3.1, we are competing very favorably. This is in the league of some of the advanced economies. So we will continue to maintain that going forward. And that's our contribution to ensuring that macroeconomic stability is maintained. Now, let's look at the Petroleum Revenue Investment Reserve, saving today for tomorrow. It is in law that the Petroleum Revenue Investment Reserve be established, and it's already established. So to us, this is not a savings account. It is a covenant with the future generations. The Public Finance Management Act ensures that oil revenues are not squandered but invested wisely, balancing today's needs with tomorrow's obligation. So this is not just a fiscal prudence, it is intergenerational equity. How do we ensure that our children enjoy the benefits of the oil that we're drilling today? If the oil, God forbid, gets exhausted in 25 years, how do you ensure that your child, when he or she is 40 years, is still enjoying the benefits of that oil? It is what we do with the money that we get from oil today to support the non-oil sectors, to put in place infrastructure that is going to spark growth, that's going to trigger job creation that your children are also going to benefit. So it's about intergenerational equity. So we have to have a discussion. Should we invest this money in some foreign currency reserves? Or can we have a balance? How much of it should come back to infrastructure? Where is the rate of return highest? Earning 3% in some forex account somewhere, or having a dual carriageway that reduces the cost of doing business, makes you more competitive. It's a conversation that we're going to have and see where best to invest this money so that we have intergenerational equity. So sovereign wealth funds must therefore be managed with discipline and transparency, and this Petroleum Revenue Investment Reserve will be no different. The investment will be guided by one principle: to turn temporary wealth into permanent assets. Oil revenues are a temporary wealth. How do we turn finite resources into infinite possibilities? That is where the discussion is going to be. So let's look at the national content that Ernest talked about, from compliance to capability. I'll just give you one simple statistic. Because of the local component, you find that the investment of about $15 billion that is estimated for this whole game here, as a result of the local component, we have been able to attract directly into our economy about $3 billion of that, because this is the money coming to support local components. You've been asking, why is the Uganda shilling stable? There are a number of factors. One of them is that local component. Because you are required to pay the lawyers, the auditors, all these guys who are supplying, these drivers who are doing all this kind of thing in Uganda shillings. They convert this money into Uganda shilling. That is adding to the pool of FX reserves. Forget about what's happening on the current account in terms of coffee, in terms of cocoa, in terms of tourism, in terms of remittances, notwithstanding the prudent monetary policy and the reforms that Bank of Uganda has undertaken in the FX market. So that local component has been a game changer. It has supported the stability of the currency. So national content is not just about box ticking. It is a strategic heart of our oil and gas industry. The national local content policy is clear. Ugandan citizens and enterprises must be at the forefront of this sector. But let's move beyond the rhetoric here. To me, there are three shifts are essential. We need to move away from just participating in contracts to participating in capabilities. You may sign a contract, but do you have the capability, do you have the capacity to deliver on that contract? Ugandan firms must not just win contracts, they must upgrade their technology, management, and standards to compete globally. Every local content provision must be a stepping stone to higher value addition. This is what is going to see Uganda beyond the drill. The other one is shift from enclave projects to integrated corridors. Oil infrastructure must be planned as part of regional development corridors, crowding in agriculture, manufacturing, tourism, and services. The Tilenga International Park is a model, a hub for oil and for broader industrialization. Also, we must shift from short-term spending to long-term assets. Oil revenues must finance human capital, infrastructure, and institutions. These are assets that will endure long after the oil is gone. So to me, this is how we can turn finite resources into infinite possibilities. So what is the role of oil and gas in Uganda's tenfold growth strategy? Ladies and gentlemen, Uganda's tenfold growth strategy is our bold ambition to expand the economy to $500 billion, that's $500 billion by 2040. This is not a vision, it is a deliberate, actionable, and it's a roadmap for us to work on. This strategy is anchored on the 4 areas that I've already talked about, known as the ATMs. Agro-industrialization, tourism, mineral development, including oil and gas, science, technology, and innovation. These pillars are not siloed. They are interconnected engines designed to drive inclusive, sustainable, and a diversified growth. So oil and gas is a catalyst for this non-oil growth. The discovery of the oil reserves is not an end itself. It is a powerful catalyst, a finite resource that must be harnessed. Our oil and gas sector is uniquely positioned to, 1, generate revenues that will be reinvested in the ATM pillars, ensuring that the benefits of oil outlast the production phase. It will also stimulate backward and forward linkages across the economy, from agro-industrialization to tourism, manufacturing, and technology. But importantly, accelerate infrastructure development, which is a major constraint to doing business and also makes us less competitive. So we believe that these are the key drivers. Now, agro-industrialization, for example, we believe that oil and its byproducts are critical inputs for agro-industrialization, serving as inputs for the petrochemical processes. So we believe that the Tilenga Industrial Park should be able to integrate oil refining with diverse manufacturing. Look at, for example, inputs into the fertilizer. 70% of our Ugandans are relying on agriculture. If you look at the productivity, the yields on this, it's coming down because we have exhausted the soil fertility. So, how can we have cheap fertilizer? How can we take advantage of these these industrial parks in the Tilenga zone to produce more inputs for the fertilizers in Uganda cheaply to benefit the local farmer, to increase production, productivity, and to support the growth of other manufacturing industries? So to me, that is how I see oil and gas contributing to the agro-industrialization. Let's talk about tourism. Look, beyond just safaris, we are talking about moving to high-end experiences fueled by oil and gas. Tourism currently is, if you take gold, if you take coffee, tourism comes as among the top 3 foreign exchange earners, contributing about $1.6 billion annually. Yet we only capture a fraction of that potential. The oil and gas sector is expected to supercharge tourism by funding infrastructure, creating new attractions, and positioning Uganda as a global leader in sustainable resource management. So how will the oil and gas transform tourism? Look at the infrastructure we have put in place. This is infrastructure for high-end tourism. The Tilenga International Airport, that has been built to support oil and gas logistics, can become a gateway for luxury tourism, reducing travel time to Mashishon Falls, Queen Elizabeth, and Kidepo Valley National Parks. Oil-funded roads that have been upgraded e.g. the Hoima, Butiaba, Wanseko roads, would improve access to tourism hotspots, cutting travel time by almost 40% and reducing the cost of doing so. The Albertine Graben oil and gas tourism circuit, such a new tourism product, could potentially showcase Uganda's journey to commercial oil production, including the eco-friendly operations in Tilenga and the Kingfisher projects. You are talking of cultural experiences in oil hosting communities, Bunyoro Kingdom's oil heritage. Luxury lodges and conference facilities in Hoima and Buliza, targeting business travelers and high-spending tourists. And we believe that this alone can attract 50,000 plus high-spending tourists annually, which could add no less than $100 million in revenues, at least according to the data from the Ministry of Tourism, Wildlife and Antiquities. And then, in terms of energy for sustainable tourism, the gas, the LPG from the Hoima refinery could replace charcoal and firewood in hotels and lodges, reducing deforestation by almost 30% and improving the quality of air. Solar power tourism sites funded by oil revenues would make Uganda a leader in green tourism. These are the opportunities we have out there. So let us look at the mineral-based industrialization. How do we move from extraction to innovation that is anchored by oil and gas? You know, Uganda is well endowed with natural resources: gold, copper, cobalt, lithium, and rare earth minerals, which are critical for the global green energy transition. So to us, the oil and gas sector would accelerate mineral-based industrialization by providing energy, infrastructure, and financing the needed turn from raw materials into high-value products. But beyond that, let's look at how has the oil sector been organized right from 1986 to date. This is what the Honorable Minister alluded to today. We have worked in such a way that we are going to maximize the benefits from our resource. So what are the key takeaways for the minerals that I have just listed here? I think there are many lessons we can learn from the way the oil and gas sector in Uganda has been shaped to now production. How do we replicate this to other minerals so that we maximize on the value addition? So we believe that this oil and gas will become a source of inputs to other projects, such as the Sukulu phosphate and iron ore projects. It will be a regional hub for battery minerals, a key supply of cobalt, lithium, graphite for electric vehicles, and renewable energy storage, petrochemical industries. We believe it will be able to produce things like plastics, fertilizers, synthetic materials, feeding into agro-industrialization and manufacturing. How about science, technology, and innovation? This is the future of Uganda's economy. How can it be catalyzed by oil and gas? So we believe that the oil and gas can drive productivity gains across sectors, from precision agriculture, using oil-funded irrigation, to agrotech, to digital tourism, leveraging on refinery-backed LPG for eco-lodges and advanced manufacturing. It can support the knowledge economy, economy-wide, and then it can leverage on Uganda's young, tech-savvy population to create the digital workforce with oil-backed financing for coding bootcamps, tech incubators, and green energy startups. So, where is the role of the financial sector in all this? We talked about absence of patient capital. You know, this is something that many enterprises in Uganda are crying about. There is no patient capital for or to spur investments. So to date at the Bank of Uganda, we are taking a lead in diversifying the fixed income market products, things like corporate bonds, things like sukuk bonds, infrastructure bonds, green bonds. And we know that these bonds will be important even for the private sector to use. But we're also aware that for these bonds to succeed, there must be resources to invest in these bonds. So we are seriously having a conversation. How can we unleash long-term liabilities into long-term assets? We have institutions like pension sectors. We need to see how we can unlock some of those resources from the pension sector into the real economy. It's not a bad idea for pension funds to buy government treasury bills, but also it is a good idea to have some of that money invested in the real sector through some of these bonds that are going to be brought in the market. So a conversation around that area. How do we bring more coverage into the informal sector? How do we improve governance in some of these pension funds so that we can have more issuance, take, for example, of corporate bonds so that the private sector can mobilize long-term financing? Because commercial banks can only finance you at the short end because of the nature of their balance sheet. If you attempted to go and get a 10-year loan from a commercial bank, the interest rate is going to be very high because you're asking a commercial bank to use its short-term liabilities to finance a 10-year project. So you're asking them to transform short-term liabilities into long-term assets, and that is very, very expensive. That's one of the reasons why interest rates, particularly for investment in Uganda, are very high. So how do we convert long-term liabilities into long-term assets? A young graduate leaves the university at the age of maybe 23, 24, gets a job, begins paying premiums for a pension to retire at the age of 55, 60. You are talking of 25 to 30 years. Those are long-term liabilities. How can they be directed to support long-term assets so that anyone who wants to invest, start a business, has long-term financing available at cheaper rates? So that conversation is a conversation that we're having, because in the absence of this conversation, it would be difficult for the government of Uganda on its own to finance the tenfold growth. The role of the private sector in financing the tenfold growth is critical. If government attempts to do it on its own, it will burst all the debt metrics and it will result into macroeconomic instability. So the role of the private sector becomes critical in this. And for the private sector to meaningfully participate, we must avail the private sector long-term financing in order to undertake some of these ventures. And this is where the crux of the matter is. So now we are saying that at the Bank of Uganda, we have asked commercial banks to institutionalize ESG in their operations. What do we mean here? When we are institutionalizing ESG across the banking sector, it is not because sustainability is a constraint, but it is a competitive advantage. Our ESG framework for the banking sector ensures that financial institutions integrate environmental, social, governance risks into their operations. For the oil sector, this means there's going to be rigorous environmental safeguards for the projects, transparent community engagement to ensure shared prosperity. So to us, this is not merely about compliance, it's about future proofing. Uganda's oil sector in a global landscape where both investors and consumers increasingly demand sustainability. Equally important is the pursuit of a net zero carbon emission within the banking operations. To date, following the signing of the final investment decisions, there were hot deals that the private sector presented to the commercial banks for financing. And it was a hot cake, easy. I give you private sector X, 1 billion Uganda shillings, There is an invoice that this is a ready market. You supply this, you are paid this. So we saw a lot of increase in private sector credit towards the oil and the gas sector. But we argued, but hey guys, this oil and gas sector that you are funding is carbon emitting. So what do we do about carbon absorption? So we said, let's try to look at the net zero carbon emission. The principle is straightforward. For every 1 shilling invested in the carbon absorbing sector, can you show us an equivalent of 1 shilling you are investing in the carbon absorbing sector? What are you doing about agroforestation? Does your balance sheet support the making of solar panels? Does your balance sheet support, for example, investment in charcoal saving stoves? Anything that greens the economy. This is a discussion that we are going to have with the commercial banks, and it will be backed by financial returns who will be studying their loan portfolios to see how they're moving towards a net zero carbon emission. So, what is the purpose of this? The purpose of this is to ensure resilience and long-term prosperity, so that when the oil is long and gone, we will not remain without an economy, but will remain with a non-oil economy powered by the tenfold growth, powered by those pillars, so that Uganda is able to go through. And for this to happen, I have the following proposals as a call to action, forging our shared legacy. So ladies and gentlemen, the vision that I've outlined there is achievable, but only if we act together. So one, to government and the parliament, we need to strengthen the fiscal framework, safeguard the petroleum fund, and invest in high-quality public infrastructure that unlocks private initiatives. To the Petroleum Authority and industry operators, deepen national content, publish clear opportunity pipelines, invest in supply development and skills transfer. To the financial sector, innovate, develop tailored financial products for local supplies, fully implement the ESG framework. And to the Ugandan enterprises, prepare, invest in certifications, standards, and scale. Form consortia, compete not just locally, but globally. The Bank of Uganda will play its part by preserving stability, stewarding the petroleum revenue investment resource, and fostering a resilient, inclusive, and sustainable financial system. So as in closing, let me leave you with this thought. Future generations will not remember us for the barrels that we extracted during the life of oil. They will remember us for the choices that we're going to make. Whether these barrels were turned into a springboard for prosperity, or we squandered them and therefore a missed opportunity. The ATM pillars are our blueprint for ensuring that the prosperity we create today endures for decades to come. The Bank of Uganda is committed to ensuring that Uganda's oil age becomes a story of transformation, not extraction, a story of empowerment, not dependency, a story of legacy, not a story of squander. Let us choose wisely, let us act boldly, and let us build a Uganda where every Ugandan citizen shares the promise of this new age, including the generations to come. I thank you all for your attention, and God bless.
Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Can we have another round of applause, my goodness, for our amazing keynote speaker, Governor Bank of Uganda, that is Mr. Michael Atingego. Thank you so much. That was incredibly interesting. For painting the big picture in many ways, for looking at the opportunities that are also presenting themselves, and the reassurances as well, I'm sure for many people in the room, but also the reminder that we have a covenant with future generations. So what will the legacy be as we explore Uganda's oil? So thank you so much for that. That was absolutely amazing. Now, ladies and gentlemen, just a reminder to you, nice full room, I see. Hello to everyone who has just joined. Yes, a few waves. I know you decided to sneak in because you're at the back. But welcome to our conference. We have a lot planned for the rest of the day. So this is to let you know that at some point we're going to start speeding up because we have quite a lot to cover. So if you have any questions for the Petroleum Authority of Uganda, we are using Slido online platform, and we'll continue to share the QR code with you throughout the 2 days of the conference, so you can, of course, give us your questions there. Now, I don't know if everyone is aware, but the Petroleum Authority of Uganda is actually celebrating 10 years of impact in Uganda's petroleum industry. Yes, we can clap. Thank you very much. And this milestone marks the Petroleum Authority's achievements and launches a strategic plan guiding the sector towards innovation, growth, and sustainable national value. So to officially launch this strategic plan and the celebration, the 10-year celebration, allow me to invite the board chair, Miss Linda Biribonwa. You're most welcome.
Wow. Special thank you to our keynote speaker, the Governor Bank of Uganda. I think I'll stand here with confidence that I'm not the only one who has taken away conviction. What legacy are we leaving behind? Thank you for that reminder. And I think that goes to all of us today. What legacy are we leaving behind? It is not just about the barrels. All protocol observed. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Our Honorable Minister of State, the authority has developed the third strategic plan to provide a 5-year roadmap for the execution of the mandate, which is regulating the petroleum exploration, development, production, refining, conversion, transmission, and storage in Uganda. This follows the expiry of the second strategic plan on 30th of June this year, 2025. The plan we have before us was developed through a participatory and consultative process, which included 3 phases. That was reviewing the second plan of 2020-2021 to 2024-2025 to assess progress and to see exactly what has been done and what has been delivered. We also conducted stakeholder consultations to understand how the performance what the performance has been, and we also formulated the third plan. These activities were all undertaken in the House of the Petroleum Authority. The goal of this plan, the third plan, is to enhance and optimize the country's petroleum resources for socio-economic transformation. So in addition to, or maybe just to give confidence to the governor, we are on the same page going forward. The plan identifies the priority focus areas for the Petroleum Authority of Uganda for the next 5 years and presents a strategic direction for execution, monitoring, and evaluation of priority programs, projects, and interventions. The plan is anchored on 4 strategic pillars, the first being efficient petroleum resource management, the second, value addition to the petroleum resources, the third, promoting positive impacts, and the fourth, institutional strengthening. Honorable Minister, this plan aligns very well with the fourth National Development Plan and the Sustainable Extractives Industry Development Program Action Plan. So we are sitting in the same space with the ATMS the governor is talking about this morning. This plan was confirmed by the National Planning Authority that provided a certificate of approval for the strategic plan on the 25th of June, 2025. This was the first certificate of approval issued by the National Planning Authority among all MDAs and the local governments under the fourth National Development Plan. I think we deserve a round of applause. Thank you. I therefore take this opportunity to express my gratitude to all the stakeholders who participated in this process. Special thanks go to the entire Strategic Plan Preparation Committee of the Petroleum Authority, who spearheaded the development of the strategic plan. Honorable Minister, the PAU board, management and staff are committed to working with all the stakeholders to implement the aspirations of this plan and to ensure the authority achieves its vision of being the leading petroleum regulatory agency. Without further ado, I take this opportunity to invite you, Honorable Minister, to launch the Petroleum Authority's strategic plan 2025-2026 to 2029-2030 for God and my country. Honorable Minister, the floor is yours.
To invite you up for the ribbon. We have a pair of scissors right below that ribbon. So I would like to ask you, please, officially launch the strategic plan. I think we can do it on the side. A quick countdown of 3, 2, 1, and there we have it. The Petroleum Authority of Uganda strategic plan is officially launched. We'd also like to invite you to sign. So if I can pass those on. As well. Which one we'll be using? Oh, so sorry. All right. Thank you so very much. And now I would like the governor to sign. Seems to be hiding the signature, but curious. Thank you very much. You can have our board chair also sign. And the executive director as well. Round of applause for them, ladies and gentlemen. The strategic plan is officially launched. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to take just 2 more photos very quickly before we move to the next item on our agenda. So I would like to invite all the staff present of Petroleum Authority of Uganda to very quickly, wherever you are, make your way to the stage. So we'll start with one picture now. To our photographers, can we have our first picture now? If we can all hold that up and face the cameras, thank you very much. So face the cameras, thank you very much. Okay. Now, all the staff, can we please have you join us? All staff of Petroleum Authority of Uganda, please join us on stage right now. I think we'll have to move on the stairs, on the steps. Yes, thank you, Legacy. If you can just coordinate So to some of our staff, board members as well that are present, please join us. Board members, Petroleum Authority of Uganda. I believe we can utilize the stairs and move the board forward. Wonderful, that's been coordinated. Now after this picture, ladies and gentlemen, we will take another one with the sponsors. So we'll ask that you have one representative. To all our sponsors here with us today, if you can send one representative each to come and take one more picture. Okay? To our photographers, are you happy? Please give us a green light. I hope they're big smiles. I can't really see, but are all the smiles out? Dental formula on display. Remember that from school. Dental formula. All right. Thank you. And now to all our sponsors, please join us. One representative from each one of our sponsors. We appreciate you. As was mentioned earlier, this entire event is actually being supported and sponsored by the private sector. So we'll let all our staff members leave. And then to our sponsors, you are welcome. Please join us for this moment. Officially launching the new Petroleum Authority of Uganda strategic plan and a celebration of How at 10 as well. So we'd like to make sure that we can see everyone. Maybe we'll ask you to step forward. We'll use the lower stair. You want them to come up higher? Okay. This is when you know who the prefects were in school, because even where you're sitting, you're like, no, they should move here, they should move there, this one should. There's a whole lot of organization. Are we good? All right, can we have some big smiles? Round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. A humongous thank you to our wonderful sponsors as well. Thank you very much. You may return to your seats. And that brings us to the next item on our agenda. Ladies and gentlemen, we are going to officially open the exhibition. So it is an invitation to the State Minister, Honorable Minister, with our guest of honor, our keynote speaker, to make your way to the exhibition, to experience the unveiling of Uganda's evolving oil and gas ecosystem. Now, this exhibition highlights how local enterprises, innovators, and investors are driving transformation beyond drilling, turning opportunity into lasting impact. A conversation that has started today. So, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to take a break for this to happen. We are officially going to move to the exhibition. Again, we invite the Honorable Minister and the Governor Bank of Uganda, as well as the board chair and the executive director, to guide them for the official opening of the exhibition that is starting with the stall right outside. We'll allow them to leave, and that will be shared with you on the screens. So we're not missing out. We'll be following that tour, and then in the next 5 minutes, we'll have a quick coffee tea break. I say coffee, but some people love their tea. So we'll take a quick coffee tea break. Again, we have a lot to cover, so I am asking that you take no more than 10 minutes having your coffee, tea. We come back to the room and we'll be able to continue with our conference. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen.
First of all, I want to congratulate the Petroleum Authority of Uganda for the 10 years that you have gone through. And out of the 10 years, I think I have done half of it. And it has been a journey of exciting experience, I can actually write a thesis about what I have gone through.
It's actually been an exciting journey. I remember when we started as the first board of the PAU, that was about 10 years ago. We were just the board members. There was no authority, there was no management, there was nothing. So seeing it grow from the beginning up till now has been a very, very exciting journey.
It was establishing and developing at the same time. We had a mandate directly given by the President and an oversight role over the Petroleum Authority of Uganda by the Ministry of Energy and Minerals Development. So we had to deliver as we actually built up the organization. So building and delivering at the same time.
A very, very formidable team has been developed in the Petroleum Authority and the oil sector in general. So it's been a really, really exciting journey, and we think that Petroleum Authority has grown at 10 now. They are really able to stand on their own. It's a very fulfilling thing.
As UNOC, we extend our heartfelt congratulations to the Petroleum Authority of Uganda as you celebrate 10 years of excellence in regulating Uganda's petroleum sector. Over the past decade, you have demonstrated unwavering commitment to ensuring transparency, accountability, and sustainability in development of Uganda's oil and gas resources. Your leadership in building strong institutional frameworks, cost control, promoting national content, and fostering stakeholder confidence has laid a solid foundation for the country's journey towards fast oil and beyond.
First of all, I would like really to appreciate the tremendous effort which has been done by PAU to put in place a very detailed and clear regulatory framework, which is very essential for us as operators to understand, to have this clear framework. And of course, this has led to a more or less daily interaction between our team and PAU team, but always in a transparent, collaborative manner with a permanent objective to move the project forward.
On behalf of the Petroleum Commission Ghana, and personally, as your colleague in this ever-evolving energy journey, I extend my warmest congratulations to the authority, its leadership, and the people of Uganda. A decade may seem like a short time in the life of a nation, but laying the foundations for a strong regulatory framework to fostering investor confidence and ensuring that Uganda's oil and gas resources are developed responsibly is no mean feat. As you celebrate this 10th year milestone, remember that this is not only a reflection of the past, but a call to the future. The next decade will demand even more innovation, collaboration, and adaptability.
Over the past 10 years, working with the Petroleum Authority of Uganda has been quite positive and supportive. PAU has provided strong oversight and open cooperation, which has helped us move through development of the fields. As we move towards first oil in 2026, the Petroleum Authority's coordination is key to ensuring that we reach this national milestone safely and efficiently.
It's with great pleasure I congratulate the Petroleum Authority of Uganda with a decade of regulating the petroleum industry in the Pearl of Africa. On behalf of the Norwegian Offshore Directorate, I would like to congratulate you with a decade of resource management, and we are certain that PAU will stand solid as a rock to meet the challenges ahead. Enjoy the celebrations.
Today is a big day, not only for the Petroleum Authority of Uganda, but for the whole East Africa, particularly for the regulators. We are so grateful and celebrate with you the 10 years of making impact in the energy sector, particularly in the petroleum industry. Ladies and gentlemen, we are so grateful and appreciate the great job that the Petroleum Authority of Uganda has done, the leadership that it has demonstrated in policy harmonization, in knowledge exchange and capacity building.
We at the East African Crude Oil Pipeline, or the ECOP, we join in celebrating this remarkable milestone. This anniversary is not just a celebration of time, but of tangible progress. progress that reflects the shared vision between the PAU, the government, and the industry players like ECOP in building a modern, responsible, and world-class petroleum sector for Uganda. Our experience working with the Petroleum Authority of Uganda over the years has been defined by professionalism, organization, and mutual commitment to excellence.
My experience with the Petroleum Authority of Uganda, which we commonly refer to as PAU, has been that they have been quite very supportive of national content development. They're very efficient, they have very competent people, and we believe because of this meritocracy that has been, that surrounds the whole organization, is the reason why we are able to achieve most of the national content objectives. It's also important to note that it's all staffed by Ugandan professionals, people who have learned on the job, and those who had prior experience with handling oil and gas sector affairs that have married the two generations to make sure that the Ugandan benefits, that the oil sector transforms, and the progress is as fast and swift as is required from all Ugandans. The word of wisdom I'd like to share with PAU is that consider PAU to identify at least 50 or 100 entities that are Ugandan that have been part of this conversation, to see how they can be able to be supported in terms of creating opportunities, training them, and making sure that they have moved from small and medium enterprises to large national organizations.
So I think what the Petroleum Authority needs to do is just keep learning and evolving to new ideas. Now you have a whole new, when we started out, AI wasn't that big, technology was growing but wasn't that much, so things are changing. So I think for Petroleum Authority, they need to evolve and engage with the changing times.
So they have got to continue to closely monitor and regulate all the oil companies involved in the sector to ensure maximum benefit for the country.
And I'm convinced PAU has still a very key role to play to continue to support the development of the sector beyond this first project of Tilenga Kingfisher. And I wish you all the best. Congratulations, PAU. Happy birthday.
On behalf of the Chamber, we would want to extend a heartfelt congratulations to the Petroleum Authority of Uganda for 10 years of a stellar service in Uganda. You've been a great regulator, and our prayer and hope is that the best is yet to come. One word of advice, sigara kumenyi.
As we prepare to receive the first oil, the Petroleum Authority of Uganda has to fix its eyes on that. Be steadfast. The good thing is that the regulatory frameworks are in place for upstream, midstream, and downstream. We have to be ready to receive this baby because they have prepared for the baby. And moving forward, you have to make sure that this baby is going to be nurtured. We want to see more opportunities for Ugandans in terms of jobs, in terms of technology transfer. So far, so good. Congratulations. First of all, I want to congratulate the Petroleum Authority of Uganda for the 10 years that you have gone through. And out of the 10 years, I think I have done half of it. And it has been a journey of exciting experience. I can actually write a thesis about what I have gone through.
It's actually been an exciting journey. I remember when we started as the first board of the PAU, that was about 10 years ago. We were just the board members. There was no authority. there was no management, there was nothing. So seeing it grow from the beginning up till now has been a very, very exciting journey.
It was establishing and developing at the same time. We had a mandate directly given by the President and an oversight role over the Petroleum Authority of Uganda by the Ministry of Energy and Minerals Development. So we had to deliver as we actually built up the organization. So building and delivering at the same time.
A very, very formidable team has been developed in the Petroleum Authority and the oil sector in general. So it's been a really, really exciting journey, and we think that Petroleum Authority has grown. At 10 now, they are really able to stand on their own, and it's a very fulfilling thing.
As UNOC, we extend our heartfelt congratulations to the Petroleum Authority of Uganda as you celebrate 10 years of excellence in regulating Uganda's petroleum sector. Over the past decade, you have demonstrated unwavering commitment to ensuring transparency, accountability, and sustainability in development of Uganda's oil and gas resources. Your leadership in building strong institutional frameworks, cost control, promoting national content, and fostering stakeholder confidence has laid a solid foundation for the country's journey towards fast oil and beyond.
First of all, I would like really to appreciate the tremendous effort which has been done by PERU to put in place a very detailed and clear regulatory framework, which is very essential for us as operators to understand, to have this clear framework. And of course, this has led to a more or less daily interaction between our team and PERU team, but always in a transparent, collaborative manner with a permanent objective to move the project forward.
On behalf of the Petroleum Commission Ghana, and personally, as your colleague in this ever-evolving energy journey, I extend my warmest congratulations to the authority, its leadership, and the people of Uganda. A decade may seem like a short time in the life of a nation, but laying the foundations for a strong regulatory framework to fostering investor confidence and ensuring that Uganda's oil and gas resources are developed responsibly is no mean feat. As you celebrate this 10th year milestone, remember that this is not only a reflection on the past, but a call to the future. The next decade will demand even more innovation, collaboration, and adaptability.
Over the past 10 years, working with the Petroleum Authority of Uganda has been quite positive and supportive. PAU has provided strong oversight and open cooperation, which has helped us move through development of the fields. As we move towards first oil in 2026, the Petroleum Authority's coordination is key to ensuring that we reach this national milestone safely and efficiently.
It's with great pleasure I congratulate the Petroleum Authority of Uganda with a decade of regulating the petroleum industry in the Pearl of Africa. On behalf of the Norwegian Offshore Directorate, I would like to congratulate you with a decade of resource management, and we are certain that PAU will stand solid as a rock to meet the challenges ahead. Enjoy the celebrations.
Today is a big day, not only for the Petroleum Authority of Uganda, but for the whole East Africa, particularly for the regulators. We are so grateful and celebrate with you the 10 years of making impact in the energy sector, particularly in the petroleum industry. Ladies and gentlemen, we are so grateful and appreciate the great job that the Petroleum Authority of Uganda has done, the leadership that it has demonstrated in policy harmonization, in knowledge exchange and capacity building.
We at the East African Crude Oil Pipeline, or the ECOP, we join in celebrating this remarkable milestone. This anniversary is not just a celebration of time, but of tangible progress. Progress that reflects the shared vision between the PAU, the government, and the industry players like ECOP in building a modern, responsible, and world-class petroleum sector for Uganda. Our experience working with the Petroleum Authority of Uganda over the years has been defined by professionalism, organization, and mutual commitment to excellence.
My experience with the Petroleum Authority of Uganda, which we commonly refer to as PAU, has been that they have been quite very supportive of national content development. They're very efficient, they have very competent people, and we believe because of this meritocracy that has been, that surrounds the whole organization, is the reason why we are able to achieve most of the national content objectives. It's also important to note that it's all staffed by Ugandan professionals, people who have learned on the job, and those who had prior experience with handling oil and gas sector affairs that have married the two generations to make sure that the Ugandan benefits, that the oil sector transforms, and the progress is as fast and swift as is required from all Ugandans. The word of wisdom I'd like to share with PAU is that considering what Ugandan companies have done and have been through this past period, it would be prudent of the PAU to identify at least 50 or 100 entities that are Ugandan, that have been part of this conversation, to see how they can be able to be supported in terms of creating opportunities, training them, and making sure that they have moved from small and medium enterprises to large national organizations.
So I think what the Petroleum Authority needs to do is just keep learning and evolving to new ideas. Now you have a whole new, when we started out, AI wasn't that big, technology was growing but wasn't that much, so things are changing. So I think for Petroleum Authority, they need to evolve and engage with the changing times.
So they have got to continue to closely monitor and regulate all the oil companies involved in the sector to ensure maximum benefit for the country.
And I'm convinced PAU has still a very key role to play to continue to support the development of the sector beyond this first project of Tilenga Kingfisher. And I wish you all the best. Congratulations, PAU. Happy birthday.
On behalf of the Chamber, we would want to extend a heartfelt congratulations to the Petroleum Authority of Uganda for 10 years of a stellar service in Uganda. You've been a great regulator, and our prayer and hope is that the best is yet to come. One word of advice, sigara kumenyi.
As we prepare to receive the first oil, the Petroleum Authority of Uganda has to fix its eyes on that. Be steadfast. The good thing is that the regulatory frameworks are in place for upstream, midstream, and downstream. We have to be ready to receive this baby because they have prepared for the baby. And moving forward, you have to make sure that this baby is going to be nurtured. We want to see more opportunities for Ugandans in terms of jobs, in terms of technology transfer. So far, so good. Congratulations. First of all, I want to congratulate the Petroleum Authority of Uganda for the 10 years that you have gone through. And out of the 10 years, I think I have done half of it. And it has been a journey of exciting experience. I can actually write a thesis about what I have gone through.
It's actually been an exciting journey. I remember when we started as the first board of the PAU, that was about 10 years ago. We were just the board members. There was no authority, there was no management, there was nothing. So seeing it grow from the beginning up till now has been a very, very exciting journey.
It was establishing and developing at the same time. We had a mandate directly given by the President and an oversight role over the Petroleum Authority of Uganda by the Ministry of Energy and Minerals Development. So we had to deliver as we actually built up the organization. So building and delivering at the same time.
A very, very formidable team has been developed in the Petroleum Authority and the oil sector in general. So it's been a really, really exciting journey, and we think that Petroleum Authority has grown. At 10 now, they are really able to stand on their own. And it's a very fulfilling thing.
As UNOC, we extend our heartfelt congratulations to the Petroleum Authority of Uganda as you celebrate 10 years of excellence in regulating Uganda's petroleum sector. Over the past decade, you have demonstrated unwavering commitment to ensuring transparency, accountability, and sustainability in development of Uganda's oil and gas resources. Your leadership in building strong institutional frameworks, cost control, promoting national content, and fostering stakeholder confidence has laid a solid foundation for the country's journey towards fast oil and beyond.
First of all, I would like really to appreciate the tremendous effort which has been done by PERU to put in place a very detailed and clear regulatory framework, which is very essential for us as operators to understand, to have this clear framework. And of course, this has led to a more or less daily interaction between our team and PERU team, but always in a transparent, collaborative manner with a permanent objective to move the project forward.
On behalf of the Petroleum Commission Ghana, and personally, as your colleague in this ever-evolving energy journey, I extend my warmest congratulations to the authority, its leadership, and the people of Uganda. A decade may seem like a short time in the life of a nation, but laying the foundations for a strong regulatory framework to fostering investor confidence and ensuring that Uganda's oil and gas resources are developed responsibly is no mean feat. As you celebrate this 10th year milestone, remember that this is not only a reflection on the past, but a call to the future. The next decade will demand even more innovation, collaboration, and adaptability.
Over the past 10 years, working with the Petroleum Authority of Uganda has been quite positive and supportive. PAU has provided strong oversight and open cooperation, which has helped us move through development of the fields. As we move towards first oil in 2026, the Petroleum Authority's coordination is key to ensuring that we reach this national milestone safely and efficiently.
It's with great pleasure I congratulate the Petroleum Authority of Uganda with a decade of regulating the petroleum industry in the Pearl of Africa. On behalf of the Norwegian Offshore Directorate,
in the oil and gas business, growth is fast and does not like interruptions. Not in the steady flow of production, the delicate process of transportation, or the critical moment of purchase and selling of fuel. But sometimes, before you can purchase oil, the cost of tax compliance weighs heavily and brings your entire operation to a halt. One interruption brings disruption to your business and maybe to the whole nation and puts you on the wrong side of the law. Introducing the KCB Tax Bridge Loan, an unsecured short-term solution designed to keep your oil and gas business moving, no matter the tax demands ahead. Get up to 4 billion Uganda shillings at 16.5% annual interest, 30-day tenor. No collateral, no delays, just what you need to pay your taxes. With KCB Tax Bridge Loan, make sure tax never slows your pace down, especially in oil and gas where momentum is everything.
In the heart of East Africa, Uganda is on a transformative journey to develop its oil and gas resources responsibly and sustainably. Uganda's bustling oil and gas frontier comprises 4 major projects. The Tilenga project will produce up to 190,000 barrels of oil per day. The Kingfisher project will produce up to 40,000 barrels of oil per day. Uganda's oil and gas journey is not only about energy, it is also about protecting the environment and preserving biodiversity. The Petroleum Authority of Uganda ensures that environment, health, and safety measures are embedded in every stage of the oil and gas activities. From rigorous waste management systems to advanced oil spill preparedness, Uganda is committed to responsible resource development. Biodiversity conservation is central to Uganda's oil and gas operations. Sensitive ecosystems are mapped, monitored, and protected through collaborative efforts with environmental agencies, industry partners, and communities. Emergency response teams are trained and equipped to handle potential incidents, ensuring safety for people, nature, and assets. This is Uganda's pledge to develop sustainably, protect our natural heritage, and create shared prosperity for generations. At the heart of regulating these developments for the last 10 years stands the Petroleum Authority of Uganda, with a mission of creating lasting value in Uganda's oil journey.
Maria, I'm going to make the mandazi you like today. This is my wife Maria's recipe.
Maria! Maria, we've got the loan! We've got the loan!
But tell me, what's the secret to your success?
Maria is my inspiration. Everything that I do is to make Maria proud.
Providers in the world and dedicated to providing customers with full life cycle services. We have more than 50 years of experience in oil and gas exploration, development, and production. Dedicating to promoting global energy development with oil companies worldwide, COSL has established several overseas support centers in Asia Pacific, Middle East, Africa, America. COSL operations cover more than 40 countries and regions around the world, establishing partnerships with more than 100 international clients. COSL has formulated 5 development strategies of technology-driven, cost leadership, integration, internationalization, and regional development, striving to provide customers with safe, high-quality, efficient, and environmentally friendly full life cycle services. COSL has continuously strengthened its ESG governance and practices, and has long been committed to technological innovation to promote the healthy development of the industry, receiving widespread praise from the industry. COSL has the integrated service capabilities of R&D, acquisition, processing, and interpretation for marine seismic equipment sets, as well as high-end seismic exploration technologies such as broadband and wide azimuth seismic explorations. COSL has the most extensive offshore oil service equipment. We have established a global resource support base for allocating equipment overseas, and is equipped with rapid support capability of equipment technology to achieve full coverage of operations in 3,000 meters water depth. COSL's self-developed D+W system is a rotary steerable system that meets different demands of the drilling market. It consists of both rotary steeling drilling service and logging while drilling service, and is available for all different borehole size with full specification and full function coverage. COSL has overcome global drilling technology challenges such as high temperature, high pressure, long salt gypsum layer, and ultra-depth water, forming a system of deep water, high temperature, high pressure drilling fluid, and well cementing technology systems, effectively supporting deep water oil and gas development. In the field of development and exploitation, COSL has formed a series of oil stabilization and water control technologies, focusing on nano-microspheres displacement and non-acidic block removing technologies, as well as a series of wellbore troubleshooting technologies, represented by the integrated tubing grinding milling cutting fishing technologies. COSL provides oil field production with a full range of solutions. With the steady acceleration of technical product serialization and industrialization, COSL has developed 220 core technology products. COSL actively supports the shared development of its operating countries and promotes the localization and diversification of its overseas employment. Adhering to the corporate philosophy of always do better and relying on first-class equipment, advanced technologies, scientific management, and experienced team, COSL is always committed to providing high standard of service and cost reduction in energy exploration and development to achieve mutually beneficial and sustainable development with our clients.
In Uganda's oil and gas journey, the citizens and communities are partners in progress. Across the country, lives are being transformed through improved infrastructure, access to services, and new opportunities for growth. The Petroleum Authority of Uganda ensures that the oil and gas developments are inclusive. The livelihoods of households directly affected by acquisition of land for project activities have been improved through targeted resettlement, compensation, and livelihood restoration programs. Farmers are receiving support to enhance productivity, food security, and commercialize agriculture. Youth are gaining skills that open doors to employment and entrepreneurship. Women are empowered through financial inclusion and community leadership initiatives that strengthen the social fabric of our nation. Education, health, clean water, and road upgrade projects are uplifting families and building resilience in areas hosting the oil and gas activities. Through collaboration with community leaders, civil society, and development partners, Uganda is building a future of shared prosperity. At the heart of regulating these developments for the last 10 years stands the Petroleum Authority of Uganda, with a mission of creating lasting value in Uganda's oil journey. From Uganda, the Pearl of Africa, a powerful story is unfolding, one of opportunity and transformation. Uganda's oil and gas journey is driven by its people. Through national content development, the Petroleum Authority of Uganda ensures that Ugandans remain at the forefront of this journey. To date, Ugandan companies have secured contracts worth over $2.2 billion, representing nearly 30% of all contracts awarded. The National Suppliers Database showcases over 2,300 Ugandan companies, connecting them to sector opportunities and demonstrating Uganda's growing competitive capacity. Employment in the sector has surpassed 150,000 jobs, with over 90% held by Ugandans. More than 14,000 Ugandans have acquired globally recognized technical skills backed by international certification. To build on this momentum, 15 training institutions across Uganda now offer internationally accredited programs. The National Oil and Gas Talent Register serves as a dynamic platform matching skilled professionals with job opportunities in the sector. Technology transfer is actively promoted through over 35 joint ventures and strategic equipment donations to vocational and technical institutions, driving innovation and capacity enhancement. Through conferences, skills expos, and supplier development programs, the private sector is being prepared to seize both current and future opportunities.
At KCB Uganda, we've got finance solutions. Whether you're looking for local or cross-border trade finance solutions,
Hello, hello to all our guests who are in the exhibition area. Would like to invite you to join us so that we can continue with the program. Ladies and gentlemen, would like to ask that you make your way back to the main hall as quickly as possible. We shall be continuing our program in the next 3 minutes. So please make your way back as quickly as possible. Thank you.
First of all, I want to congratulate the Petroleum Authority of Uganda for the 10 years that you have gone through. And out of the 10 years, I think I have done half of it. And it has been a journey of exciting experience. I can actually write a thesis about what I have gone through.
It's actually been an exciting journey. I remember when we started as the first board of the PAU, that was about 10 years ago. We were just the board members. There was no authority, there was no management, there was nothing. So seeing it grow from the beginning up till now has been a very, very exciting journey.
It was establishing and developing at the same time. We had a mandate directly given by the president and an oversight role over the Petroleum Authority of Uganda by the Ministry of Energy and Minerals Development. So we had to deliver as we actually built up the organization. So building and delivering at the same time.
A very, very formidable team has been developed in the Petroleum Authority and the oil sector in general. So it's been a really, really exciting journey. And we think that Petroleum Authority has grown at 10 now. They are really able to stand on their own. And it's a very fulfilling thing.
As UNOC, we extend our heartfelt congratulations to the Petroleum Authority of Uganda as you celebrate 10 years of excellence in regulating Uganda's petroleum sector. Over the past decade, you have demonstrated unwavering commitment to ensuring transparency, accountability, and sustainability in development of Uganda's oil and gas resources. Your leadership in building strong institutional frameworks, cost control, promoting national content, and fostering stakeholder confidence has laid a solid foundation for the country's journey towards fast oil and beyond.
First of all, I would like really to appreciate the tremendous effort which has been done by PAU to put in place a very detailed and clear regulatory framework, which is very essential for us as operators to understand, to have this clear framework. And of course, this has led to a more or less daily interaction between our team and PAU team, but always in a transparent, collaborative manner with a permanent objective to move the project forward.
On behalf of the Petroleum Commission Ghana,
in the oil and gas business, growth is fast and does not like interruptions. Not in the steady flow of production, the delicate process of transportation, or the critical moment of purchase and selling of fuel. But sometimes, before you can purchase oil, the cost of tax compliance weighs heavily and brings your entire operation to a halt. One interruption brings disruption to your business and maybe to the whole nation and puts you on the wrong side of the law. Introducing the KCB Tax Bridge Loan, an unsecured short-term solution designed to keep your oil and gas business moving, no matter the tax demands ahead. Get up to 4 billion Uganda shillings at 16.5% annual interest, 30-day tenor. No collateral, no delays, just what you need to pay your taxes. With KCB Tax Bridge Loan, make sure tax never slows your pace down, especially in oil and gas where momentum is everything.
In the heart of East Africa, Uganda is on a transformative journey to develop its oil and gas resources responsibly and sustainably. Uganda's bustling oil and gas frontier comprises 4 major projects. The Tilenga project will produce up to 190,000 barrels of oil per day. The Kingfisher project will produce up to 40,000 barrels of oil per day. The East African Crude Oil Pipeline, which is the world's most technologically smart oil pipeline that will transport Uganda's crude oil from Uganda to the East African coast. At Kabalega Industrial Park, the Uganda Refinery project will transform crude oil into fuel for homes, industries, and progress. It is not only about oil and gas revenues, it is also about opportunities for jobs, training and acquiring skills, enterprise development, and technology transfer, with Ugandans at the heart of this development. Uganda is protecting its natural heritage and rich biodiversity while advancing its bright energy future. With investment of close to $20 billion, Uganda's oil and gas projects will provide energy to power Uganda's development and boost growth in agriculture, transport, tourism, manufacturing, infrastructure, and beyond. This is Uganda's journey toward energy security, economic growth, and a brighter future. At the heart of regulating these developments for the last 10 years stands the Petroleum Authority of Uganda, with a mission of creating lasting value in Uganda's oil journey.
As we speak about sustainability, we are also looking at configuring our oil refinery for what they call oil refineries of the future.
During this session, we'll be talking about issues that are surrounding environmental sustainability and responsible resource management.
We have programs where we go to schools within the communities in the Alberta environment, where we are training all the way from primary schools. We are training children to be able to understand environmental issues and sustainability, and also in secondary schools.
Maria, I'm going to make the mandazi you like today. This is my wife Maria's recipe.
Ladies and gentlemen, I see most of you making your way back to the room. We are now starting our second session for the day, which is a discussion on the progress, potential, and pathways for national participation in Uganda's oil and gas sector. At this point, I would like to invite my co-host, Mr. Tony Otoa, to take over the next part of today's program. Over to you, Tony. This again is a reminder to all our panelists. We kindly ask that you make your way back to the hall as soon as possible. So to all our panelists, just in case you're not in the hall, please make your way back as soon as possible.
Thank you very much, Crystal. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It's very tough when you're in between, that lunchtime and after a good cup of coffee. My name is Tony Otoa, and I'll be taking over this session for the next hours into lunch. The next session is going to focus on where we are as a country, where we are in terms of readiness, in terms of progress, but more importantly, what next? And what next for your businesses or for yourselves as individuals? This panel is going to really focus on the technical part of things, and we're going to have presentations from Total E&P, which is handling the Tilenga project, presentations from CNOOC, which is handling the Kingfisher project, presentations from UNOC, that is handling several projects, I must say, and of course, a presentation from ECOP. We're going to have all the progress on these projects. But before I begin, allow me to introduce or to ask my panel, or the people on this panel, or in this session, to please step forward or come onto the stage. I will ask the Director of Economic and National Content Monitoring at Petroleum Authority, Madam Penina Ahewa, to please come onto the stage. And please, while she does that, use your hands if they are not free to clap. I will also invite from Total Energies, Rosette Komugesha, National Content Lead. Rosette, to the stage. From the Kingfisher project, I'll invite Mr. Moses Oteng, who's the Deputy Head of Administration and Support. From ECOP, I will have on the stage John Bosco Habomugisha. He is the Deputy Managing Director. From UNOC, I will ask that we have Gilbert Kamuntu. Is Gilbert in the room? Okay, but while Gilbert makes it back to the room, we will start off our presentations with the progress of Uganda's oil and gas sector. And this presentation will be made by Ms. Penina Ahewa. She's the Director of Economic and National Content Monitoring at the Petroleum Authority of Uganda. Madam Penina.
The board and management of PAU, specifically the board chair, board members present, members of EXCO, of the PAU, management of EXCO, of UNOC, management of the oil companies present, our dear service providers and suppliers of the oil and gas industry, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, good morning. And it's nice to have you today, once again, in our 6th National Content Conference. We cannot take your presence for granted, and especially those that have sponsored the conference. We thank you so much, and we appreciate you. As I wait for the presentation, just as the speaker, as the MC indicated, I'm basically going to update you a little bit more on the progress that has been made as far as our projects are concerned. And then I'll talk about how we are advancing national content in the sector, how far we've gone, and what the plans we have going forward. Then I'll conclude. The MC has called the panelists strategically, so I can keep it very short, and I will try and keep it very short. Briefly, 10 years of PAU implementing our mandate handed to us by an act of parliament way back in 2013, regulating and monitoring the upstream and the midstream, and with a vision of being the leading petroleum regulatory agency globally. The ED talked about how we are implementing our mandate through the 5 pillars or focus areas, but I'll focus on the 5th pillar, which is national participation, and give some more detail in terms of the progress and the plans we have ahead. I also know that the ED talked about the road we've walked together as far as the National Content Conference is concerned, 5 editions so far. I remember it was a time like this in 2019 when we mobilized you. We sat in a room like this and we were talking about the development phase. And some people were like, wow, that is Wolokoso. But some people took us serious and they embraced the opportunities. And right now we talk about a lot of value that has been retained in the country. So way back in 2019, we only had around 650 people who attended physically, and that was mainly to introduce to you the sector and the opportunities. And back then, the value retention was around $15 or $16 million because the activities were very low, and most of the work was being done by Ugandan companies, and that's why you see the retention rate of 72%. In 2020, we did it again because in 2019 we agreed with you that we would keep it annual, and we kept the promise. So in 2020, we held it again, and that time we were introducing you to the opportunities in sectoral linkages. And we have also seen a number of you pick up those opportunities. We have a number of healthcare facilities coming up in the region, tourism facilities or hospitality facilities that have come up in the region, all because of this effort of letting you know where the opportunities are. And back then in 2020, the value we were retaining was only about $13.2 million at a percentage of 94% because the activities were mainly being done by Ugandans because they were on a small scale and mainly basic. We didn't do any in 2021. You remember that was a COVID year. In 2022, we had a massive attendance, physical and online. And online, I think we had over 1,000. And in that year, which was the year of FID, you can see the value that was retained. Again, because of the complexity, we retained only 27%, but we attribute that value to this effort of letting you know what is available and how you can prepare for it. In 2023, again, the numbers were huge in terms of participation, and the value retention was also in hundreds of millions of dollars at a rate of 23%. Last year, you recall, we were assessing the level of uptake of the opportunities that were unlocked by FID, and you were also sharing the bottlenecks and the challenges you were facing, and we tried to intervene. We are expecting this year the level of retention should be much better than what we see here. So we want to appreciate you and to say the National Content Conference is not like any other conference or event, but it has been a tool, a catalyst that we have used to enhance and develop national content in the sector. So briefly, I will just highlight a few updates on the projects that we have in the country. Most of this you know, but I will just highlight the new aspects, including the increase in our resources to 6.65 billion barrels of oil initially in place, which have also led to an increase in what is recoverable to 1.65 billion barrels of oil that is recoverable. The other aspect that I can mention that is probably new to your face could be the third commercialization project, which is the liquefied petroleum gas or LPG. All these are where we are deriving the opportunities that are here for you to take advantage of. And I expect, of course, the operators of the different projects will break down the opportunities in the next phase that we are embarking on. Going to overall to the Kingfisher development project, which is operated by CNOC. It's a project of 4 oil fields. It's a $2 to $3 billion project, and all the wells that are required for first oil have already been drilled or achieved, 19 of them. And overall, it's at 74% in terms of completion. Going on to Tilenga. Tilenga is a project of 6 oil fields in terms of integrated development. It's a $6 billion project, and in terms of level of completion, all the required wells for production for first oil, 170 have been drilled, they have been achieved, and overall progress is 60%. In terms of the ECOP, which is one of our offtake projects for the oil that will be produced, It's a $4 to $5 billion project. All the required pipelines are in the countries where the oil is, where the pipeline is passing, Uganda and Tanzania, and close to 1,000 of pipe in both in Uganda and Tanzania has been connected with approximately 150 kilometers in Uganda. Almost all the required land has been secured, and I will let the operators of this or the licensee of this to go in much more detail in terms of the actual progress of the project. The refinery, as you are aware, government signed an implementation agreement which in a way unlocked the tangible planning for the development of this project in the country this year, March 2025, to finance, design, develop, and operate the refinery. And we are also glad to say that the special purpose vehicle for this project, the Kavale Refinery Company, was also incorporated in December this year, and its shareholding is 60 for the private investor and 40% held by UNOC on behalf of government. Currently, government is reviewing the umbrella contract, which is covering so many things, including the national content plan that has been submitted by the investor. So there's a lot of opportunities coming up here as well, and I expect UNOC will break down what those opportunities are and the likely timelines that we are looking at. The other key project that is in parallel with the oil and gas, or the oil project and the ECOP, is the development of the liquefied petroleum gas that is going to be produced along the oil under Tilenga and the Kingfisher. As a country, as you can see, we are going to have a very good problem of a supply of LPG. You can see our consumption is just 35,000 tons per year, and yet we are going to be producing over 300,000 tons per year. But even under here, there is quite a lot of opportunities for us as service providers and suppliers, and I expect Total and CNOOC should be able to break down the opportunities we see under the LPG project. Quickly, before I go into how we are proposing to advance national content in the operations phase, I want to touch base with some of the achievements we have made. I'll just highlight two broadly in terms of investments. I think you heard from our ED and also from the governor. The sector has been consistently leading in terms of foreign direct investment in the country, I think since 2022. And we expect that to continue probably until next year. And so we appreciate our investors that are bringing in this money. In terms of national content, in summary, because most of these are going to be broken down by those that have delivered them. Under skilling, we've been able to build capacity for training, required training, demand-driven training in the different institutions, and domiciled international accreditation in the different institutions that we have in the country. And in total, we have around 14,000 Ugandans that have been trained and certified internationally to be able to work in the sector. And most of them have been taken up by the sector. In terms of technology transfer, which we've been trying to promote through joint ventures, currently we have approved quite a number, but out of that number, 35 of them have meaningful work in the sector, which has fetched over $300 million in terms of contracts. We have also encouraged oil companies to support our training institutions with the required software, the required hardware for training, for fit for oil and gas. In terms of employment, currently the headcount is 17,000 directly, 35,000 indirect, and 100,000 induced. And of the direct ones, 89% are occupied by Ugandans. And they're not only in lower level jobs, as you can see. 63% of all management jobs are held by Ugandans. 93% of the technical jobs are held by Ugandans. And 98% in terms of support are held by Ugandans. And we have also been cognizant of the need to support our communities. So over 5,000 plus of the jobs in these projects are being occupied by people who are coming from the host communities or the host districts. Of course, the sector, as you know, is supporting industrialization. There's an upcoming petrol-based industrial park, which is being spearheaded by UNOC. I'm sure UNOC will break it down in terms of opportunities and the stage at which it has reached. In terms of supply chains, the goods and services that are supplied by Ugandans or availed by Ugandans, between 2017 and 2024, as the authority, we've approved close to $7 billion worth of contracts, and 27% of those contracts went to Ugandans directly through JVs and also through subcontracting. In terms of local economic and social development, we have also been supportive and facilitative to ensure government puts in the required infrastructure, but also the companies through CSR invest in the host communities in which they are. Now turning to what we expect in the operations phase, this is really high level and it is only indicative. It is categorizing some of the opportunities we expect in the operations phase. And in terms of contracting, it indicates to you that we will have the usual scope we are familiar with. Some of it will continue, for example, under support services. But there are also scopes that are new, complex, and it is also introducing an aspect where certain scopes can only be provided by the original manufacturers. I'm sure the operators will be able to break this down, but as PAU, our overall objective is to make sure we localize the value chains as much as possible in terms of feasibility, but also as quickly as possible. In terms of manpower, as you can see, we expect, of course, a fall or a reduction, a significant reduction in the manpower requirements, but they will remain, especially the technicians, very specialized and required to be internationally certified in different areas. So this summarizes kind of the requirements for the operations phase, and this is going to be broken down further. What are the constraints that we are seeing in terms of our people effectively participating? One of them is quality certifications, quality assurance and quality control certifications, and so our trainers in the room, the incubators we have in the room, these are some of the areas that we need to pick up to support effective uptake of the opportunities in the operations phase. The other one, of course, is the financial capacity. Some of the contracts are really long-term, like the ED indicated, but they are also highly capital intensive. And so probably the capital requirements we saw in the development phase as service providers may be even less in terms of magnitude compared to what is required in the operations phase. Then, of course, some of the scopes, as you'll be told, they're technically complex. And also, like I said, there's also kind of restrictions in terms of some of the equipment, some of the scopes which have to be provided or supplied by the original equipment manufacturers. Then, of course, as we push for domiciliation or localization of some of these value chains or supply chains, we are cognizant of the fact that some of the scopes in terms of volume, they are limited. And so pushing for localization may not be very, very feasible for investment. We also see a constraint in terms of competence and skills gaps for some of the trades, and we are glad that the oil companies have picked this up. In terms of the strategies for manpower, we are glad that we have the Tilenga, ECOP, and SINOC academies that are preparing our people for the operations. These are being trained in country and out of the country, but they are also being prepared for on-job training through commissioning and the initial years of the operations phase. We have also, we are about to conclude a capacity needs assessment, which will also update the workforce skills development strategy and plan for the sector. This is at the tail end. It should be able to comprehensively cover all the gaps that we have in terms of manpower, in terms of skilling, covering including the refinery and so on, the petrochemical industries that are going to come up. And so this will be the guiding plan in terms of capacity building and training. The strategies in summary and high level that we have for contracting for the operations phase, of course, for what is locally available or can be availed locally will remain ring-fenced for Ugandans exclusively. But for the complex scopes of work, we expect that the oil companies will prioritize joint ventures that are involving Ugandans with clear key performance indicators in terms of technology and knowledge transfer, but also timelines for takeover of the partners in the joint ventures. Then for the scopes of work that are being provided by the OEMs, we expect prioritization again for JVs that are involving Ugandans, but also the oil companies to the licensees to encourage, or within even the bidding process, to encourage the OEMs to domicile here and also enter into probably manufacturing partnerships with the available workshops and plants in the country. I can't leave this podium without talking about some of these challenges that we have encountered through the journey we have had with you. Of course, one of them is delayed payments in the sector. That this has been a very, very serious and negative issue that has impacted many. There has been kind of abuse of the JV provisions that we have. And then we have seen a scramble for qualification as Ugandan companies. In addition, we have seen a lack of appreciation of the spirit that was behind the term limits we have for the capital intensive and non-capital intensive contracts. Ugandans have entered into contracts, and when it reaches, for the non-capital intensive, the limit in the law is 3 years. So after 3 years, the licensee is supposed to retender. But we have seen Ugandans who, once they get a contract, they invest, I don't know, so much, forgetting that there is a 3-year term, and they need to be investing within the 3 years and make sure they recover their money within the 3 years. So when it comes to renewal, it becomes a problem for us. They are clearly demonstrating to you they invested, they haven't recovered the money, but at the same time we have the law, and the spirit of the law was to make sure other people get the opportunity as well. In terms of what we've learned out of this, we have had to intervene, unfortunately, in contractual disputes, which ideally we were not meant to intervene in. And so as PAU, we are thinking of a disputes tribunal, probably going forward, because some of these are really contractual. Ugandans are not so confident to go to court for these contractual issues. So this is something we are thinking of. We have also had to do rigorous monitoring and enforcement. In some cases, we have had to deregister and descope some companies of the NSD. We have also seen that partnership, especially with the Chamber of Energy and Petroleum, it has been very effective for us to monitor compliance. And then, of course, capacity building, continuous capacity building, especially in bidding and contract management, is going to be very key given the challenges I've highlighted. As I conclude, what is our pledge as PAU? Our pledge is that we will, using the law and to the extent we are able, try and make sure we localize the value chains in the operations phase to the extent possible and as soon as possible. Using, of course, the law, we are working on closing the gaps that we have identified along the way to strengthen the regulatory framework. But also you had the minister talk of the fund. We will work with the ministry to make sure that fund comes on board as soon as possible. Lastly, we are working on what we are calling the Project 50 to ensure we do focused capacity building on a few kind of Ugandans who will be selected, of course, competitively and fairly, so that we are able to maximize the opportunities that we see in the operations phase. I will end it here. Thank you so much. We are available in case of any questions, but also the licensees, operators, subcontractors, and contractors are here to break down the opportunities and how you can prepare adequately for those opportunities. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Madam Penina Hewa, for that elaborate presentation. And I believe now for my panel, you don't have to repeat some things that have been said. We are clawing back time. We are cognizant of the fact that we are running 1 hour behind time. So I'll ask that when we are presenting, we are going to only use 5 minutes to give highlights. And I also believe you have booths outside, so you can actually spend more time with the delegates and share more on your projects. So the first project that we're going to have a presentation on will be the Tilenga project, and this will be presented by Rosette Kingfisher. And Rosette, in your 5 minutes, again, let's try to maintain our time, and I will be interrupting you if you don't maintain the 5 minutes. Over to you, Rosette.
Thank you, Tony. I think the 5 minutes will start counting when the slides come up. They can't start now. But once again, good afternoon, actually, to everyone present, ladies and gentlemen, all protocol observed. My name is Rosette Kingfisher. I am privileged to serve as the National Content Lead at Total Energies EP Uganda. And today I'm representing my General Manager, who unfortunately couldn't make it because he had an engagement that he had to travel for yesterday evening. Nevertheless, I will attempt in 5 minutes to give you an update on where we are in the Tilenga project, in addition to what the director has shared, but also highlight the opportunities or give more context into the opportunities. And like Tony has said, we are here with you all through these sessions. Please feel free to pass by our area and we will give you more clarity. So this has already been shared with you. What are we trying to achieve as the Tilenga project? What is our core infrastructure that we are trying to construct or that we are constructing, which is our wells, our central processing facility, all the pipelines connecting the well pads to the CPF and further out to the export point, and the horizontal directional drilling, which connects our north infrastructure to our south infrastructure, as well as the lake water abstraction facility, which is actually, for everybody's interest, one of the single offshore activities in Uganda. So it's very interesting for you to go there and familiarize yourself. And finally, our permanent camp, which we call the operators camp, and our operations support base. And as earlier shared, we are at 60% progress. I first came to the National Content Conference in 2019. I think I had even just joined into the role. And the first thing I had to communicate was our contracting matrix. I'm happy to note that many of you have embraced it. So in the next slides, I will give you updates on where we are, how we have progressed according to each of the main packages in our contracting matrix. The enabling infrastructure package, which covered the preparation of the industrial area, as well as the access roads and each of the well pads, heavy civil works, has been done by Motor Angel and Pearl Engineering. The industrial area is complete. The roads are also complete, only maintenance is currently ongoing, and the well pads are moving smoothly with 73% of them completed to date. On the drilling and well side, we have overall progress of 43%, and as earlier mentioned, we have 3 rigs operational, and we have completed operations on 10 well pads where 160 wells have been completed. And for those that are completed, the well monitoring is ongoing. The biggest package, the EPSCC package, I'll focus more on the construction works because engineering and procurement has moved quite advanced, over 90% or close to completion. But when it comes to the construction on the ground, as you are aware, we have our main contractors who is now Sinopec, who have taken over the construction work at the CPF and are continuing with the work on the offsites, working alongside McDermott, who retain overall responsibility for commissioning and completing the engineering and procurement works. Progress overall is 68%, and we are pushing, we are doing a lot to get to our planned progress so that we can indeed achieve first oil next year. But we're happy to note that over 90% of the foundation works was complete. So as you can see in the image, a lot of above ground installations are ongoing, as the works also on the offsites continue at the lake water abstraction site, as well as the pipelines that are connecting the different well pads to the CPF. Sinopec has also taken over about 10 well pads where they're doing a lot of piping activity. And for those who may not know what this is above ground installation that enables the oil that is taken out of the well to be moved into the pipeline and then transferred to the CPF. I'll also highlight the Tilenga Academy, which was mentioned earlier. We are happy with the progress so far, and I see the principal of UPIC here present. We appreciate the work that we've done collaboratively with you, sir, to make sure that we train these youths in Uganda and send them for their on-job training in different locations in Oman, in France, and in Malaysia, according to the specialities that they have been awarded or assigned. The first cohort of youths is now back in country, and they are commencing training on the Tilenga facility itself as we prepare for the pre-commissioning activities. So you can be assured that this project, it's a long-term and it's unique, but it's bearing fruit. And I'm very proud to say that we have not had any attrition, because that is always the worry when you have such long-term programs. And I think, yes, it's something to celebrate. To say that we as Ugandans are very dedicated, and these young people are representing us well, they are being resilient, and we hope to see them on the operational facility. Where are we as national content? How have we performed in terms of Ugandan participation? The numbers speak for themselves, but what I would like to highlight to the audience is we now need to look and observe beyond the numbers. So indeed, we as a project set our program targets at the start of the project in 2021, and these were discussed and reviewed with the authority. But the challenge we've always had as an organization is we must go above and beyond. And we are happy that we are able to produce such results, but please bear in mind that we are not content and we continue to strive for more. On employment, so far we have over 12,000 people working on the project, both directly with Total Energies, but also with our contractors and subcontractors. of which over 4,000 are from the host communities. And I'm happy to note that from the host communities, we have a good balance of not only unskilled labor, but also semi-skilled labor, with many youths growing within the ranks and learning on the job and gaining skills. I'll focus more as well on what we are doing in terms of capacity building. Our key programs on supply development focus on you as our suppliers. So we have a program called the Community Supply Development Program, which targets suppliers from the host communities, but we are also sponsoring the Industry Enhancement Center, working with our joint venture partners and the government to make sure that the IEC becomes the one-stop center for you as enterprises for your capacity building. I believe since we launched last year to date, there have been tangible results, and the IEC team are here and present to take you through that. The other initiatives were alluded to earlier around supporting education institutions. As you can see, we've worked closely with UPIC, with Makerere University. We've also worked with SLB to support Chambogo and Nkumba with software and many more. The final part of my presentation will be to give more insight into opportunities. So where we stand today, the construction continues. It's complex, it's rigorous, but there's been good level of Ugandan participation. What you should be looking out for is engaging with the different contractors handling our main contracts and identifying what opportunities they have that will be spilling over in the next 1 to 2 years. So most of them are at tier 2 and tier 3 levels. On our part, a lot of our contracting is now going into field operations requirements. And what you need to note is, like the director mentioned, most of the requirements therein are specialized. Why? Because they are related to maintenance of facilities and optimization of oil recovery. So you have to be in the right profession, with the experience, with the right equipment, with the right personnel to do this. Nevertheless, some non-specialized goods and services remain. I've highlighted a few, like camp management, manpower services, civil works, and many more professional services. So if you are in that space, do not worry. The opportunities do exist, but please take note that they are not as grand in number as those in field operations. This mosaic will be displayed at our booth, and you can come and we can take you through it. But what it communicates is what the operations opportunities specialized, focus on, which is mechanical works, electrical and instrumentation, site operations, inspection, production, but we've also highlighted the support services therein. So as I conclude, I just want to highlight and emphasize that we remain committed as a project to maximizing the engagement of Ugandans. We understand it's a collaborative effort, and we see the results that have come so far that are positive. We are grateful. However, we want to highlight that the cornerstone of our field operations national content impact is on the 2,000 youths under the Tilenga Academy who are progressing very well. But we are also encouraging you to form joint venture partnerships, not only with international companies, but amongst yourselves as local businesses. So in a nutshell, I think we all need to appreciate that the new frontier for national content will be in delivering operational excellence while ensuring that we have sustainability and long-term value retention for us as a nation. So thank you so much for your attention. I hope I took 5 minutes, Tony. Thank you for the additional time.
You had to ask that with a funny smile, and of course everyone had to smile back and clap. But thank you so much, Rosette. Rosette from Total Energies, Uganda. Now we'll have a presentation from Kingfisher, rather a presentation about Kingfisher from our representative from Sinuk, Mr. Moses Oteng. Moses Oteng, 5 minutes. And this time, I must warn you, I will come on the stage. 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, my brother Tony, for the opportunity. I hope the 5 minutes starts when the presentation is up and running. All right, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Moses Ronald Oteng. I'm here to represent my company president, Mr. Liu Shandong, who was here with us this morning, but he had to leave for other matters at the office. At CNOC Uganda Limited, I'm the Deputy Head of Administration and Department. And before that, I was the head of the land acquisition function at CNOC. So this subject of the Kingfisher project is very close to my heart because I've seen the project transform from paper to what is now on the ground. Production team, okay, sorry about that. So anyway, in the minutes that have been allocated, I would like to talk about the Kingfisher project. Before I do that, allow me also to take this opportunity to congratulate the Petroleum Authority of Uganda upon the 10 years of existence. ED and the board, congratulations upon this milestone. So Kingfisher is located in Chikube, as has already been presented by our director, and I will not repeat all those details. In terms of the facilities, there are 4 well pads that have been under construction. 3 have been completed, and we do have a pipeline system that is connecting our oil field to the delivery point at Kabale, KIIP, Kabalega Industrial Park, okay? So in terms of the construction works, overall progress right now stands at 97%. We have more or less completed most of the packages that were previously under construction. 3 out of the 4 well pads have been completed, and we've achieved substantial progress on our infield roads and permanent camp, as well as the safety check station, among others. Importantly, the central processing facility, which is really the heart of the project, is also on schedule with ongoing works. On the drilling side, we've drilled 17 wells out of a planned total of 27, and 4 of these were existing wells. Our target depths have been drilled successfully without any major incident, and we've also undertaken transportation of drilling waste without any incident. The Kingfisher rig, for your information, is the LR 8001 rig, and this rig has been designed using cutting-edge technology to ensure that noise is minimized as much as possible. So noise impacts do not arise in any case, and that has enabled us to carry out our operations in the communities that are close to our project area. So moving on, we have the Green Oilfield Development, which is an initiative on the Kingfisher project, and part of this involves a power grid connection. Right now, our camps are connected to the power grid, and what this means is that the last mile connection for the communities is now possible. This has been made possible by CNOC Uganda Limited. We have also established modern ecological demo farms, as we shall see, and these are also avenues for training our local farmers on better initiatives. Also, we are implementing the LPG recovery, that's a liquefied petroleum gas that Director Penina talked about, and this will happen mainly during the production phase. We are enforcing a strict no flaring policy in our oil fields, but also under phase 2 of our Green Oilfield Development Initiative, we will promote the use of electric vehicles, okay? So this is an opportunity for the suppliers who are here. In our next phase of the operations, we'll be promoting the use of electric vehicles. Yeah. As I mentioned, we have connected to the power grid, and this has cut down on our consumption of diesel. We have also implemented livelihood programs. But to speak to the national content specific interventions that we've had as CNOC, if you'll allow me. So totally, we've been able to employ 1,480 Ugandans since the project commenced. 682 of these have been recruited from the local communities. And at the peak of the project in 2024, we employed nearly 1,807 Ugandans. 64% of this is constituting the CNOC Uganda Limited workforce. And overall, 78% of the total project personnel are Ugandans, highlighting our dedication to empowering local content. In terms of the Ugandan goods and services that we've procured on the project, since the FID milestone in 2022, we've had a cumulative value of contracts equivalent to $493 million. And on the professional development within CNOC Uganda Limited, we've had over 38,000 training hours achieved in professional and technical training for our staff. We've also had interns coming to our organization in the various technical departments. 54 of them have come from 5 universities, and currently we have secondees from our partner company, UNOC. These secondees are working with us in the various technical departments. So as I conclude, the opportunities for 2026, we have the knowledge transfer initiative that we're undertaking in collaboration with UPIC. I'm glad the principal is here. And in 2026, we'll be focusing on that. We already have the Eagle rig that is being put up at UPIC. We believe that through this Eagle rig, the students who are pursuing petroleum-related studies will be able to get hands-on practical experience on the Eagle rig that will be at UPIC. Also, we'll have an IT center, innovation center at UPIC, through which these trainings will be undertaken. On capacity building, we'll do the QMS, quality management systems. Director mentioned that there are QA, QC issues regarding certification. CNOC will continue to do this in the coming year. Other skilling opportunities like scaffolding, lifting, supervisor training, pipe fitters training, certified premises training, and we'll have well integrity campaigns for the drilling aspects. We'll have seismic data reacquisition for those in the geosciences. And on the production side, we'll have facilities maintenance and consumables and spare parts. So as I mentioned, also the electric vehicles, this is something that CNOC is focusing on in the next year. So if there are any suppliers in the room, please take note. Next year we'll be focusing on that as part of our greening initiative. Thank you very much, Tony, for the opportunity. And I hope I kept the time.
Gilbert, I believe you've seen the efficiency of the Chinese. Now, you know, in Uganda, we always say it's okay to just keep going. And I know we come from the same company, so you might be taking things for granted. But Gilbert, 5 minutes. And your 5 minutes start now.
Thank you, Tony, MC. I believe CNOC's 5 minutes have not even started yet. So if you add those to mine, I believe a bit more time. Okay, while the presentation is being loaded, let me make some few introductions. First of all, let me recognize the chairperson of the Board of Directors of the Petroleum Authority of Uganda, the Executive Director and the Directors of the Petroleum Authority of Uganda, and all distinguished guests in all your capacities. Good afternoon from UNOC. Please receive the sincere apologies of my Chief Executive Officer, Ms. Proskovia Nabanja, who has been held up in other business commitments. She would have loved to be here, but she sends her apologies. She also sends her sincere congratulations to the Petroleum Authority of Uganda for 10 years of excellence in regulation. And of course, we wish you all the best for the future. The Petroleum Authority of Uganda is a key institution in the governance of this sector, and so they will always have the full support of the Uganda National Oil Company. And we also congratulate you on this 6th annual National Content Conference. Okay, thank you very much. My colleague and MC has been very strict with time, and I appreciate that. Thank you very much, Tony. So really, I will start, before I even get into the presentation, I will start with the key messages, which are only two. First and foremost, please visit our booth, the Uganda National Oil Company booth. If you have not been there, we shall be there, available and present today and tomorrow, where you can get a lot of very useful information of the business opportunities available for many entrepreneurs like yourself in this room. That is number one. And the second message also is please be sure to attend our quarterly supplier workshops. Our quarterly supplier workshops are a useful forum and platform for making all businesses aware of the opportunities to partner with the Uganda National Oil Company. So please, if you have not, I see some members here who have visited before, but if you have not, those would be the key messages. So now with my 5 minutes left, I will try and keep this as a high level as possible. I will try and resist the temptation to go through the details, but it is incumbent on me to use this forum to also highlight some of the key aspects of the Uganda National Oil Company. So I will use this and try and make this as high level as possible. Who we are established by law. I will not dwell on this too much, other than to say our purpose aligns with some of the key comments of the governor of this morning. We are here to create value for future generations. This morning, the governor talked about a covenant with the future. He talked about how we shall be judged by our choices, not by the level of production of crude oil. And our purpose aligns 100% with those comments. We believe our reason for existence is to create value, not just for all of us in the room here, but for future generations. And so to do that, we focus on 3 strategic priorities: growing the business, which I will touch on very briefly, operational excellence. This oil and gas industry relies on operational excellence, and we recognize that as one of our strategic priorities, and also building capabilities, not just of our staff, but also of our local partners in the room, and I will touch on that as well during this presentation. The objective of this slide is to demonstrate that oil and gas is a global business, and UNOC also is developing our global footprint. On the stage with us today are some of our joint venture partners. We have Total and CNOOC from France and China, respectively. But also ECOP is a transnational project starting in Uganda and ending at the port of Tanga in Tanzania. We also have several other joint venture partners around the globe, up to and including partners in our East African countries. So I want to convey the message that we view ourselves as a national company with a global footprint. That is the way that we manage this industry from a commercial perspective. Now, with respect to our projects, I will not dwell too much in the interest of time, other than to say that we have projects across the entire petroleum value chain, from the upstream to the midstream and the downstream, and we're developing projects across. And what does that mean for this room? It also means that there are opportunities for local content businesses across the entire petroleum value chain. And that is the objective of these slides, is to simply put these in a schematic to demonstrate to you, my listeners, that this is where our footprint is. We are in the upstream as joint venture partners in Tilenga and Kingfisher. We also have Kasuruban, where I will focus a bit more in the next slides. In the midstream, we have the refinery, where I'll also spend some time, as well as the pipeline. And we also have some downstream distribution and marketing assets. And so now focusing on 3 key areas. As mentioned, I will focus on Kasuruban, I will focus on the Uganda refinery, which was referenced by the director of PAU. I will also focus on the Kabalega Industrial Park. With respect to Kasuruban, we are currently doing upstream activities, which include shooting a lot of seismic, acquiring seismic data. We also intend in the future to drill some exploratory wells. There were some wells drilled historically, but we have, as part of our commitment with the Ministry of Energy and Mineral Development, the obligation to drill exploratory wells in the future. But what I'm going to focus on for today is the opportunities to partner with UNOC. Once again, let me repeat my messages, which I mentioned at the beginning. For more information, please visit our booth. Everything I say here will be discussed in detail at our booth. If time is a constraint today and tomorrow, please be sure to join our quarterly supply workshops, where we will aim to make opportunities, at least information on opportunities available for companies to participate. Nevertheless, as we speak right now, procurement is ongoing for some technical studies and consultancy studies, and we also expect in the future we shall continue to issue expressions of interest and requests for proposal for supplies, either general goods and services, as and when they are required. So please, as I say, visit our booth, attend our workshops. The objective, of course, is that we as a national oil company want to build the capabilities of our local content partners. So we want to give the assurance today that UNOC takes local content seriously. We want to partner with members, Ugandan companies, who meet the standards and have the capability. It is important that we maintain a certain excellence in our standards, but our commitment to you, members of this room, is that we are highly focused on leveraging national content opportunities. In the interest of time, I will now move to the refinery. I see the MC is now standing up to hint that my time is running short. With respect to the Uganda refinery project, as mentioned, we have registered the company. We expect pre-FID, FID stands for final investment decision, so pre-FID activities, or in another way, early works have started. Once again, please visit our booth and our quarterly supplier workshops. We shall give you more information on how you can participate. But UNOC is a 40% shareholder in the refinery, and we expect that many of the goods and services that have been provided in Tilenga and Kingfisher are immediately transferable and necessary for the refinery development. So my message today is to say that there will be opportunities for local content, for goods and services in the refinery. So please continue to keep that as part of your planning for your businesses. And lastly, in the interest of time, is the Kabalega Industrial Park. I believe that many of you in this room are familiar with the Kabalega Industrial Park. It's a petrochemicals industrial park. It's a key pillar of the ATMs that the governor referenced this morning, the 10-fold growth strategy in the track of M, which is mining. The Kabalega Industrial Park is a key part of that. We shall discuss that tomorrow in a panel, so I will not dwell too much on this matter, but rather to say, as of today, the project progress, we are onboarding 11 investors, initial investors right now as we speak, and we expect that they shall be given a land allocation on the basis of review of their business proposals in Q1 next year, after which we shall be issuing an additional expression of interest for 1,000 plots in Q1 2026. So if you believe you have a business that is viable, please, once again, I'm going to repeat, visit our booth, attend our supplier workshops, where we shall give you more information, more than I can present in my 5 minutes today. So let me conclude there by saying that we believe UNOC is your partner for local content. We strongly believe there are going to be business opportunities across the petroleum value chain. We are committed to partnering with strong local content, performing businesses. And to repeat my message, as we are trained in public speaking, if you are to leave with any message, once again, visit our booth and attend our quarterly supplier workshops. Thank you very much, and all the best for the rest of the conference.
Thanks a lot, Gilbert. Once again, visit our booths and you'll get all the information there. Thank you so much, Gilbert, for that informative presentation. We're now going to the last presentation of this panel, and again, it's from a very distinguished gentleman, John Habomugisha, who is the Vice President or the Deputy General Manager at ECOP. John.
Thank you for the elevation to the presidency. Now, ladies and gentlemen, whenever I come to this stage, for me it's a special privilege. It's always a privilege to speak about opportunity. And I'm going to make it easy. When you speak about pipelines, it sounds like Aryan language. So I will speak about tidal waves. I will speak about food. But before I present, since we are given little time, I made it easier. We have a very short video of 2.5 minutes. I request that we play that video, and that will make it very easy for me to send you on the tidal waves of opportunity and serve you very nice food.
Stretching 1,443 kilometers from Kabale, Hoima in Uganda, to Chongoliani, Tanga in Tanzania, ECOP, a 24-inch buried thermo-insulated crude oil pipeline, is the most innovative and smart pipeline system in the world. Today, the project is 74% complete, with all 1,540 kilometers of pipe manufactured and delivered through Dar es Salaam port for coating at the thermo-insulating plant in Sojo, Nzega. ECOP is more than the delivery of an engineering project. It represents a shared aspiration for economic growth, energy security, and regional integration. Over 10,000 jobs have been created for Ugandan and Tanzanian nationals, and 45% of the project's contracts awarded to Ugandan companies, with engineers, welders, suppliers of goods and services, gaining skills, building businesses, and growing towards attaining high middle-income status. ECOP is also investing in communities through our socio-economic investment initiatives. More than 80 community projects have so far been funded through our socio-economic investment pillars: future generations, water solutions, community health and safety, sustainable energy and environment. Through our livelihood restoration program, we are supporting project-affected households by providing vocational training and income-generating tools to improve the livelihoods impacted by the pipeline project. To date, 177 replacement houses have been constructed and handed over, while over 1,500 youth along the pipeline route have received hands-on vocational training. Additionally, the project is implementing agriculture improvement programs and enterprise development initiatives that have so far benefited 3,000 households. Through the Running Out of Trees Roots campaign, over 500,000 trees have been planted, demonstrating our commitment to protecting the environment and ensuring development remains sustainable. The ECOP Academy, a capacity-building initiative, is equipping Ugandan and Tanzanian youths with the skills and knowledge to actively participate in and benefit from the project, with a total of 141 students currently enrolled. Safety and sustainability remain our highest priority. Every stage of construction follows strict international standards, protecting both people and the environment. Our goal is not only to deliver fast oil, but to deliver lasting value to Uganda and East Africa for generations to come.
So that was a starter. Now, I've told one of the conferences before that if you want to understand opportunity, you need to remember the words of William Shakespeare when he reminded us that we are actually surfing tidal waves. When he said, there is a tide in the affairs of men, which, taken at the flood, leads on to fortune. Omitted, all the voyage of life is bound in shallows and in miseries. And then he reminded us that on such a sea are we now afloat. We are right now afloat on the sea of tidal waves of opportunity in the oil and gas sector. Some of you have surfed the waves. We have seen in the starter, there are many that have participated in the surfing experience. Those who omitted them, very sorry, you heard the words. So we are always told we must take the current while it serves, or else we lose our ventures. So many of you have gained your ventures. Now these tidal waves keep changing. And I want to quickly now serve you a salad. In the slides, maybe we could move ahead. I'm the one controlling. It means I don't know how to make salads. So quickly, let me just tell you a quick story about the national content progress we have made and the opportunities that are coming. The tidal waves are changing. If you've been surfing in construction, we are going into commissioning and we are going into operations. You have to change your approach. You have to change your surfing board. You have to bring new skills, or else the ventures pass. So ECOP, you've been told, over 74% complete. The other numbers are showing you how progressive we are in different aspects of the pipeline. Pipeline construction, 56%. Above ground installations, which are the pump stations and others, 67%. The marine terminal, 49%. Tanks, 85%. Jetty, 85%. And the electrical instrumentation and telecom systems, 31%. These numbers, if I was able to show you real time, they are no longer as you see them. They are changing. Over 12,000 people across all our sites, and 3,200 are in Uganda, and of those, 2,900, which is over 90%, are Ugandans. Now, I think that has been a beautiful achievement. We want to appreciate Petroleum Authority in ensuring that we meet and exceed our commitments. As have already been welded, and we are working towards a startup date of 31st July 2026. In life, you must always have a target. If you miss it, you miss it, and you land on the moon, you will have achieved something. The images below, we're just showing you the welding booth in one of the photos on the left. These are automatic welding systems. When we finish welding, we do trenching and we lower the pipe into the ground. Then the pipe is East African because of those two flags. We are just showing you the lacquer pipe that crosses the border and makes this pipeline East African. And the jetty is the one you see on the waters. Numbers, we have met and exceeded our commitments, and we are working on the two last ones down there. We have shifted our focus to ensure that those two last items down there, training the trainer and industry enhancement, that we accomplish them. UPIC, thank you for hosting us. 141 students have graduated. We are now deploying them for training in Oman, Malaysia, and other places, and we bring them back to operate the pipeline system. Now, these, you can see that none of those students in that picture is an expatriate. This is 100% local. Maybe just to mention that 25% are female, we are gender sensitive, and 80% are from host communities where the line passes. These are new tidal waves. Construction, you can see it is, that tidal wave is ebbing. We are going to commissioning and operations. This is a whole list of examples of opportunities that the ECOP waves are bringing for those who are prepared. Recruitments, we continue to recruit according to the tide. We need commissioning experts, we need operations experts. And we recruit either directly or through technical assistance services or through our tier 1 contractors. These are opportunities that are available and you can access them. So ladies and gentlemen, that's the brief salad. If you want details, come to us in the booth and we can give you the main course. But just to re-emphasize, take the current while it serves, and definitely you'll reap from the opportunities that the oil and gas sector presents, especially the ECOP. I thank you very much.
Thank you so much, JB. That was interesting. Of course, setting us off with some poetry there. I did not know that at ECOP there's amazing poetry, you know, Shakespeare and all of this and salads, but I think that should prepare us for the next panel. But I want to thank you so much, Moses Oteng, Rosette Komugesha, Gilbert Komotu, and John Bosco. Thank you so much for joining us on this panel. I'll allow you to take your swift exit. But maybe you could, maybe if you could just stand here for a quick photo. A quick photo. Are there, Penina, please. Madam Penina. And I think I should join because this could be the photo that could get me my next loan. Okay, thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. We are going into our next session. Madam Penina, please. There are some gifts to... Sorry, John. There's some gifts to be given to you as you walk off the stage. So as we get into the next session, it's going to be a very brief one because a lot of the items or areas have been spoken to or have been alluded to. The next session is going to be talking about opportunities and expectations during the operations phase. And for this, we're going to have the people who are actually technical and will tell us where the opportunities are. Now, for the guests, or rather the panelists who are going to come on stage, I must ask you to stick to the opportunities in the operations phase. So, we will start off with the first panelist, who is Samantha Muhwezi, who is from the Uganda National Oil Company. Samantha, welcome. And from Schneider, we have Larry Koduli, who is the project services lead. Schneider, Mr. Larry Koduli. And from Sinopec, we have Hans Ruyonga, Senior Public Relations Officer, Sinopec, Hans. From COSL, Uganda, we have Mr. Zian Yu, General Manager, COSL. Okay, so I think we are good to go. And okay, so I'm just going to try and make this a very short and juicy one. We're not going to go into crazy operations, but we're going to go into a quick snapshot of your areas that you are, working on or focusing on right now, and opportunities. The people here, the Ugandans here, want to know what opportunities are out there. So I'll begin with you, Samantha, and maybe you could start off by introducing yourself again so people can actually know who you are, what you control in terms of your mandate, and the opportunities. Over to you.
Thank you, Tony. Yes, I'm Samantha Muwezi. I'm UNOC's Chief Operating Officer. Under my docket is National Content, Technical Services, which is our engineering division, IT, Supply Chain and Logistics, and QHSSC. I think Gilbert has taken you through our projects and opportunities, and I think the session has been recalibrated, but I'll let my fellow panelists introduce themselves.
Thanks, Moise. My name is Larry Hadouli. I lead EITS, which really is an abbreviation for electricity, for instrumentation, telecom, and security scope on the ECO project. I'm normally based in Tanzania, where we have our leader office, with a lot of traveling to Uganda, where we also have an office. My role spans across the consortium that would be electrical scope as well as telecom and security scope. My responsibility on this project is to finally, when all is said and done, to bring this project back to East Africa. So I have site engineers who work with me to support the installation phase of the project, to support the testing phase, as well as commissioning. I'm hoping I'll have a few minutes to talk more about OPEX as well, which I'm sure is of a lot of interest to most of us here today. Thank you.
Okay, Ruyonga, in 1 minute, or actually 30 seconds, just your introduction, because I need to invite the moderator.
Thank you very much. My name is Solomon Hans Ruyonga. I am in charge of protecting our image as Sinopec, which is public relations, and I'm also in charge of national content coordination. So I basically interact with all training partners, subcontractors, the client Total Energies, Petroleum Authority of Uganda, and any other institute in that category.
Thank you.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. This is Xia from COSL Uganda. COSL Uganda provides the drilling service, cementing service, drilling fluid service for both Tilenga and Kingfisher.
Thank you very much. Now, allow me to invite the moderator of this session, the man who knows how to squeeze these people or get the juice out of them. He is the Director of Development and Production at the Petroleum Authority, Mr. Alex Nyombi. Alex, over to you.
Thank you. Thank you, Tony. The session has been... This session has been recalibrated, indeed, like you mentioned, Samantha. But we'll go as planned. We are talking about the opportunities. First on stage was, Samantha, I think it's only fair that you tell us your perspective. I mean, we've been in the construction phase. A lot of capacity, we have seen a lot of Ugandans that have come up, a lot of capacity has been built. The numbers are looking good on the employment side, but also on the contracting side. We realize now we are going into the operations and maintenance. What's your strategy as a national oil company to leverage this capacity that has been built to register even better numbers in the coming phase?
Thank you, Alex. Yes, our overarching strategy is to focus on accelerating our projects. I think we all understand, we've been to these conferences, we've been in the sector for some time now. We understand that about 90% of oil projects is construction. So the work packages across the different projects are largely the same. So as we move to production and operations, our focus as the National Oil Company is accelerating the development of our projects and having them take FID. I believe my colleague Gilbert took you through the status of our projects. We have Kasur in the upstream where we're seeking a development partner. We have the refinery where we're still negotiating the critical agreements but hoping to take FID soon. We have the storage terminals as well, Kampala Storage Terminal, which will be a new facility, and as well as upgrading Ginger Storage Terminal. So we have a number of projects. We have the Kabalega Industrial Park as well. And we know that there's a lot of activity that is involved in the development of these projects. We have road upgrades, we have constructions of new roads, new facilities to support all of this industrial activity. So what we're seeking is to shorten the time between the development of the Lake Albert projects and first oil taking place and the rest of these projects, which is why we're pursuing them in parallel and devoting our resources as well as our 2 subsidiaries leading some of these projects. That's our overarching strategy as the national oil company. Internally, we're also seeking to use and institutionalize the Lake Albert projects as the baseline going forward on all the rest of the projects. The Lake Albert projects have made incredible gains, 2.25 billion since 2017 spent on the procurement of goods and services from Ugandan companies, 16,000 Ugandans employed through the projects, over 14,000 Ugandans trained as well on the projects. So we're harmonizing that and domesticating all of that within UNOC and our subsidiaries into a local content master plan. And the idea is, as we pursue these parallel projects, we're speaking consistently from data with all of our different partners and development partners, and we're explaining to them the experience that has been built in country, the proven experience that Ugandans can compete. They have the skills, they have the financial capacity, and for the message to be clear and consistent across all our projects that we cannot fall below the minimum of the Lake Albert projects. So that's our primary strategy. We're looking forward as well and participating in the update of the industrial baseline survey, which the last one was in 2014. But we know that an updated one will really show the real picture on the ground here in Uganda, that we have the capacity across all fronts, human capital, financial, we have the skills. We've met and exceeded international oil and gas standards. And to quote His Excellency, as the national oil company, our job as we enter this new phase and as we pursue our new projects is to protect the gains. So thank you.
Great. UNOC, the leading symbol of national content in Uganda. I think in the interest of time now, I'll move on to Larry. At Schneider, a global acclaimed brand, the scope you are taking now, it's a very big scope, but also specialized, very highly specialized, AITS. And then you are here for the long haul. What plans do you have or strategies that you're beginning to implement to ensure technology transfer, but also the gainful involvement of local players, besides, of course, including employment, but also in contracting, please?
Thank you, Alex. When you were looking at me before I came on stage, I was sure you were planning a very tough question. But we are good to go. I think variously, Schneider's involvement specifically in this project has previously been described as the brains of the project. You can guess who said that. I think I'm looking at Mr. Shakespeare himself. This is not too far from the actual fact. Schneider as a global brand with a long heritage, of course, we pride ourselves as leaders in energy management and automation. Working with our partners, we are bringing world-first technologies onto this project in this region. I'm actually setting the ground for what I'm about to say next. So, in terms of context, although we arrived late in the project, in terms of site activity, a lot of our activity having been off-site initially, the fact is there's a heavy expectation in terms of delivery. So what has our outlook been? To answer that, I would say that Schneider, as a brand, we've been investing in anticipation 5 years before, 21 to register a local entity here. Before that, to support this market out of our regional hub, and then subsequently to develop very deliberate plans to support not just the construction phase, but the operational phase. Alex, please allow me to just extend 1 or 2 minutes. Now, as professionals here, maybe all of us or some of us having the experience working in similar industries, I believe we all agree that in terms of risk for such a project, you would not look beyond obsolescence of either the equipment or the technologies supplied on the project. And another key factor would be unqualified maintenance. So what we have done is very deliberately, we've been looking at progressively 3 key drivers for us on this project. One is what we refer to as the foundation. Basically, what we are saying is we've been creating a local ecosystem here to support their construction activities now, but also to prepare Ugandans to participate in the OPEX phase. Delving deeper, and maybe this answers your question, Alex, and most of us in the room. In terms of local content, we've built a team locally, direct Schneider, to allow knowledge transfer in those specialist areas we are talking about. Similarly, and we continue to do this, I think 2 or 3 weeks back, we were engaged with UPIC and with ECOP, transferring knowledge to incoming operators, some advanced training to local Ugandans who will be in charge of maintenance, programs which will continue into the new year. There's not enough time to really explain in detail what we're planning. But if I proceed further, and maybe for most of us here who cannot be in employment directly, the opportunity maybe for most of us in this room lies in acting as Schneider Electric intermediaries. By that I mean you have the opportunity to either join one of our partner programs as a system integrator, as a service partner, as an electrician program, or our value chain or supply chain as a distributor. I'm available, of course, post this session for much more discussions. And finally, as part of our three-legged approach, of course, is the OPEX phase. So this is where we need to get involved. One, and this is a cheat sheet. If you're in this room and you're interested to either be part of the OPEX phase as a local partner, technology partner, or part of our supply chain, the first thing you need to do is to register as one of our local partners in our local partner programs. There's some colleagues of mine in this room as well, we will meet them later, who will gladly walk you through the different programs we have. Second is to train and certify on the different specialist technologies. Third is to work on a development plan as part of our commitment to the project and to the country. And then finally is to respond to the EOIs, the expression of interest, the tendering processes that are ongoing. If I can conclude, Alex, by just maybe very quickly mentioning some of the opportunities coming up in the new year. We will shortly be finalizing our shortlist of pre-qualified, what we refer to as technical assistance providers, manpower providers, specialist scopes. Look out for this in the national newspapers. I believe the initial evaluation is ongoing now. Look out for requests from us for your proposals to support us with tools, specialist commissioning equipment, consumables for site activities, HR services, procurement, finance, tax advisory services, etc., etc. Unfortunately, Alex, sorry, I break our 1 or 2 minutes, but in the excitement to just share as much as I can, with the colleagues in the room. Thanks.
No problem, Larry. You break the minutes for a good reason. Thank you very much. Now, people out there, there was a time, of course, when you would hold engagements like this, especially before FID, and everyone would say, well, we've prepared enough. Now we want the opportunities. Where are they? I think the question should be different now, probably asking for Larry's contacts and where your colleagues are. But thank you very much. I think now we'll move on to Sinopec. Sinopec, right now in the upstream, I can comfortably say that you have the biggest scope right now. So we would ask you to speak about the opportunities for somebody who hasn't had entry yet, for example, between now and the time of completion of construction, especially this phase of construction. Of course, bearing in mind there is a lot of projects that are following these initial ones, but for this phase now, before we conclude construction, are you able to speak to some of the opportunities looking ahead, please? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Alex. I'll just follow Larry's idea of trying to explain a small history, then move into the details with context, of course, to the national content pillars. So Sinopec so far is engaging in well pads, pipeline construction, LWA, liquid abstraction, HDD, and now CPF. Now we have offsites and onsites. Offsites being whatever is not in the industrial area, which is well pads, pipeline, and the rest. Now our biggest challenge that we are ready to tackle is the CPF. CPF so far right now is maybe at civil works at 59% civil works. So that's where the challenge is. We need more particular people in that area and goods and services. Now I'll take you back to a few other issues. Sinopec hires 991 Ugandans just on offsite. Then for CPF, our goal was to hire at least 1,200 by February next year. But right now, we are trying our best to hit that target. We are at over 600. So it gives you a context of what's happening on the CPF. That's where the money is, right? We are looking for a few technical job roles for CPF. So far, we have hired a few, but I'll just give you a context and numbers. We need pipe fitters, maybe 30 of them. We need 20 scaffolders. We need 10 welders. We need 15 electricians. We need 20 instrument technicians. And we need over 10 telecom engineers. Now, this is just for this phase until January. Please mark me on this. This is not all we need. Every phase, we put out an advert. So in this particular employment phase, we're having a few challenges. We are struggling to find inspection roles, coating inspection, telecom inspectors, piping inspectors, mechanical inspectors, and non-destructive testing inspectors. But with our partnerships with our training partners, UPIC, Sunmaker, Solid Rock, Task, and have I left out any? If I've left out any, I'm sure we're going to talk later. So with those partnerships, we hope to train these particular fields, and maybe we can get a few by mid next year. Now let's move on to goods and services. Remember, I'm following the chronology of national content. So in the past, we have so far spent over $380 million just on in-country procurements and goods and services. However, in the future, in the operation and maintenance phase, we shall need more services. I will just give you an overview. I don't want to gloss over things. I just want some of you to make these notes. So I'll just mention a few categories and what we shall need in the future for CPF. We have piping we have piping materials and components, which means carbon steel pipes, fitting and flanges, pipe gaskets, monolithic insulating joints. I'm becoming an engineer now, maybe. These words are very technical, but yeah, the engineers know that. We have structural supports. We have electrical instrumentation. We have cathodic protection systems. We have general piping materials. Now, let's go to another small detail, but very important, because the suppliers, they are asking us, what do you have for us? I ask them, for you, what do you have? They say, for you, what do you want? So that's the communication we have all the time. So now I've come with some bueno here. in-country potential for CPF. Category, we have site accessories, we have HSE safety, we have painting and coating. This is both for regular painting and also painting for cathodic protection and pipeline welding joints. We have construction materials, electrical and lighting, admin and office, the usual suspects, mechanical tools, cold bend insulation, field equipment, and many other more. You'll find me and I'll give you this list. So please look out for those opportunities and we shall be glad to be in touch with you. Alex, do I have another minute?
Thank you. Thank you very much. Very
I don't.
efficient.
Oh, okay, sorry.
Okay, you can take another minute, Solomon. It's fine. That's
Yes.
why we're here.
Okay, so for the transition phase, which is the operation and maintenance, we are looking for example, OM skills demand. We have advanced supervisory competencies. Remember now, construction will almost be phasing out, civil works. So we shall need people to maintain that infrastructure. We shall need people to inspect and make sure all the joints are at par with the condition, what are they called? Qualifications and standards of oil and gas. So we shall have NDT engineering that will be advertised. We shall have foremanship, piping, and this will maintain our 85% employment of Ugandans. For long-term sourcing, we shall focus on supply of specialized spares, consumables, and maintenance services. Then for CPF completion, of course, the key structures are there, piping installation and commissioning support. Then for the training partners, I can see some of them here. Principal Ngodia, it's always a pleasure to work with UPIC. I've seen some task individuals here. So besides the training, by the way, Alex, there's something I had forgotten to mention in detail. This is very important. We started a CPF training program early this year. First phase, we trained 312 Ugandans. Second phase, we're now training 281 Ugandans. And I'm going to tell you these particular areas are not found easily in Uganda, but we're trying to make sure Ugandans get these certificates. Crane operating, pipe fitting, PTW holders, that's permit to work holders, piping inspectors, electricians for installations, foremen, group monitors, and articulating boom lifts. Remember, the CPF has very high beams. They look like skyscrapers of sorts. So you need people who are specialized in that. And these particular training programs are giving out certificates like ECITB Level 2, CTN Guild Level 1, OPITO Level 1, and OPITO Level 2, American Welder Association certificates. And we are glad to mention that these particular training partners have those certificates. However, we need to continue bringing up more training partners because we can't just have a small team and it gets overwhelmed. So we need to spread it out. We need to have one in Hoima, we need to have one in Kabalagala, we need to have one everywhere to spread the cake. So in the third phase of the training, which will start maybe between February and April, we shall train over 118 Ugandans.
Thank you.
So I think clap for Sinopec, and yeah, we look forward to
Thank
partnering
you,
with all of
Solomon.
you.
Thank you very much. Tony is signaling to me that he understands why we are delaying. This information is very important. So we'll move on now to COSL. COSL, you've been a big player during the construction in drilling and other related services. You are likely to be a big player in the operation and maintenance phase. Can you take us through if there is a company out there or even a Ugandan that would seek work with COSL? How should they prepare to make sure that they meet the compliance, your expectations, but also that they stay competitive to be relevant in the operation and maintenance phase? Please.
Okay, thanks, Alex. So it's my honor to be invited to attend this 6th Annual National Content Conference and participate in the panel discussion. To be honest, it's my first time as a new face in Uganda, so very excited and a little bit nervous. But I want to express my thanks to Petroleum Authority of Uganda to organize such beautiful, wonderful platform to offer us who involved in the oil and gas sector for better communication, better understanding. So COSL is an integrated oil and service provider globally, and we start the offshore business in 1960s, and now it's spread its business more than 20 countries. So Uganda is also our priority. Since 2022, COSL started the training service in Uganda. COSL Uganda create more than 10,000 jobs in Uganda, and currently we recruit 329 Uganda in COSL organization, represent 72% of the workforce. And all of the Uganda citizens join us, they will get a very good training, not only in site, but also the overseas training opportunity, both in China and Singapore. So nowadays, more than 50 Ugandans get such opportunities for overseas opportunities. And we are very glad to say today that almost 20 local employees to get the promotion as assistant junior team leader in our organization. So this is not an easy job for them. Just imagine that they didn't know anything about oil and gas industry 3 years ago. And about the procurement, more than 117 contracts amounts $110 million has carried out by Uganda local companies in the past 3 years. So this is very important that the local companies grow with us together. And we are also focused on the technology transfer and the capacity building in our operation. So we partner with UMI, Uganda Management Institute, to provide the management training to the Uganda employees. This is totally different compared to the operation training in the past. And also we sponsor the Makerere University to organize the reservoir challenge for all of the students and provide the practice hands-on skill transfer on site. So as we know, after the successful training campaign in the past three years under the guideline of the PAU, and we move into the next stage, production. So different stage, different requirements are several of opportunities for local companies, like transportation, like maintenance, like inspection, will be addressed. So in the next stage, COSL is also very honored to be awarded with our local partner E&E about the walkover. So this is very gratitude for the trust from the PAU. And we also want to share all of these opportunities to the local small business. So my suggestion is the first. I want to encourage all of these local small companies to participate in the upcoming tender campaign from COSL sites. So how to get all of these informations? The first, please pay attention to the advertisement, publishment, because all of the tender will be awarded through open channel. And second, I want everyone to join us in the quarterly local supply workshop. During the workshop, my colleagues will be share all of the opportunities. We'll share how to participate in the procurement campaign, like the procurement procedures, how to express of your interest, how to provide your tender document, what's the tender evaluation. All of this will be open to all of these local companies. So, and the third, I want to say, for all of the small business in Uganda to build up the long-term viewpoints or long-term perspective. Because when we talk about the oil and gas industry, there will be three edges, like the high investment, high technology, high risks. So this is important for all of us, how to keep or maintain the competitive in the marketing. So I want to encourage everyone to upgrade in both hardware and software, to provide the best equipment, to upgrade your HSE policy, to find the qualified talent to participate in the upcoming oil and gas industry tender campaign, because all of us have the same target to deliver the goods and service as best as we can to the oil and gas industry in Uganda.
Thank
so,
you. Sorry. Yeah.
Just 1 minute.
Okay.
Oh, just 1 minute. Yeah. And the fourth, I think, is very important for us to collaboration. This is very, very open and flexible for COSL company. So for the work-over project, we collaborated with the local company E&E, and during the cooperation, we will finish the technology transfer and the capacity building for the local companies. So I want to encourage all of the local companies to work with us. I think this is the best way and efficient way for the collaboration. So in conclusion, I want to say national content is far more than requirements. It's a catalyst for economic growth and society development. So let's work together to build a competitive, sustainable oil and gas industry for Uganda.
Thank you, Mr. Shah. Thank you very much. Right, as we wrap up, just in 1 minute each, starting with you, Samantha. You are our partners in national content. We need, from your perspective, where you sit, what can be done better to improve the achievements we are seeing now in the area of national content? Just 1 minute.
I think I was the only one who kept time in the original one, so I may extend.
Proceed, please.
Thanks, Alex. For us, really, the last barrier is, of course, financial. We've seen our Ugandan companies and certainly individuals have been able to meet all industry standards. They've made great investments on their own. They've partnered openly with foreign companies in order to participate. They've had technology and knowledge transferred to them. They've made razor-thin profit in order just to participate. So I think together with the Petroleum Authority of Uganda and the Ministry of Energy, we are supporting the establishment of the Local Content Fund, because we recognize, and I think the governor hinted on it earlier this morning, that is the last barrier within our sector, is allowing a fair platform for our Ugandan companies to compete. We know that they borrow in order to participate in our projects at extraordinary rates, double-digit rates, in order to participate in our projects. And because of the nature of our projects, it's infrastructure. You are paid as you complete, as things are established and set up. So equally, our Ugandan companies are operating under a burden of debt that is higher than their foreign counterparts, and they have long payment times. We know as well that an advantage that foreign companies have is because of their access to the credit they have in their home banks. They equally are capable of providing letters of comfort or guarantees that allow them to be paid in advance, and that as well is an advantage that our Ugandan companies do not have. So as the national oil company, we are committed to supporting the ministry's policy effort to ensure that a fair playing field is leveled on that front for our Ugandan companies, and we're sure that once that is done, we'll see an extraordinary amount of our Ugandan companies participate, but also make more money than they're making today. So we're looking forward to that. Thanks, Alex.
Great, thank you. Thank you very much, Samantha, for that feedback. Yes, Larry, let's hear from you. In a single minute, please.
Yeah, we'll try and do that, Alex. Thanks, Alex. I will try and answer from our collective experience, not just in Uganda, but I will extend to Tanzania as well. It's one pipeline, and we're one people anyway. So our experience so far has been, and this really is a reality, oil and gas is a very nascent industry in this part of the world. A lot of investment is required at this time to develop local capacity with a view to recouping in future. So what we are calling for is a total mindset shift. I think that's very important for us as locals to appreciate that when, for example, we talk about maintenance or the operational phase of the project, we are talking about decades when the project will be running or in production here in Uganda. And any investments we make now should be geared long-term. Specialist skill sets which we need, maybe as Schneider, to support the project cannot be developed overnight. That's one of the reasons we began 5 years before we are even on the project.
Right.
And the call for the local partners in this room is shift your mind from more transactional to more long-term. Invest now in the people. I know it's a big risk, especially in this part, but you need to invest now in the people with the right skill sets so that you can reap when we get into production proper.
Very important. Thank you, Larry. Solomon, briefly, please.
Thank you. I'm just going to give a small Chinese story about the oil and gas history that will give us a bit of a perspective. So my boss once told me, 60 years ago when they started their industry, they made so much money, but they lost so many people. But he told me again, when they made the money, they reinvested it into HSC and manpower training. And then later, they merged the two, and that's where they are right now. So our parting shot today is, let's partner, let's learn from our mistakes. I encourage the government to continue supporting the likes of UPIC, and I also hope that all other institutions that are training for oil and gas get all the certifications so that we can make Uganda a better oil and gas country. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And finally, with you, Mr. Shah, please.
Okay, thank you. Just two inputs. The first, I think it's better for us to have more communication to help the contractor or the licensee to understanding the national content, and we can better to comply with the regulation. And the second, as we know, oil and gas industry is fresh in Uganda, and we have accumulated the experience in the past few years. And in my memory, the national content regulation was revised in 2016, and we may find some time to review it and edit our experience and what we achieved to revise it if possible. Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much for that feedback, our partners. Ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together for our panelists today. And this brings us to the end of this session. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Alex. Thank you very much. Amazing panel that has given us an insight into the operations of the different projects as we go into Fast Oil. We're now going in for a lunch break, and I am happy to say we have managed to, oh, please, there's a picture moment before you go. We're going into our lunch moment, and we have managed, I must report, we've managed to claw back enough time, but we will be back in this room at exactly 2:30. At exactly 2:30, we are going to commence the next presentations, and we have 3 amazing presentations in the afternoon focusing on capacity building, finance, and technology transfer. So looking forward to seeing you at 2:30. Lunch is served. I have been informed by my president of the chamber, who is so hungry about not informing you where the lunch is. So the lunch is down below this building, rather below this hall. So just go downstairs.
Sorry, Tony, let me just help out here. Okay, so ladies and gentlemen, lunch is ready. Thank you so much, Tony. As you leave the room, you receive your coupons for lunch, and it will be served in the basement. There's an area, a huge area, I'm sure for many of you who've been here before, where lunch will be served. So we'll be going down to the basement floor. So please enjoy. Bon appetit. We'll see you at 2:30.
We'll keep time, yes?
that will transport Uganda's crude oil from Uganda to the East African coast. At Kabalega Industrial Park, the Uganda refinery project will transform crude oil into fuel for homes, industries and progress. It is not only about oil and gas revenues, it is also about opportunities for jobs, training and acquiring skills, enterprise development and technology transfer, with Ugandans at the heart of this development. Uganda is protecting its natural heritage and rich biodiversity while advancing its bright energy future. With investment of close to $20 billion, Uganda's oil and gas projects will provide energy to power Uganda's development and boost growth in agriculture, transport, tourism, manufacturing, infrastructure, and beyond. This is Uganda's journey toward energy security, economic growth, and a brighter future. At the heart of regulating these developments for the last 10 years stands the Petroleum Authority of Uganda, with a mission of creating lasting value in Uganda's oil journey.
As we speak about sustainability, we are also looking at configuring our oil refinery for what they call oil refineries of the future.
During this session, we'll be talking about issues that are surrounding environmental sustainability and responsible resource management.
We'll have programs where we go to schools within the communities in the Alberta environment, where we are training all the way from primary schools. We are training children to be able to understand environmental issues and sustainability, and also in secondary schools.
Maria, I'm going to make the mandazi you like today. This is my wife Maria's recipe.
Maria! Maria, we've got the loan! We've got the loan!
But tell me, what's the secret to your success?
Maria is my inspiration. Everything that I do is to make Maria proud.
COSL is one of the leading integrated oilfield services providers in the world and dedicated to providing customers with full life cycle services. We have more than 50 years of experience in oil and gas exploration, development, and production. Dedicating to promoting global energy development with oil companies worldwide, COSL has established several overseas support centers in Asia Pacific, Middle East, Africa, America, COSL operations cover more than 40 countries and regions around the world, establishing partnerships with more than 100 international clients. COSL has formulated 5 development strategies of technology-driven cost leadership, integration, internationalization, and regional development, striving to provide customers with safe, high-quality, efficient, and environmentally friendly full life cycle services. COSL has continuously strengthened its ESG governance and practices and has long been committed to technological innovation to promote the healthy development of the industry, receiving widespread praise from the industry. COSL has the integrated service capabilities of R&D, acquisition, processing, and interpretation for marine seismic equipment sets, as well as high-end seismic exploration technologies such as broadband and wide azimuth seismic explorations. COSL has the most extensive offshore oil service equipment. We have established a global resource support base for allocating equipment overseas and is equipped with rapid support capability of equipment technology to achieve full coverage of operations in 3,000 meters water depth. COSL's self-developed D+W system is a rotary steerable system that meets different demands of the drilling market. It consists of both rotary steering drilling service and logging while drilling service, and is available for all different borehole size with full specification and full function coverage. COSL has overcome global drilling technology challenges such as high temperature, high pressure, long salt gypsum layer, and ultra-depth water, forming a system of deep water, high temperature, high pressure drilling fluid, and well cementing technology systems, effectively supporting deep water oil and gas development. In the field of development and exploitation, COSL has formed a series of oil stabilization and water control technologies, focusing on nano-microspheres displacement and non-acidic block removing technologies, as well as a series of wellbore troubleshooting technologies, represented by the integrated tubing grinding milling cutting fishing technologies. COSL provides oil field production with a full range of solutions. With the steady acceleration of technical product serialization and industrialization, COSL has developed 220 core technology products. COSL actively supports the shared development of its operating countries and promotes the localization and diversification of its overseas employment. Adhering to the corporate philosophy of always do better and relying on first-class equipment, advanced technologies, scientific management, and experienced team, COSL is always committed to providing high standard of service and cost reduction in energy exploration and development to achieve mutually beneficial and sustainable development with our clients.
In Uganda's oil and gas journey, the citizens and communities are partners in progress. Across the country, lives are being transformed through improved infrastructure, access to services, and new opportunities for growth. The Petroleum Authority of Uganda ensures that the oil and gas developments are inclusive. The livelihoods of households directly affected by acquisition of land for project activities have been improved through targeted resettlement, compensation, and livelihood restoration programs. Farmers are receiving support to enhance productivity, food security, and commercialize agriculture. Youth are gaining skills that open doors to employment and entrepreneurship. Women are empowered through financial inclusion and community leadership initiatives that strengthen the social fabric of our nation. Education, health, clean water, and road upgrade projects are uplifting families and building resilience in areas hosting the oil and gas activities. Through collaboration with community leaders, civil society, and development partners, Uganda is building a future of shared prosperity. At the heart of regulating these developments for the last 10 years stands the Petroleum Authority of Uganda, with a mission of creating lasting value in Uganda's oil journey. From Uganda, the Pearl of Africa, a powerful story is unfolding, one of opportunity and transformation. Uganda's oil and gas journey is driven by its people. Through national content development, the Petroleum Authority of Uganda ensures that Ugandans remain at the forefront of this journey. To date, Ugandan companies have secured contracts worth over $2.2 billion, representing nearly 30% of all contracts awarded. The National Suppliers Database showcases over 2,300 Ugandan companies, connecting them to sector opportunities and demonstrating Uganda's growing competitive capacity. Employment in the sector has surpassed 150,000 jobs, with over 90% held by Ugandans. More than 14,000 Ugandans have acquired globally recognized technical skills backed by international certification. To build on this momentum, 15 training institutions across Uganda now offer internationally accredited programs. The National Oil and Gas Talent Register serves as a dynamic platform matching skilled professionals with job opportunities in the sector. Technology transfer is actively promoted through over 35 joint ventures and strategic equipment donations to vocational and technical institutions, driving innovation and capacity enhancement. Through conferences, skills expos, and supplier development programs, the private sector is being prepared to seize both current and future opportunities. At the heart of regulating these developments for the last 10 years stands the Petroleum Authority of Uganda, with a mission of creating lasting value in Uganda's oil journey.
Business is a numbers game, so when growing your business is your #1 objective, at KCB Uganda, we've got a number of trade finance solutions. Whether you're looking for local or cross-border trade finance solutions, looking to increase visibility or manage risk, there are a number of trade finance products available. From bid bonds, performance guarantees, advanced payment guarantees, retention money guarantees to payment or supplier guarantees and standby letters of credit. From local purchase order financing, certificate discounting to post-import loans and commodity financing. Enjoy unsecured facilities, competitive rates and multiple repayment options. So, if you're in the agriculture, trade, manufacturing, construction or energy sectors, with our trade finance solutions, growth is just a conversation away. To speak to any of our advisors, call or WhatsApp us on 0757 378 603 or email us on contactcenterug@ug.kcbbankgroup.com. KCB Bank Uganda, for people, for better.
Uganda's oil and gas journey is not only about energy, it is also about protecting the environment and preserving biodiversity. The Petroleum Authority of Uganda ensures that environment, health, and safety measures are embedded in every stage of the oil and gas activities. From rigorous waste management systems to advanced oil spill preparedness, Uganda is committed to responsible resource development. Biodiversity conservation is central to Uganda's oil and gas operations. Sensitive ecosystems are mapped, monitored, and protected through collaborative efforts with environmental agencies, industry partners, and communities. Emergency response teams are trained and equipped to handle potential incidents, ensuring safety for people, nature, and assets. This is Uganda's pledge to develop sustainably, protect our natural heritage, and create shared prosperity for generations. At the heart of regulating these developments for the last 10 years stands the Petroleum Authority of Uganda, with a mission of creating lasting value in Uganda's oil journey.
Stretching 1,443 kilometers from Kabale, Hoima in Uganda, to Chongoleani, Tanga in Tanzania, ECOP, a 24-inch buried thermo-insulated crude oil pipeline, is the most innovative and smart pipeline system in the world. Today, the project is 74% complete, with all 1,540 kilometers of pipe manufactured and delivered through Dar es Salaam port for coating at the thermo-insulating plant in Sojo, Nzega. ECOP is more than the delivery of an engineering project. It represents a shared aspiration for economic growth, energy security, and regional integration. Over 10,000 jobs have been created for Ugandan and Tanzanian nationals, and 45% of the project's contracts awarded to Ugandan companies, with engineers, welders, suppliers of goods and services, gaining skills, building businesses, and growing towards attaining high middle-income status. ECOP is also investing in communities through our socio-economic investment initiatives. More than 80 community projects have so far been funded through our socio-economic investment pillars: future generations, water solutions, community health and safety, sustainable energy and environment. Through our livelihood restoration program, we are supporting project-affected households by providing vocational training and income-generating tools to improve the livelihoods impacted by the pipeline project. To date, 177 replacement houses have been constructed and handed over, while over 1,500 youth along the pipeline route have received hands-on vocational training. Additionally, the project is implementing agriculture improvement programs and enterprise development initiatives that have so far benefited 3,000 households. Through the Running Out of Trees Roots campaign, over 500,000 trees have been planted, demonstrating our commitment to protecting the environment and ensuring development remains sustainable. The ECOP Academy, a capacity-building initiative, is equipping Ugandan and Tanzanian youths with the skills and knowledge to actively participate in and benefit from the project, with a total of 141 students currently enrolled. Safety and sustainability remain our highest priority. Every stage of construction follows strict international standards, protecting both people and the environment. Our goal is not only to deliver fast oil, but to deliver lasting value to Uganda and East Africa for generations to come. Stretching 1,443 kilometers from Kabale, Hoima in Uganda, to Chongoliani, Tanga in Tanzania, ECOP, a 24-inch buried thermo-insulated crude oil pipeline, is the most innovative and smart pipeline system in the world. Today, the project is 74% complete, with all 1,540 kilometers of pipe manufactured and delivered through Dar es Salaam port for coating at the thermo-insulating plant in Sojo, Nzega. ECOP is more than the delivery of an engineering project. It represents a shared aspiration for economic growth, energy security, and regional integration. Over 10,000 jobs have been created for Ugandan and Tanzanian nationals, and 45% of the project's contracts awarded to Ugandan companies, with engineers, welders, suppliers of goods and services, gaining skills, building businesses, and growing towards attaining high middle-income status. ECOP is also investing in communities through our socio-economic investment initiatives. More than 80 community projects have so far been funded through our socio-economic investment pillars: future generations, water solutions, community health and safety, sustainable energy and environment. Through our livelihood restoration program, we are supporting project-affected households by providing vocational training and income-generating tools to improve the livelihoods impacted by the pipeline project. To date, 177 replacement houses have been constructed and handed over, while over 1,500 youth along the pipeline route have received hands-on vocational training. Additionally, the project is implementing In 2006, commercial quantities of oil were confirmed to exist in the Lake Albert Basin in Uganda. Total Energies, operating the Tilenga.
Our Africa, a continent on the rise, where boundless energy meets a yearning, a need, a hope for more. The energy of its people, the energy of its landscapes, a vast, unique, magnificent potential bursting to propel us forward. Challenges ready to be overcome. Days there to be seized through vibrant ingenuity of our brightest minds. We are SLB, part of this continent's story for almost a century. unlocking progress, nurturing talent, building futures, innovating from within. Africa's balancing act is our balancing act. Energy for all with less carbon. Energy for our people so we can thrive. Less carbon so our planet thrives too. Better energy, more energy to power our future. 1.5 billion people with big ambitions and big ideas. We help them flourish with SLB teams in 100 locations across 30 countries. We work alongside partners, customers, and communities. Together, we are driving energy innovation for today, for tomorrow, for Africa, for a balanced planet. Our Africa, a continent on the rise.
In 2006, commercial quantities of oil were confirmed to exist in the Lake Albert Basin in Uganda. Total Energies, operating the Tilenga project, and CNOOC, operating the Kingfisher project, completed exploration and have now advanced into the development phase. Once produced, part of the crude oil will be refined in Uganda to supply the local market, while the remainder will be exported to the international market through Uganda and Tanzania. In May 2017, the governments of Uganda and Tanzania signed the Intergovernmental Agreement, IGA, a significant milestone marking the decision of the two countries to embark on developing the pipeline, and provided the foundation for other project agreements, including the legal and commercial frameworks established in the host government agreements signed on 11th April 2021 and 20th May 2021 between ECOP and the two governments. Following the final investment decision, FID ceremony on the 1st of February 2022, East African Crude Oil Pipeline (ECOP) Limited formally concluded the formation of the company that will construct the East African Crude Oil Pipeline (ECOP), a 1,443-kilometer long, thermo-insulated 24-inch buried export pipeline that will facilitate the transportation of Uganda's crude oil from Kabale, Hoima district, to the port of Tanga in Tanzania. The pipeline route was selected by the government of Uganda as the least cost and most robust. Due to the waxy nature of Uganda's crude oil, the pipeline will be insulated to maintain the oil temperature at 50 degrees Celsius. The thermal insulation and fiber optic cable are some of the several technological features that make ECOP the most innovative and smart pipeline system in the world. In Uganda, ECOP originates at the Industrial Park in Hoima district, stretching 296 kilometers through 10 districts, with above-ground installations including 2 pumping stations, intermediate block valves, and electrically heat-stressed substations. The Tanzanian section of the pipeline spans 1,147 kilometers across 8 regions, 25 districts, and includes 4 pumping stations, 2 pressure reduction stations, intermediate block valves, and electric heat-stress substations. Crude oil transported by the pipeline will be stored at Tanga Marine Storage Terminal before being shipped and exported. Tankers will be loaded from a dedicated facility located on a 2-kilometer-long jetty extending into the open sea. Additional facilities will be built to support the pipeline's construction, such as the thermal insulation coating plant in Sojo, Nzega region, main camps for construction teams, pipe storage yards, and access roads. The pipeline will be constructed and operated by a pipeline company, East African Crude Oil Pipeline, ECOP Limited, with shareholding from Total Energies, Uganda National Oil Company, Tanzania Petroleum Development Corporation, and CNOOC. The project is committed to upholding not just the laws in both Uganda and Tanzania, but also to fully comply with the IFC performance standards that set out international best practice. These also include the UN Guiding Principles on Business and Human Rights and the Voluntary Principles of Security and Human Rights, VPSHR. The pipeline route has been rigorously selected after extensive studies. Comprehensive environmental and social impact assessments, ESIAs, have been conducted and robust mitigation plans have been developed to minimize the project's social and ecological footprint. ECOP, through its zero-harm policy, fully recognizes that its responsibilities, both to environmental protection and protection of the people and the communities that might be impacted by the project, especially during the construction phase. The project land has been permanently stretching 1,443 kilometers from Kabale, Hoima in Uganda, to Chongoleani, Tanga in Tanzania. ECOP, a 24-inch buried thermo-insulated crude oil pipeline, is the most innovative and smart pipeline system in the world. Today, the project is 74% complete, with all 1,540 kilometers of pipe manufactured and delivered through Dar es Salaam port for coating at the thermo-insulating plant in Sojo, Nzega. ECOP is more than the delivery of an engineering project. It represents a shared aspiration for economic growth, energy security, and regional integration. Over 10,000 jobs have been created for Ugandan and Tanzanian nationals, and 45% of the project's contracts awarded to Ugandan companies, with engineers, welders, suppliers of goods and services, gaining skills, building businesses, and growing towards attaining high middle-income status. ECOP is also investing in communities through our socio-economic investment initiatives. More than 80 community projects have so far been funded through our socio-economic investment pillars: future generations, water solutions, community health and safety, sustainable energy and environment. Through our livelihood restoration program, we are supporting project-affected households by providing vocational training and income-generating tools to improve the livelihoods impacted by the pipeline project. To date, 177 replacement houses have been constructed and handed over, while over 1,500 youth along the pipeline route have received hands-on vocational training. Additionally, the project is implementing agriculture improvement programs and enterprise development initiatives that have so far benefited 3,000 households. Through the Running Out of Trees Roots campaign, over 500,000 trees have been planted, demonstrating our commitment to protecting the environment and ensuring development remains sustainable. The ECOP Academy, a capacity-building initiative, is equipping Ugandan and Tanzanian youths with the skills and knowledge to actively participate in and benefit from the project, with a total of 141 students currently enrolled. Safety and sustainability remain our highest priority. Every stage of construction follows strict international standards, protecting both people and the environment. Our goal is not only to deliver fast oil, but to deliver lasting value to Uganda and East Africa for generations to come. In 2006, commercial quantities of oil were confirmed to exist in the Lake Albert Basin in Uganda. Total Energies, operating the Tilenga project, and CNOOC, operating the Kingfisher project, completed exploration and have now advanced into the development phase. Once produced, part of the crude oil will be refined in Uganda to supply the local market, while the remainder will be exported to the international market through Uganda and Tanzania. In May 2017, the governments of Uganda and Tanzania signed the Intergovernmental Agreement, IGA, a significant milestone marking the decision of the two countries to embark on developing the pipeline, and provided the foundation for other project agreements, including the legal and commercial frameworks established in the host government agreements signed on 11th April 2021 and 20th May 2021 between ECOP and the two governments. Following the final investment decision, FID ceremony on the 1st of February 2022, East African Crude Oil Pipeline (ECOP Limited) formally concluded the formation of the company that will construct the East African Crude Oil Pipeline (ECOP), a 1,443-kilometer long, thermo-insulated 24-inch buried export pipeline that will facilitate the transportation of Uganda's crude oil from Kabale, Hoima district, to the port of Tanga in Tanzania. The pipeline route was selected by the government of Uganda as the least cost and most robust. Due to the waxy nature of Uganda's crude oil, the pipeline will be insulated to maintain the oil temperature at 50 degrees Celsius. The thermal insulation and fiber optic cable are some of the several technological features that make ECOP the most innovative and smart pipeline system in the world. In Uganda, The ECOP originates at the Industrial Park in Hoima District, stretching 296 kilometers through 10 districts, with above-ground installations including 2 pumping stations, intermediate block valves, and electrically heat-stressed substations. The Tanzanian section of the pipeline spans 1,147 kilometers across 8 regions, 25 districts, and includes 4 pumping stations, 2 pressure reduction stations, intermediate block valves, and electric heat-stress substations. Crude oil transported by the pipeline will be stored at Tanga Marine Storage Terminal before being shipped and exported. Tankers will be loaded from a dedicated facility located on a 2-kilometer-long jetty extending into the open sea. Additional facilities will be built to support the pipeline's construction, such as the thermal insulation coating plant in Sojo, Nzega region, main camps for construction teams, pipe storage yards, and access roads. The pipe In 2006, commercial quantities of oil were confirmed to exist in the Lake Albert Basin in Uganda. Total Energies, operating the Tilenga project, and CNOOC, operating the Kingfisher project, completed exploration and have now advanced into the development phase. Once produced, part of the crude oil will be refined in Uganda to supply the local market, while the remainder will be exported to the international market through Uganda and Tanzania. In May 2017, the governments of Uganda and Tanzania signed the Intergovernmental Agreement, IGA, a significant milestone marking the decision of the two countries to embark on developing the pipeline, and provided the foundation for other project agreements, including the legal and commercial frameworks established in the host government agreements signed on 11th April 2021 and 20th May 2021 between ECOP and the two governments. Following the final investment decision, FID ceremony on the 1st of February 2022, East African Crude Oil Pipeline (EACOP) Limited formally concluded the formation of the company that will construct the East African Crude Oil Pipeline (EACOP), a 1,443-kilometer long, thermo-insulated 24-inch buried export pipeline that will facilitate the transportation of Uganda's crude oil from Kabale, Hoima district, to the port of Tanga in Tanzania. The pipeline route was selected by the government of Uganda as the least cost and most robust. Due to the waxy nature of Uganda's crude oil, the pipeline will be insulated to maintain the oil temperature at 50 degrees Celsius. The thermal insulation and fiber optic cable are some of the several technological features that make EACOP the most innovative and smart pipeline system in the world. In Uganda, the EACOP originates at the Industrial Park in Hoima district, stretching 296 kilometers through 10 districts, with above-ground installations including 2 pumping stations, intermediate block valves, and electrically heat-stressed substations. The Tanzanian section of the pipeline spans 1,147 kilometers across 8 regions, 25 districts, and includes 4 pumping stations, 2 pressure reduction stations, intermediate block valves, and electric heat-stress substations. Crude oil transported by the pipeline will be stored at Tanga Marine Storage Terminal before being shipped and exported. Tankers will be loaded from a dedicated facility located on a 2-kilometer-long jetty extending into the open sea. Additional facilities will be built to support the pipeline's construction, such as the thermal insulation coating plant in Sojo, Nzega region, main camps for construction teams, pipe storage yards, and access roads. The pipeline will be constructed and operated by a pipeline company, East African Crude Oil Pipeline, EACOP Limited, with shareholding from Total Energies, Uganda National Oil Company, Tanzania Petroleum Development Corporation, and CNOC. The project is committed to upholding not just the laws in both Uganda and Tanzania, but also to fully comply with the IFC performance standards that set out international best practice. These also include the UN Guiding Principles on Business and Human Rights and the Voluntary Principles of Security and Human Rights, VPSHR. The pipeline route has been rigorously selected after extensive studies. Comprehensive environmental and social impact assessments, ESIAs, have been conducted and robust mitigation plans have been developed to minimize the project's social and ecological footprint. EACOP, through its zero harm policy, fully recognizes that its responsibilities both to environmental protection and protection of the people and the communities that might be impacted by the project, especially during the construction phase. The project land has been permanently acquired on behalf of the governments of Uganda and Tanzania and leased to the project for construction and operation. The land acquisition process has been conducted in accordance with national regulatory requirements and international best practices. Compensation, both in kind and in cash, has been provided to affected households, including special safeguards for vulnerable groups. The project has also implemented programs to restore or improve the quality of life and economic security of affected people and communities. The EACOP project is committed to ensuring that all landowners and users living along the pipeline corridor are treated with respect and compensated fairly. EACOP also actively engages with local communities to ensure that their voices are heard and that they benefit directly from this development. The construction of the EACOP pipeline, in combination with the Tilenga and Kingfisher projects, will benefit the economies of Uganda and Tanzania, including tax revenues for the 2 host governments, job creation, new infrastructure, logistics, capacity building, and technology transfer. During the construction phase, it is anticipated that the project will provide over 10,000 direct and indirect employment opportunities. The project will also provide training and capacity building opportunities, providing valuable experience in advanced construction and engineering fields. EACOP and its Level 1 contractors seek to maximize goods and services provided by national companies in both Uganda and Tanzania, following the regulations of the respective petroleum authorities, providing business opportunities for various sectors of the economy involved in pipeline design, construction, operation, and decommissioning, creating a ripple economic effect. This knowledge transfer will help build a foundation of skilled professionals in both countries who can contribute to other industrial projects in the region. The EACOP Academy is also providing intensive state-of-the-art training to 143 future EACOP operators over a 2-year period. The project will also contribute to the enhancement of the Central Trade Corridor between Uganda and Tanzania by developing new infrastructure, logistics, and improving the livelihoods of East Africans, marking a significant step towards unlocking East Africa's potential.
Our Africa, a continent on the rise, where boundless energy meets a yearning, a need, a hope for more. The energy of its people, the energy of its landscapes, a vast, unique, magnificent potential bursting to propel us forward. Challenges ready to be overcome, days there to be seized through vibrant ingenuity of our brightest minds. We are SLB, part of this continent's story for almost a century, unlocking progress, nurturing talent, building futures, innovating from within. Africa's balancing act is our balancing act. Energy for all with less carbon. Energy for our people so we can thrive. Less carbon so our planet thrives too. Better energy, more energy to power our future. 1.5 billion people with big ambitions and big ideas. We help them flourish with SLB teams in 100 locations across 30 countries. We work alongside partners, customers, and communities. Together, we are driving energy innovation for today, for tomorrow, for Africa, for a balanced planet.
As we speak about sustainability, we are also looking
COSL is one of the leading integrated oilfield services providers in the world and dedicated to providing customers with full life cycle services. We have more than 50 years of experience in oil and gas exploration, development, and production. Dedicating to promoting global energy development with oil companies worldwide, COSL has established several overseas support centers in Asia Pacific, Middle East, Africa, America. COSL operations cover more than 40 countries and regions around the world, establishing partnerships with more than 100 international clients. COSL has formulated 5 development strategies of technology-driven, cost leadership, integration, internationalization, and regional development, striving to provide customers with safe, high-quality, efficient, and environmentally friendly full life cycle services. COSL has continuously strengthened its ESG governance and practices and has long been committed to technological innovation to promote the healthy development of the industry, receiving widespread praise from the industry. COSL has the integrated service capabilities of R&D, acquisition, processing, and interpretation for marine seismic equipment sets, as well as high-end seismic exploration technologies such as broadband and wide azimuth seismic explorations. COSL has the most extensive offshore oil service equipment. We have established a global resource support base for allocating equipment overseas and is equipped with rapid support capability of equipment technology to achieve full coverage of operations in 3,000 meters water depth. COSL's self-developed D+W system is a rotary steerable system that meets different demands of the drilling market. It consists of both rotary steering drilling service and logging while drilling service, and is available for all different borehole size with full specification and full function coverage. COSL has overcome global drilling technology challenges such as high temperature, high pressure, long salt gypsum layer, and ultra-depth water, forming a system of deep water, high temperature, high pressure drilling fluid, and well cementing technology systems, effectively supporting deep water oil and gas development. In the field of development and exploitation, COSL has formed a series of oil stabilization and water control technologies, focusing on nano-microspheres displacement and non-acidic block removing technologies, as well as a series of wellbore troubleshooting technologies, represented by the integrated tubing grinding milling cutting fishing technologies. COSL provides oil field production with a full range of solutions. With the steady acceleration of technical product serialization and industrialization, COSL has developed 220 core technology products. COSL actively supports the shared development of its operating countries and promotes the localization and diversification of its overseas employment. Adhering to the corporate philosophy of always do better and relying on first-class equipment, advanced technologies, scientific management, and experienced team, COSL is always committed to providing high standard of service and cost reduction in energy exploration and development to achieve mutually beneficial and sustainable development with our clients.
In Uganda's oil and gas journey, the citizens and communities are partners in progress. Across the country, lives are being transformed through improved infrastructure, access to services, and new opportunities for growth. The Petroleum Authority of Uganda ensures that the oil and gas developments are inclusive. The livelihoods of households directly affected by acquisition of land for project activities have been improved through targeted resettlement, compensation, and livelihood restoration programs. Farmers are receiving support to enhance productivity, food security, and commercialize agriculture. Youth are gaining skills that open doors to employment and entrepreneurship. Women are empowered through financial inclusion and community leadership initiatives that strengthen the social fabric of our nation. Education, health, clean water, and road upgrade projects are uplifting families and building resilience in areas hosting the oil and gas activities. Through collaboration with community leaders, civil society, and development partners, Uganda is building a future of shared prosperity. At the heart of regulating these developments for the last 10 years stands the Petroleum Authority of Uganda, with a mission of creating lasting value in Uganda's oil journey. From Uganda, the Pearl of Africa, a powerful story is unfolding, one of opportunity and transformation. Uganda's oil and gas journey is driven by its people. Through national content development, the Petroleum Authority of Uganda ensures that Ugandans remain at the forefront of this journey. To date, Ugandan companies have secured contracts worth over $2.2 billion, representing nearly 30% of all contracts awarded. The National Suppliers Database showcases over 2,300 Ugandan companies, connecting them to sector opportunities and demonstrating Uganda's growing competitive capacity. Employment in the sector has surpassed 150,000 jobs, with over 90% held by Ugandans. More than 14,000 Ugandans have acquired globally recognized technical skills backed by international certification. To build on this momentum, 15 training institutions across Uganda now offer internationally accredited programs. The National Oil and Gas Talent Register serves as a dynamic platform matching skilled professionals with job opportunities in the sector. Technology transfer is actively promoted through over 35 joint ventures and strategic equipment donations to vocational and technical institutions, driving innovation and capacity enhancement. Through conferences, skills expos, and supplier development programs, the private sector is being prepared to seize both current and future opportunities. At the heart of regulating these developments for the last 10 years stands the Petroleum Authority of Uganda, with a mission of creating lasting value in Uganda's oil journey.
Business is a numbers game, so when growing your business is your number one objective, at KCB Uganda, we've got a number of trade finance solutions. Whether you're looking for local or cross-border trade finance solutions, looking to increase visibility or manage risk, there are a number of trade finance products available. From bid bonds, performance guarantees, advanced payment guarantees, retention money guarantees to payment or supplier guarantees and standby letters of credit. From local purchase order financing, certificate discounting to post-import loans and commodity financing. Enjoy unsecured facilities, competitive rates and multiple repayment options. So, if you're in the agriculture, trade, manufacturing, construction or energy sectors, with our trade finance solutions, growth is just a conversation away. To speak to any of our advisors, call or WhatsApp us on 0757 378 603 or email us on contactcenterug@ug.kcbbankgroup.com. KCB Bank Uganda, for people, for better.
Uganda's oil and gas journey is not only about energy, it is also about protecting the environment and preserving biodiversity. The Petroleum Authority of Uganda ensures that environment, health and safety measures are embedded in every stage of the oil and gas activities. From rigorous waste management systems to advanced oil spill preparedness, Uganda is committed to responsible resource development. Biodiversity conservation is central to Uganda's oil and gas operations. Sensitive ecosystems are mapped, monitored and protected through collaborative efforts with environmental agencies, industry partners and communities. Emergency response teams are trained and equipped to handle potential incidents, ensuring safety for people, nature and assets. This is Uganda's pledge to develop sustainably, protect our natural heritage and create shared prosperity for generations. At the heart of regulating these developments for the last 10 years stands the Petroleum Authority of Uganda, with a mission of creating lasting value in Uganda's oil journey.
As we speak about sustainability, we are also looking at configuring our oil refinery for what they call oil refineries of the future.
During this session, we'll be talking about issues that are surrounding environmental sustainability and responsible resource management.
We have programs where we go to schools within the communities in the Albertine project, where we are training all the way from primary schools. We are training children to be able to understand environmental issues and sustainability, and also in secondary schools.
In 2006, commercial quantities of oil were confirmed to exist in the Lake Albert Basin in Uganda. Total Energies, operating the Tilenga project, and CNOOC, operating the Kingfisher project, completed exploration and have now advanced into the development phase. Once produced, part of the crude oil will be refined in Uganda to supply the local market, while the remainder will be exported to the international market through Uganda and Tanzania. In May 2017, the governments of Uganda and Tanzania signed the Intergovernmental Agreement, IGA, a significant milestone marking the decision of the two countries to embark on developing the pipeline and provided the foundation for other project agreements, including the legal and commercial frameworks established in the host government agreements signed on 11th April 2021 and 20th May 2021 between ECOP and the two governments. Following the final investment decision, FID ceremony on the 1st of February 2022, East African Crude Oil Pipeline (ECOP Limited) formally concluded the formation of the company that will construct the East African Crude Oil Pipeline (ECOP), a 1,443-kilometer long, thermo-insulated 24-inch barreled export pipeline that will facilitate the transportation of Uganda's crude oil from Kabale, Hoima district, to the port of Tanga in Tanzania. The pipeline route was selected by the government of Uganda as the least cost and most robust. Due to the waxy nature of Uganda's crude oil, the pipeline will be insulated to maintain the oil temperature at 50 degrees Celsius. The thermal insulation and fiber optic cable are some of the several technological features that make ECOP the most innovative and smart pipeline system in the world. In Uganda, ECOP originates at the Industrial Park in Hoima district, stretching 296 kilometers through 10 districts, with above-ground installations including 2 pumping stations of Uganda and Tanzania and leased to the project for construction and operation. The land acquisition process has been conducted in accordance with national regulatory requirements and international best practices. Compensation, both in kind and in cash, has been provided to affected households, including special safeguards for vulnerable groups. The project has also implemented programs to restore or improve the quality of life and economic security of affected people and communities. The ECOP project is committed to ensuring that all landowners and users living along the pipeline corridor are treated with respect and compensated fairly. ECOP also actively engages with local communities to ensure that their voices are heard and that they benefit directly from this development. The construction of the ECOP pipeline in combination with the Tilenga and Kingfisher projects will benefit the economies of Uganda and Tanzania, including tax revenues for the two host governments, job creation, new infrastructure, logistics, capacity building and technology transfer. During the construction phase, it is anticipated that the project will provide over 10,000 direct and indirect employment opportunities. The project will also provide training and capacity building opportunities, providing valuable experience in advanced construction and engineering fields. ECOP and its Level 1 contractors seek to maximize goods and services provided by national companies in both Uganda and Tanzania. following the regulations of the respective petroleum authorities, providing business opportunities for various sectors of the economy involved in pipeline design, construction, operation, and decommissioning, creating a ripple economic effect. This knowledge transfer will help build a foundation of skilled professionals in both countries who can contribute to other industrial projects in the region. The ECOP Academy is also providing intensive state-of-the-art training to 143 future ECOP operators over a 2-year period. The project will also contribute to the enhancement of the Central Trade Corridor between Uganda and Tanzania by developing new infrastructure, logistics, and improving the livelihoods of East Africans, marking a significant step towards unlocking East Africa's potential.
Our Africa, a continent on the rise, where boundless energy meets a yearning, a need, a hope for more. The energy of its people, the energy of its landscapes, a vast, unique, magnificent potential bursting to propel us forward. Challenges ready to be overcome, days there to be seized through vibrant ingenuity of our brightest minds. We are SLB, part of this continent's story for almost a century, unlocking progress, nurturing talent, building futures, innovating from within. Africa's balancing act is our balancing act. Energy for all with less carbon. Energy for our people so we can thrive. Less carbon so our planet thrives too. Better energy, more energy to power our future. 1.5 billion people with big ambitions and big ideas. We help them flourish with SLB teams in 100 locations across 30 countries. We work alongside partners, customers, and communities. Together, we are driving energy innovation for today, for tomorrow, for Africa, for a balanced planet.
Hello, hello, hello. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the afternoon session, I should say, of the sixth annual content conference. I see a few new faces coming in. Hello, hello. I hope you enjoyed your lunch. I see that some people are still making their way back, but because we have quite a bit to cover, we are going to jump straight into our next panel discussion. Now, ladies and gentlemen, our panel discussion is going to be on consolidating enterprise capacity building initiatives for the operations phase. And to moderate this session, allow me to invite the Director of Human Resource and Administration at the Petroleum Authority of Uganda, that is Miss Juliet Impima. If you can join us, Miss Juliet. You're most welcome. We're not giving you someone else's name. Ladies and gentlemen, a clarification on that. We have Catherine Poran. All right, please give her a warm welcome.
Good afternoon, and welcome to this session. I say the best session so far that we are going to have, because it's about us, the Ugandans who are operating in this sector, and how best we integrate in the sector. I will speak a little bit about what we do before I invite my guest panelists. I am privileged that today I'm also a panelist, but also a moderator. So I have the advantage to speak a little bit about what we do. My name is Catherine Poran. I serve as the Chief Executive of the Stanbic Business Incubator. Many of you have heard about the incubator. We've been in existence since 2018. So when government, through the Petroleum Authority, felt that it was necessary for the Ugandans to participate in the sector, Stanbic leadership felt that it was important that we capacity build. It was one thing to ring-fence services, the 16 services, but it was another thing whether these us, the Ugandan entrepreneurs, were ready for the sector. So we've been at this, supporting entrepreneurs. Ladies and gentlemen, as we transition into the next phase of operations and maintenance, I think it's important for us to strengthen the local enterprise capacity. And this stage has never been critical because we've not been there, but I want to emphasize it's a very critical stage. And so from an incubator perspective, to date, we have capacity built 11,900 entrepreneurs, but 5,000 SMEs. And these have benefited from the incubator and the work that we have been doing. Yet the next stage actually brings new demands. Compliance standards, it brings certification, health and safety readiness, advanced tooling, but also governance requirements. All these are essential for long-term competitiveness. So today I have the privilege of actually moderating a session of like-minded organizations that have been extending capacity building. I think first on the stage, I will welcome Enterprise Uganda, Mr. Ochichi. But we had lunch. Please encourage him to come. That clapping. I also have the privilege of actually inviting the Industrial Enhancement Center, represented by, I apologize, I don't have the names here, but please bear with me. I will also invite Uganda Chamber of Energy and Minerals, represented by Mr. Shaba. And also National Social Security Fund. Please join us. And then I'll take my seat as well. Thank you. Thank you. So this afternoon, I'll start off with the gentleman on my extreme right. Mr. Ashaba, tell us what the Chamber is doing, what the Chamber has been doing, and how the Chamber is preparing Ugandan businesses for the next phase of the operations and maintenance stage.
Thank you, Catherine. So, Uganda Chamber of Energy now, previously Uganda Chamber of Petroleum and Minerals, is now the Uganda Chamber of Energy and Minerals. We did a rebranding at the end of last year, and this was in an effort to galvanize everything that the sector that we represent from the state side to be captured also from the private sector side. So the Chamber is a private sector-led organization that lobbies and advocates for private sector environments where private sector can actually be able to thrive. But for us to be able to do that, we need usually to have the direction of government or of the state. So the state gives us the direction on the plans, and for example here the Petroleum Authority has just unleashed its strategic plan for the next 5 years, and we do follow within that direction. Private sector creates the demand. It creates the demand in the way that we look at the opportunities, we look at scaling, but we also look at predictable business environment. And this is what we do, especially in coordination with the government, to make sure that we are creating an environment where private sector can actually be able to optimize their competencies and resources. And how do we do that? One is that we pick views from all our members, and then we relate these to the government. And usually they do consult with us, especially when they are running their policies, we are doing the laws or regulations. So we give them feedback from what the private sector thinks of specific areas that either need to be legislated for or to be improved or given a couple of tweaks. Sometimes we may have a variance of opinion where private sector is asking for something that is very different from what the government direction would be. And I know, I'll give you a quick example. When, for example, the issues around national content started coming up, some of our members were not open to the idea that Ugandan companies can actually be able to participate. But then we also had other members of ours who are Ugandan entities who are saying, this is an opportunity for us and we need to have skin in the game, or we need to be able to participate. So those areas, you now try to find a win-win situation, and I am happy and glad that the numbers that have been displayed here show that there is a significant contribution of Ugandan companies and Ugandans within the sector. Hasten to say that the Chamber is also looking at the successes that have been achieved in the last phase to be carried forward into the operations and maintenance. And here we would like to propose a couple of things that I think will be able to enhance but also to boost the continuity of Ugandan companies. Currently, a couple of companies are starting to phase out. People are losing their jobs, they are selling off equipment because the phase is winding down. And we are saying, how can we be able to stretch them into the next operational phase? So one of the things that we are thinking about is, and we shall be engaging probably with the regulator and the ministry, is to increase the number of ring-fenced services that initially served us very well in the production stage, and would like to add a few more so that more companies can actually be able to participate in the operations and maintenance phase. That's one. Two, also to identify anywhere between 50 and 100 companies that have done well in this particular phase, and then we see how we can support them in being able to scale, not just locally and in the operation and maintenance phase, but also to be able to export their competencies and services outside of these countries. Because the beauty is that within the region, Uganda is one of those countries that has already been part of this process, and a couple of others are just coming up with their discoveries, and we are thinking that if we can be able to support these companies, they can actually be able to export these services to new oil-producing countries. Thank you.
Thank you. Let me just have a follow-on question so that at least we make sure that this is covered. I like the fact that you spoke about us taking a cue from government. And so as a result of that, I have seen multiple institutions, Petroleum Authority, the private sector, companies, private players, running enterprise or what I would call skills development programs. And it seems like it's fragmented or project styled, you know, sometimes duplicative. So from your perspective as the chamber, how can we streamline this capacity building? Because the next phase, we expect continuity instead of this, interventions that are almost project styled.
So the chamber works in coordination with a couple of different partners. We do work with the Industry Enhancement Center. We work with the Stanbic Incubation Center. We do have collaborations with UPIC, Uganda Petroleum Institute, Kigumba. And largely, those support, one, capacity building for enterprises, but also talent development and management. Now, like I said, is that private sector creates the demand side. Because even if you look at academia or training institutions that are going to be providing bespoke services for organizations, there must actually be an opportunity that private sector is chasing. Now, the things that private sector is looking for is one, the opportunity. Two is predictability or the pipeline that is consistent for them to be able to put their money where they know that it will actually grow. And then obviously three is scalability. Now, for them to be able to do that, we'll need government to be able to provide the guiding principles or the focus of where the sector needs to go. When we go to the operations and maintenance phase, and a lot of people were presenting here and they're saying it's quite complex. For those who have been part of this journey from about 2007, this same conversation came up that Ugandans cannot actually be able to participate in this particular phase that we are in. The numbers are telling a different story. 2.2 billion that has been done by Ugandan companies. So there is really nothing as complex that cannot be done by Ugandans. And how can we be able to build that capacity and competence? One is to ring-fence the services that we think can be able to be done in country. Things like maintenance, asset integrity, inspection, testing, chemical production, OCTGS and OEM supplies. And then this allows the Ugandan companies to then look for partners that they can actually joint venture with, and they can take them through that curve of learning. And after 3, 4, 5 years, I believe there are a couple of very good companies in Uganda that can actually eventually be able to provide that service. Alongside that, then they can come and speak with Enterprise Uganda, IEC, Stanbic for capacity building, speak to the banks for financing, speak to the insurance companies to get this, the insurances for the businesses, but also the contract management. And one of the other things that I think that needs to build this capacity is from the funding perspective. One of the lessons that we've learned as Chamber is that contract management has been a bit of a challenge. I would like to urge the PAU to review some of the contracts that eventually get meted out to Ugandan companies. Because some of the clauses that are in there sometimes are not favorable to Ugandan companies. For example, payment terms, 60 days. URA needs their VAT every 15th of the month. Is there a way we can review those payment terms so that we can be able to manage the cash flows of Ugandan companies that will also reduce their burden on operational cash that they require, plus the ability to be able to invest in CapEx for the equipment that they will need to execute these programs. So I think it's a very broad conversation, but those are some of the things that I thought I could highlight that can be able to spotlight what we need to do. And if we are all aligned, I don't think operations and maintenance is as complex as has been displayed in the previous speakers. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Gaba. Thank you. I want to come to Penina. NSSF, I would call them the late bloomer to this space, but you also have been running some programs, especially with the small farmers. Somebody in Noya, how can they benefit from the sector, but also knowing very well that if you look at the numbers that Penina alluded to earlier on, that there's a lot from a local content perspective that Ugandans have benefited. How can somebody Noya benefit from the opportunity that we are in and that we are going into?
Thank you for that question. How can somebody in Noya or Bulisa, for that matter, benefit from some of our programs? NSSF is mandated to ensure that everybody in the labor force retires decently with a social security covering in the backing. Our vision is to reach at least 50% of our total labor force in the next 10 years, that's in 2035. And we know that currently SMEs, small and growing businesses, are the backbone of oil and gas. And really our intent is to make sure that it's stronger employment that results into better retirement. In the last 40 years, NSSF has focused on the formal working space, which constitutes about 10% of our labor force. And formal working space, this I mean people who work in banks, in a formalized work environment where you have a contract, you have an employer, you have a governance system, and a payroll that gives you one basket at the end of the month. So with the current amendments in the law, right now anybody can save with NSSF voluntarily, but also previously employers with only more than 5 employees were mandated. And so that meant that the small and growing businesses that probably have got a few workers were not enjoying this benefit of social security. And so we're looking at inclusion currently, and definitely going for the small and growing businesses. So what are we doing to support these in NSSF? Number one is financial literacy and business strengthening. And for financial literacy, we know that in the formal working space, there is the law that will make sure that your employer contributes this money for you at the end of the month, so it can grow as you do your thing, as you sleep, but your employer will be doing that. And for every 1 shilling that is sent to NSSF, there is 2 shillings guaranteed, because 5% is deducted and 10% comes from your employer as an obligation. And what we'd like to see is this mirrored on the small businesses, on the individuals who are doing this, and where we know that this is really the backbone of our country, that about 80% of our total labor force is in the informal sector. So what are we doing with financial literacy? That is the empowerment that we're giving so that that decision is made. And we're training in cash flow management, in governance, in pricing, in saving culture, in business survivals, and to date we have trained over 300,000 small and growing businesses. Number 2, what we're doing is compliance readiness and workforce formalization, helping these businesses to register their workers, to understand what compliance is, and to prepare them business credibility to be able to get businesses and to supply. As you all know, clearance certificates for NSSF and URA are a requirement when you're looking for business, and we have seen that most of these small businesses lose out when it comes to bidding. And what NSSF is doing is to prepare them for compliance and understanding what it is, so that they don't get disappointed at the point of bidding. But also another thing that we are doing is digital access, knowing that not all of them must go through the hassle of reaching our branches. Currently, we have about 20 branches across the country, but also we wouldn't want people to leave their businesses to be working there. So what are we doing? We're enhancing them digitally, that through our Smart Life Flexi, that is what we have dubbed our voluntary arm, that you are able to register yourself and pay and do all those things on our app, the NSSF app. You can register yourself and your workers. We have also built a platform for bulk registration, that if you have a number of workers and all of them have their national IDs and telephone numbers, at a click of a button you can be able to register them and also pay for them. And what else can you do? You can check your statement, you can track, you can make the contributions. So really, in a nutshell, that is what we are doing, that we are strengthening the people behind the businesses so that they contribute to the economy but also have a decent retirement. Thank you.
Thank you, Penina. I will now come to Mr. Chichi. Mr. Chichi, Enterprise Uganda has been at this for a while, especially, I would say, capacity building enterprises in Uganda. From your experience, what have been those significant competence gaps that Ugandan businesses or entrepreneurs have experienced or are experiencing? And what specific programs at Enterprise Uganda do you have that are addressing these issues? I think we hear a lot that Ugandan businesses don't last their third birthday, but there are reasons why they are not lasting their third birthday. So maybe if you can talk us through the specific gaps that Ugandan businesses have, which we need to address, because if we can't address them, then they can't participate in the next phase, or even in the phases that are to come. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I want to first start by giving you a snapshot of what I would call a healthy domestic private sector. Number one, you should see a lot of cross-generational businesses. If you are not seeing those happening and the people have been borrowing billions and billions of money and businesses are collapsing, forget it. Cross-generational businesses mean there's stability, there's transfer of skills, there's transfer of competence to run an enterprise. In our country, if you checked that, that is lacking, that is grossly missing. Number two, a domestic sector that plays in the domestic arena like the one of the oil sector should be one demonstrable in terms of ability to create joint ventures. How many joint venture partnerships within Uganda have lasted the distance? How many of those that are not with you, fellow Ugandans have brought a foreigner and they have succeeded for 5 years? How many? In there is a message. If you get a foreigner coming to this country to go and plant coffee by first buying land, getting seedlings, looking after the coffee tree, weeding it, harvesting the coffee berries, and then proceeding to add value, there is a problem, a big problem. So if your country cannot create lasting, respectable joint ventures, even amongst the citizens, there is a big problem. The third one that I want you to use, again, to assess the health of your domestic private sector, and especially as you take them to the oil sector, the ability of an entrepreneur to generate funding that gets easier to access over time, and the cost keeps going down, and the volumes keep going up. Here is the picture in the domestic sector. Somebody today is in a formal bank called, for example, Centenary Bank. 3-4 years later, he's a microfinance somewhere down in a village. He can no longer afford to be in where? Centenary Bank. What happened? Centenary Bank still has the trillions to lend. Somebody managed to go up to UDB, and then you disentangle yourself from there to the point you cannot even go to a circle. I'm giving you those three just to give you a picture that even you as you sit here, you should be able to see that there is a lot we need to do as we send Ugandans into the oil sector. Oil sector is the finest playing field for entrepreneurship. There is no saying these are locals, let's lower the standards. These are locals, let's try to be forgiving in terms of some of these things. If these three are missing in your economy, this nation should be asking itself all the time, how are we going into the oil sector where people who have come in there are simply saying, the oil for which I've invested $1 billion must go into the international market. And for a government that is saying, I need that thing to go into international market because you need hospitals, invariably, the local content will be temporarily there and out of the game. It's one thing to get registered, one thing to get to the data bank, another to remain there on merit. I've given you just those three to assess how far we are doing as a nation. But now let me go to three things that came from my long banking career since the days of the Commercial Bank when I was in Nairobi. And then three things that came from a seasoned gentleman who lived his life, left this planet, saying, Ochichi, each time you have a chance to interact with the local population, share those three things. They have brought down local enterprises. Let me start with what Mulwana said are the common three causes for enterprise failure in this country. Number one, he said, lavish lifestyle. That car you are driving, is it coming from part of a profit or you have eaten into your capital? That joy you are enjoying going for holidays and whatever you are doing, taking children to all types of schools, where is the income coming from? If it's from a portion of profits and most of the profit goes back to build the base, excellent. In other words, the lavish deficiency, challenge is up to the village level. You should not be eating chicken every week. If you cannot afford to take your child to school, it is too much of a luxury. Eat beans. They'll give you proteins. Because proteins is what the body is in need of, not chicken. The tongue may want chicken, but the body just wants proteins. So that's Mulwana saying. Number two, he says, unplanned expansion. Here is the message about Uganda. It's a country of opportunity. You make a mark in Tororo, a mark in Lira, a mark wherever you are coming from, all the opportunities in the neighborhood you are being given. Please, our brother, buy this land. Please, our brother, take over this school. Please take over this one also. And you are participating in the oil sector, where somebody says, I have been in oil for 40 years and I'm not changing. You get a bit of income, the next minute you are buying land which is not going to be developed, you are buying this which is not going to be developed, you'll be out of the value chain of the oil sector. You must live. As we push these Ugandans to the oil sector, apart from getting them to register and enter the data bank, show them the direction to Butabika. What is in Butabika now? Enterprise Uganda. You must be saying Butabika is for mental issues. It is for solutions that deal with finances. Number three, Mulwana says, here is a nation for which another very, very insidious behavior is common. It's called jealousy. Modest achievement, all types of attacks and all types of sabotage come in. Modest achievement, partners who are doing so well are beginning to sabotage each other. So Mulwana just said, those three, Mr. Chichi, share them. But there are solutions at Enterprise Uganda for all the three, including jealousy. Now, Ochichi has been in the banking industry before coming to Enterprise Uganda. And when I was in PTA Bank, I told you I implemented large investment projects ranging from $1 million to $20 million. And all races of borrowers were coming to the bank. These were the three things which were common for every business that I put under receivership in the commercial region. And I was moving across the 23 African countries. One of them is similar to the one Mulwana said, unplanned expansion. Get anybody who is struggling, get anybody who has gotten into problems with their loans, check where the money has been going. Wherever you put this money, was it coming back? It was nice to buy this, buy this, buy this, buy this. Is the money coming back? Number two, You sold on credit. You did not collect all your monies. And even if you try to take people to court, you have no concrete records. I think you have taken 6 months without paying me. You are saying, I think? Somebody in this room is owning 2 apartments. He doesn't know which tenant is in arrears by 2 months. Just 2 apartments. 2 apartments. Because these tenants don't pay from January to December. They pay from February to the next January. That's the 1 year. If they have entered your apartment, they have entered in May. You don't know which month he has paid. The fellow has no records. You are using your brain to try and remember this kind of basics. You are in trouble. Uncollected debts is a big thing for every enterprise that I put under receivership. When I came from PTA Bank to look at the assembly account, they had a loan of $6 million, but they had their own uncollected money of $4 million, for which they had no records to go and take anybody to court. The third one that comes with this as I close for now, reckless borrowing. Reckless borrowing, it ties up with all these kind of things. When you are trying to be a little bit visible and what have you, you're also visible to banks. You're already in a particular bank, this bank manager also says, no, but we can now make the money a bit cheaper for you. Did you need the money? Where are you taking the money to? How will you be paying that money? Ugandans, if we don't fix the business mindset, oil sector is here, we will be observers. That's where I want to leave it.
Thank you very much. In other words, if I understood you correctly, the first 3 points were bad manners that people have. Those are bad manners, because those are not skills gaps. Yeah. It's just bad manners that people have, which they have to avoid in business. So thank you very much for reminding us that entrepreneurs, please don't have bad manners in business. Make sure that at least you stick to, the right behavior in business. Thank you very much, Mr. Chichi. I'll now come to IEC. Excited to have you on this panel today. The one thing about the next phase is that it spans a longer period than the phases that the 2 phases we've come out of. And they are critical skills that will be required in the next phase. Yeah. So from an industry enhancement center perspective, we just want to know what are those skills that will be required for the next phase, and how are you preparing as the IEC to support us, the Ugandan entrepreneurs, to get into this sector?
Thank you very much, Catherine, and thank you, my colleague panelists. Ladies and gentlemen, all protocols observed, good afternoon. My name is Terry Kinywa. I'm Project Manager for the Industry Enhancement Center, and really honored to be with you here today. And the Industry Enhancement Center itself is a sector-led initiative that was put together to ensure that Ugandan enterprises are being empowered to effectively participate in the sector and beyond. Beyond means, adjacent related sectors. And the center is sponsored by Total Energies alongside its joint venture partners, UNOC and SINOC, but also supported by the PAU and the Ministry of Energy. Implemented by Zoramu Consulting Group and Invest in Africa, which is a joint venture. So that begins to tell our story. And indeed, for the center to be put together, it really was informed by an industry baseline survey that was held about a decade ago that identified certain gaps that Ugandan enterprises had at the time. And, I'm saying had because, of course, this continues to evolve. And to be able to, therefore, identify or put together interventions that can help to bridge these gaps so that the local content is achieved and Ugandan enterprises are able to participate in this important sector even for the economy. Along the way, we have conducted our own gap analysis, where we have reached over 100 sector players, including SMEs, to really validate and understand these gaps. And it is something we continue to do to keep our finger on the pulse to ensure that as the sector is transforming and evolving, the center remains relevant by ensuring we understand what the gaps, these critical skills are, and that we are continuing to deliver them. And these are a few of the critical skills I can really identify today. And before I commence, I would like to start with compliance. It is critical that Ugandan enterprises who wish to participate in the sector, firstly, meet government regulations, so they have the proper documentation, and beyond that, depending on their scope, that they understand what is required to be able to comply so that they can get their foot in the door to grasp that opportunity. And the way they understand where the opportunities are is because we have the mandate of publicizing this information, ensuring we've seen earlier sessions today where opportunities were being shared here, and we ensure that the same opportunities will reach out across the country for all enterprises to understand and to participate in. But then also critical is bid management. Beyond compliance, do they have the right skills to be able to produce quality bids that are compliant, that are competitive? And this includes, of course, having the right documentation in place, the expertise, the experience to know what is being asked for or required when they see a bid and to put this forward. So if they are compliant and they can, put quality bids, competitive, and they win the bids. We have contract management. This is a critical skill, and it is really two-pronged. So initially, just understanding, the legal aspect of that contract, being able to negotiate effectively. We have seen, and I think earlier this morning, one of the presenters was speaking about contracts where you win the bid, and as an Ugandan enterprise, you can no longer deliver because the contract is really not serving you. You cannot be able to deliver the contract. It was not an effective one. So it is important that the contract you put together is a contract that will be able to serve your company, and beyond that, how do you deliver the contract? The day-to-day management and understanding that this is what we should deliver, being able to measure, is it being delivered, even being able to speak to how well you're delivering a contract. I do not think it should be a surprise at all or breaking news to you as a Ugandan enterprise that the contract is not going well. Instead, from your end, you should be able to manage and know that are we effectively delivering this or not. Joint ventures has been discussed extensively. So being able to manage strategic partnerships and joint ventures is critical, because even in the bid stage, you have to be able to identify international companies or regional, whatever the case may be, to ensure that you can win the job, but the contract you put together even for the JV should serve the enterprise in terms of knowledge transfer, skills transfer, technology transfer, so that beyond a certain point you have a goal of being able to stand and present a bid that can be considered as we move forward. And today I can advise you that there are certain regulations which have been put in place for certain opportunities that international companies cannot bid alone. They need to have a joint venture with a Ugandan company. So therefore, are you also attractive? So such an organization that is looking for this kind of joint venture. Technical skills, these are must-haves, and this next phase, the operational phase, Ugandan enterprises need to evolve into very specialized suppliers, so being able to identify where your niche is and build expertise in that area, ensuring you have the technical skills for that is critical. And I'll go to our last one, of course there are many, but trying to bundle this up, is enterprise systems and governance. And some of what my colleague has been talking about is really relating to this. the ability to build strong internal systems so that quality management is assured, financial governance and working capital, stability, because again, for continuity, as my colleague has said, this is critical, but also a structured workforce planning. You know, the random, haphazard way will not work when you really get down to the specialized kind of areas. So then the IEC has put together interventions that ensure these skills are already being inbuilt now for the longer term, for this next phase of operations, and of course, as I said earlier, keeping our finger on the pulse to ensure that as things evolve and needs evolve, we are right there providing what is needed to meet the national content goals. So firstly, every enterprise is unique, and unique gaps require unique interventions. That is the truth. So the first thing we do for all Ugandan enterprises who are coming to join the IEC, you have an opportunity to undertake a business diagnostics. So we'll do this to fully understand where your needs are, to fully understand where your gaps are. We provide a one-on-one coaching session to help you action plan and put together what would you like to achieve, which needs do you want to meet, which gaps do you want to bridge, to ensure that as you move forward, you can be competitive. And then now the action plan.
In conclusion.
Okay. So then this is, the action plan helps you to address the gaps. Then we have individualized capacity enhancement pathway and practical business and technical training. Lastly, coaching and business advisory is critical. We do this to ensure that you can join the right joint venture, you're able to access finance, you're able to access markets, and you're able to join the joint venture you have. So one place I would like to point us as I close is firstly right outside the door. You can meet the IEC team there. We'll be able to walk you through more. We are currently actually going through our next cohort of SMEs, but also interestingly for you to explore and hear more about our Connect platform, where you can register to be able to reach regional, national, and international companies to request joint ventures, markets, and finance. So we look forward to meeting with you and being able to discuss this more. We are collaborating with all sector players, over 70 of them, and we remain committed to really ensuring that the national content impact, is achievable and measurable, and look forward to interacting with you a bit more at our stand right outside the door for this hall. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I think it's right also, the audience, that you hear what the Stanbic Business Incubator is doing for the next stage. So just give me a few minutes. So thank you. I think for us, the theme was very important. After the drill, or, post the drill, then what? And I take a cue from what Director Penina said earlier on. She spoke about Project 50. How do we support those entrepreneurs who've been through the process and now want to cross borders to go into other countries? We are so privileged that we are, as Stanbic, we are in 21 other African countries, and where there are opportunities, we will be supporting those entrepreneurs who want to cross borders to go and supply, because a number of you have already supplied, but the opportunities in other countries, even as there are opportunities in Uganda in the upcoming opportunities that both the oil companies alluded to. We are privileged in that the Stanbic Supplier Development Program has laid a strong foundation, but the oil and the operations and maintenance demands more technical capability. This next stage also demands new forms of collaboration. The one thing that I can say, this next phase, there has to be a lot of collaboration. There is supplying, the softer skills, but also the supplying of the technical skills. That even as we are extending the softer skills, we will partner with those who are able to provide the technical skills. Our next step as the incubator is evolving from just supplier readiness to operational performance development. That means adding more depth, systems upgrading, strong financial structuring, and also partnerships, as I've alluded to. Because, as I said, the capabilities go beyond even just one institution. I think the last one for us is certification. That is very important, especially those who want to supply into the next phase. It's important that you are certified to do that. It is now, once we are building these structures, the pathways for those entrepreneurs who are certified is much easier. So we also shall be partnering with certification bodies, but also we continue to partner with regulators in the sector and also international firms, just to make sure that at least you get that experience from the international firms. So our role as the incubator is to provide SMEs to guide SMEs through that certification journey. We will also want to introduce operational readiness audits as entrepreneurs go into this phase. So that will be very important for us. My colleagues have alluded to joint venture structuring. It's very important. Contract management still remains very important. But also, don't forget that once we continue talking about joint ventureship, we want actually those skills to be transferred. So we want to handhold entrepreneurs who are going through those joint ventureships. Lastly, from us, our relation with the Stanbic Bank, of course, financing is very important for this sector, working capital and any other financing that will be required. One of my colleagues will be speaking at the next session about financing, how SMEs can have access to financing. It's very important. One of our tenets at the incubator is to provide access to financing for SMEs. So in closing, I want to remind us the operation and maintenance stage is meant to convert the local content aspiration into real and sustained participation by SMEs. At the incubator, we are strengthening our supplier development program. We welcome the opportunity to have conversations with you. We are also inviting you to come and meet us. We have a booth, and so please reach out. Once again, I would like to wish Petroleum Authority a 10th anniversary. We want to wish you many more years ahead, but also thank you for having us. Ladies and gentlemen, this panel discussion has come to an end. Thank you for having us.
Thank you very much, Catherine Poran. Another round of applause for this panel. And just before you walk off the stage, if you could just stand here, have a picture taken of you, and there's some gifts as well to be given to you. Thank you so much. And I think for me, one of the biggest takeaways is from Uncle Charles Ochichi. Don't go having a good time when you make some small profit. But you know, someone said if your savings are too small and they're not making any sense, just eat them. But I hope that is not going to be the case. So I hope we do things better as business people. So we're now going into the next session, and the next session is one on financing. This session will be moderated by Mr. Samuel Lutalo, and it will have Ms. Melissa Nyakwera from Stanbic Bank. She is the head commercial banking at Stanbic Bank. Melissa, please come onto the stage. We will also have from DFCU Mr. Sunday Grace Mukama. He's a relationship manager, infrastructure and energy sector. And joining them will be the Uganda Insurance Association CEO, Jonan Kisache, and from KCB, we will have Timothy Wilkins Okanya, head of corporate banking. We are going to have 30 minutes for this session, and I also must insist, guys, that if you make these sessions long, our cocktails will end up becoming warm. We want the ice still cold and running So please make the sessions efficient. So I will ask Mr. Samuel Lutalo to please take over. Thank you. Oh, and sorry, just before I get off the stage, I just wanted to also let you know that registration for the National Supplier Database is happening at the Petroleum Authority booth outside the conference hall. So please make time to register your businesses on this supplier database. Then there's also a QR code which you'll keep seeing coming up. Now, it will give you or you'll be able to see different resources, including the program and the conference bulletin and your photos. So if you think you've dressed up well today, that is the QR code to use. And then for the B2B lounge, there's a B2B lounge being hosted by the IEC network, and this is a great opportunity to find out how you can enjoy other supplier engagements, but also be part of the conversations in the sector.
Thank you, MC, and good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Just a slight correction from Insurers Association is Mr. John Maguru, James Maguru, not Mr. Jordan Kisaki. Every moderator has been saying that their session has been the most interesting, but I think this is the most interesting because it touches the heart of the matter, because all of us have been talking about financing and financing of the sector as the missing link. So before I go to the panelists, I would like to first give you something from Uganda Bankers Association. The association is the umbrella body for financial institutions with 34 members, 25 commercial banks, and 8 tier 2 and 3 financial institutions. So our role mainly is to play a linking game between the borrowers and the regulator and the lenders. One issue that has been sticking out with financing has been the fact that when policies were being made on oil and gas and regulations, I think the bankers were not in class that day. So we have not evolved with the times, and we have not changed our policies to align with the needs of the industry. In 2023 to 2024, a study was undertaken by Petroleum Authority and Uganda Bankers Association to find out why there's little uptake of financing from the contractors in the oil and gas industry. And a number of issues were found. And to this end, Uganda Bankers Association has been working towards getting some things in order by working on policy reforms and regulatory reforms. Some of the overarching issues that we are all aware of are issues relating to collateral and the lack of it, which has been one of the major outcries by most of the contractors, considering the amounts involved. Another issue has been from the financial institutions, the provisions criteria, which is more or less eating into the financiers' capital, especially when contracts delay and payments delay, and the regulation requires that they provide, that makes them fail to do certain lendings. The other issue was also on limits. The limits that are available to lend are also constrained by regulation. And we are working on some of those issues to see how policy can be changed and regulation. And I believe by next year, as we go into the operational stage, there'll be some good changes which will enable the financing institutions to lend more to the private sector. Because as part of the ATMS, the financial institutions are supposed to grow credits to especially the mineral sector where oil and gas is, from currently less than 1 trillion to 49 trillion. And that's quite a big jump. So we think that with the changes that we plan to bring out, we shall make those enabling factors to have financial institutions support contractors in the oil and gas sector. Thank you. Now, going to the good panelists. And I'll start with the pioneer. Stanbic has been at the heart of this matter. We need to really applaud them. Thank you for that. I'm not decampaigning everybody else, but we all know what Stanbic has done, and it's worth it giving them credit. So, Melissa, we are looking at the issue of specialized financing products. Because when we get into the operational stage, the issues of standards, the issues of audits, the issues of certification, specialized equipment come to the fore. And these are issues which fail the contractors to even start contracts, because without certain ISO standards, you can't start. Yet, they are expensive. And on the contrary, banks are not willing, usually, to finance such, because banks prefer where you can touch the tangible parts of it, asset financing and the like. So tell us, at Stanbic, as we get into the next phase, what special financing innovations have you put in place to help Ugandan SMEs meet operations phase requirements and maintain long-term competitiveness?
Thank you so much, Samuel, and good afternoon. And I will not really get into the challenges. You've really covered them. They are real challenges for us who sit on the other side looking to finance anybody playing within the oil and gas sector. But I'll start by saying that as Stanbic, we've been here for 35 years. We've walked the journey with PAU for 10 years now. We will continue to walk that journey. That's our commitment. Our purpose really is that, and we often say this, Uganda is our home. We drive our growth. And as we move out of, we move into production phase from development, and looking at the ATMs, as you've mentioned, it will be remiss of us to not play within the sector. And our commitment is to continue to play within the sector by working with the SMEs or entrepreneurs in this space. Now, when I look at our response to the financing piece, I would start by going back to the previous panel's discussion. That piece, if it's not addressed or dealt with, we cannot proceed or continue with the financing piece. And if you look at what they were talking about, it's not just access to finance. It is, you need to be able to guarantee competitiveness. You need to succeed. You need to be able to compete for these contracts. But even when you've competed for them and gotten the contracts, you should be able to fulfill your part in terms of delivery on the contracts. So what we have done and will continue to do, which we did within the production phase, was to partner through our Stanbic incubator in terms of capacity building for all the players or enterprises, in terms of development, competitiveness for bidding, and ensuring there's governance, financial management. Charles Ochichi was very, very passionate about the financial management, and that's key for us. And you've talked about health and safety. Those are coming up in terms of the requirements. And so our piece is to, one, continue with the work in terms of partnering with several other players within our Stanbic incubator to ensure that the capacity is built, first and foremost, for our entrepreneurs to move or develop or shift from just the development aspect into the production aspect. So that's the first thing. From a financing aspect, I think there are challenges that we noted within the developing aspect that we will continue to work on and address even within production. Challenges, as you had rightly mentioned, the lack of collateral, the lack of working capital. And what we've done and continue to do is to ensure we support contractors within this space from a space of trade finance, unsecured, We do bid bonds of up to 2 billion shillings unsecured. We have different types of guarantees we are also able to support you with. Invoice discounting is a key one for us. We go up to $3 million, again, unsecured. Contract finance, $1.5 million, $1.5 million dollars, unsecured as well. And what this does for you who is playing in this space is it frees up your working capital for you to execute on these contracts. It allows you to stock, to execute on the contract. So we are available and will continue to walk that journey with the contractors within this space. Vehicle and asset finance is another space for us we will continue to play in. And it's key because it's self-securing. We've been able to support with earth-moving equipment, with transportation, and we will continue to play in that space. So right now, as we move into the production phase, there's different equipment that the contractors will need. We are on that journey with them, and it's to fully understand what those are and provide the services required, the financing required for that as well. There's a new, sometimes we call it a buzzword, the ESG, environmental, social, and governance. Again, we will continue to work with, and that's going to, I think, if it was very key in the development aspect, it'd probably be much more elevated within the production piece. And that's a space we will and have partners we work with in terms of ensuring we are able to avail renewable energy financing, but also in terms of training. There's a program within the incubator, Women in Green, green technology, water resource management. All these things are spaces we are also looking into to ensure that that our contractors are ready to play in these spaces within the right guardrails. But as I've talked about what we have, I would like to also talk about the expectation from the contractors.
1 minute.
1 minute. The expectation from the contractors is we are moving, we are shifting. Just as we went through the upskilling, let's continue to upskill as we move into the next phase. So that's the first and important piece. The second bit is, I think we shouldn't limit ourselves to the Ugandan market. There's opportunities. Angola, Namibia. We have players, we have clients who have moved into Kenya, into Tanzania, into these markets. And that's an opportunity that we need to continue to look at as contractors. But most importantly, we must invest in savings, what we have made, so as to develop our capital, so we are able to take on bigger contracts as and when they come through. And in parting for the Stanbic Bank piece is to say that as Uganda enters into this oil production chapter, our commitment is to ensure local enterprises not only participate, but lead. We are here, we will continue to scale innovation, innovative financing, enterprise development, because without that development, then we can't get into the financing phase, as well as risk mitigation solutions to strengthen competitiveness and create lasting national value. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. So, Timothy, we've talked about it over and over again, the lack of collateral and the high interest rates as part of those major issues that are curtailing financing, both from the contractor's perspective and from the financial institutions, because financial institutions are risk averse, and without a fallback position, they don't go. And to make sure that they cover for the high risk, they increase the interest rates. So, what are you going to do as KCB in designing credit facilities that are tailored to the realities of the Ugandan companies, which are still emerging and getting into another phase before they strengthen their backbone in the previous phase? Over to you, Timothy.
Thank you, Samuel. Good afternoon, everyone. I think, Samuel, that's a very pertinent question that everybody grapples with, especially small and medium enterprises and emerging enterprises that are getting into this sector, and also all the other sectors across the country. And when we're talking about the question of what determines access to capital, obviously, when you look at the ability for these enterprises to raise tangible collateral becomes quite a challenge, because if you look at the contracts that are in this space, quite substantial in terms of value, and you'd find very, very few people that have the ability to raise the collateral of value. So at KCB Bank, our answer has not been not to lend harder, but to lend smarter. So we're looking at how can we approach this in a more innovative and smarter way, so that our enterprises can still access credit, but while the risks are mitigated in ways that we can be able to support them. So the beauty is there's a lot of collaboration, and we've built partnerships with entities that are operating within this space, especially the regulators, because we were able to be a part of the discussion from the onset. So understanding the entire process end to end allows you to solution across the chain, so you can mitigate various risks. And the beauty here is we're talking about contract financing, because most of these companies are being contracted in this space, and we know who the contractor is, we know who the employer is, and many of the employers in this space, they're not quite as many. If you look at the employers in the space, these are quite very reputable entities. We actually understand their payment cycles and are able to solution along those cycles, and then get away from the brick and mortar that everyone is used to. One, the brick and mortar has its own challenges, because most of it is vanilla in nature. Those are term loans and stuff like that, which come at a way higher cost. And Sam, I noted that you talked about the cost of financing as well. So the couple of solutions that we've come up with, and one of those as KCB is we've built sector-specific solutions. Some of them, my friend Melissa has spoken to them, and obviously the products are the same, but then how do you then tweak them to speak to that particular sector? Understanding the nuances in there in terms of the contracts that are being put out. We also understand some of the margins that these players are working with. So in there, you're able then to say what optimal kind of pricing am I able to put out. So both the bank gets value, the contractor or the local player gets value as well, but also is able to perform. And the second one is we also de-risk through partnerships and structured arrangements. So we've gone into partnerships with entities that have a lot more willing to offer these finances at quite a more affordable, competitive rates, and then be able to partner with them and help them with the risk component and analysis. That in a way reduces the cost of financing, but also takes us away from the security component, because they're able then to cover some of those risks that we see as we analyze some of these facilities. The third one we look at is mainly also support SMEs. I think the panel that was here did this a lot of justice in terms of support to the SME and making them bankable or bank ready. We also do that through some of our intervention programs so that we are able to develop their capacity to manage these contracts, but also to be ready for what we look out for when we are trying to evaluate for who qualifies for this financing. Finally, how do we then balance risk and profitability within the space? So one of those mechanisms is through risk based on data and structure. So once you're able to solution the client along their cash flows, so some of these structures are just following the money. So they're shorter in nature. Once the money comes in, you're able to rotate them, and you're speaking particularly to the client's working capital solution. And for those that are going for long-term financing, you're structuring them it in a way that you even linking this clientele to the service providers or to the suppliers. So you're able to have a bunch, you're able to develop their bargaining power on the supply side, but also you're able to define the opportunity from a banking perspective and offer a better price for them, so they can at least get a bit of margins in there. The other bit is through KCB, we've been designing and advancing facilities. We've even partnered with our colleagues in Stanbic. We've gone into the ECOP side of it. So we are both we're right in the middle of it, and we'll continue to play in this space and enable our country to grow. Because at the heart of it all, we remain committed to driving opportunities within the space. And for us, it's for people, for better. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Timothy. I think you've heard they have some solutions on interest rates. You'll make a beeline to them after the session. Shifting to our cousins in the insurance sector. Yes, bankers and insurers move together, although they leave each other along the way at times. James, we are aware of the high risks in the oil and gas industry. And the risks are always evolving. Now that we go into the operational stage, you are going to have market risks, which we haven't dealt with before, price risks, which we have never heard of before, exchange rate risks. And all these risks keep financial institutions away, because once they don't have a de-risking agent, they can't continue to lend. And that keeps local content stagnant. As Uganda Insurers Association, what innovative insurance products does the sector have to enable Ugandan companies meet their contract requirements and protect their growth, considering that penetration of insurance is still at a very low in the country?
Thank you, moderator. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. So insurance is a risk transfer mechanism which, like our colleagues in the financial institutions have indicated, which de-risks some of the projects that are in this sector, the oil and gas sector. So we do have parties, the insured party, and we have the employer or the principal, all who have interests to be safeguarded in terms of the project and its realization. So there are some principles that do guide us when we are designing solutions for contractors and even for operators. Some of the principles in insurance are the principle of indemnity, which essentially is to ensure that the insured party does not benefit from the contract of insurance they have taken out. We do have a principle of proximate cause. The proximate cause has to be linked to the risks that we are covering on a particular project. There has to be subrogation so that when there's a loss, the insured does not go back and benefit from claiming against the party that caused the loss. We have a principle of loss prevention, and we have a principle of utmost good faith. And last but not least, we have a principle of contribution. Now, contribution is what helps us as an industry not to pay more than the insured sum, say for the project. So as the Insurers Association of Uganda, we came up with the oil and gas consortium. This consortium comprises of 20 members who pulled capital together with the intention of trying to create capacity. Insurance capacity is not skills capacity, but capacity to be able to underwrite risks or to be able to take on risks associated with oil and gas or associated with the policies of insurance for both the project phase and the operational phase. In insurance, one phase leads into another. So the construction phase will transition to the operations phase, which all demand almost more or less the same kind of covers. So the kind of covers that we have include the contractor's all risks. They include the contractor's plant and machinery. We have the energy package. We have third-party liability covers. We have business interruptions covers. We have property damage. We have workers or employees insurance. We have savings, not just benefits that go to employees, but employees also have an opportunity to save, just like NSSF was doing or was advocating for. So we also have that vehicle in insurance, and we also have the investment arm. So the salaries, the profits, whatever revenues generated out of this can also be multiplied, it can be protected, and in essence giving investors, giving business owners the peace of mind that is required to take on risky ventures. As you'll note in the oil and gas sector or the energy sector, the risks are quite complex. So any risk crystallizing means a lot. It can lead to closure of a business. It can lead to loss of jobs. It can lead to loss of taxes and so many other losses that impact development of a nation like ours, Uganda. So looking at our colleagues on the, in the banking side, insurance then goes ahead to de-risk, because there's a question that was asked around how we can make it probably attractive, or how we can enable the players in the oil and gas or energy sector to become more liquid, to get access to finances. So by de-risking these investments, these projects, then we make it attractive for banks to even come and lend a small, medium enterprise. We make it, we make the credit risk profile of the insured.
James, sorry, 1 minute.
More, thank you. We make it a little, we improve the credit risk profile of these contractors, these developers, to make it more suitable. But for some insurance companies where we have diversified, I know one of the previous panel members said we shouldn't spread into other businesses, but insurance companies have also formed banks which have direct access to premiums which are pooled together. So by having such access to the premiums that are invested, then we also make it cheaper for finances to be accessed. I know there are partnerships between the banks and insurance companies, which then enables the access to cheaper financing and therefore addressing the challenges of the increased cost of doing business and cash flow requirements, including working capital. Challenges in the insurance industry, we also have similar around laws and regulations. We've discovered that some of the laws and regulations do not favor the industry that we are in because there are contradictions in these laws and regulations. The contracts that are provided to contractors usually have clauses that are well thought through by the employer, but for us who are the contracted party, we usually don't have input. So if we can engage insurance companies like us at that point, then we would be able to advise on what kind of clauses to include. Issues of skills, we do have sensitizations, awarenesses. We do sponsor trainings and students to learn more about insurance. And in terms of capacity, we also have international partners who are A-rated. You know, credit ratings are very critical in the insurance sector. So we do have such international partnerships. We have capacities in excess of
James,
$15 billion US.
Thank you very
just
much.
to address and attend your needs. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah.
In the interest of time, let's go quickly to Sunday. And we are looking at product alignment. How is DFCU Bank aligning its financial products into the evolving needs of local businesses seeking to tap into the opportunities of the sector as it evolves into the next stage? And on top of that, apart from only aligning the products, what other partnerships and initiatives are you putting in place on advisory and skilling of and supporting of local entrepreneurs to enable them come to the level that is required to have them banked? Thank you.
Thank you. First and foremost, DFCU has been in Uganda for about 60 years, and we have presence in 54 districts. We have 54 branches across the country. Just to mention that we have a branch in Masaka and Hoima, which provides us the capability to serve clients in the oil belt. And then also, we have since adjusted our strategy as a bank to look at sector specialization. So under the infrastructure and energy sector as a bank, we are able to support clients that are within the oil and gas industry. And we have built specialized teams that are able to understand the unique needs of players in this space. So just for a background to that. So what are we doing? We understand that assets, which could comprise of plant and machinery, are a critical component that could help our small businesses, enterprises, to be able to perform. So we have specialized asset finance solutions, and we have been able to achieve this through partnerships. Through the year, we have had a partnership with critical players in the mobility space, includes Tata, Mantrak, and Isuzu. And in these partnerships, we have financing up to 90%, of the invoice value of a particular asset. And we have also partnered with insurance companies to ensure that the premiums are discounted by 30%. So we believe this could be an offer that makes these enterprises be able to purchase the equipment in terms of CapEx and to support them implementing the contracts. When we go to the OpEx bit, we know that these assignments are project-based, contract-based. So we align our products in terms of contract financing and invoice discounting to be structured in alignment with the contract terms and conditions, so that we don't have any gaps in cash flows and repayment. And of course, with our specialized teams, we are able to understand the contract causes and even advise our clients, because we're able to understand what the contracts mean and how we can structure to ensure there is repayment, and we're able to support our clients both in performance and even at the point of payment. My colleague from insurance talked about how insurance companies are partnering with banks. We have a bank assurance unit, of which we are able to support our clients to acquire insurance policies, but more so also to do insurance premium financing. So what this does is that it spreads the total cost of the premiums over a 10 months period. And you as a small enterprise in this sector, it helps you to manage your cash flows over that period. You don't have to pay the money as a lump sum. And we think that is a product that could also be brought forward. Of course, trade finance solutions, guarantees, LCs, to support implementation of the project and fulfillment of contractual obligations by our customers. And you asked what are the strategic partnerships that we have taken on as a bank. In October this year, we signed a memorandum of understanding with the Industry Enhancement Center, and we are there to provide guidance in terms of accessing finance, and also how the enterprises are able to manage their finances better. So when we talk about access to finance, in the 5 C's of borrowing, we can talk about collateral and all that, but character is a very critical component of that. So in our advisory services, of which we are partnering with IEC, is to be able to educate these businesses. How can they manage their character? What does the bank expect from you? What do they want to look at to be able to provide you with financing? And then how can they be able to manage their finances better? Additionally, under DFC Foundation, and also Women in Business, we are able to support the women-led organizations as well as the youth-led organizations under that. We have partnerships on the back end that enable us to access capital, to own land. So it is also an additional position of the bank that we are able to use to support the enterprises in the oil and gas sector.
Thank you very much. 1 minute?
Yeah, 1 minute.
Right.
Just to conclude, as we say at DFCU, we are going further together, and we are here to transform the businesses in this country. Please come through at our booth, and let's have the discussions to know how we can support your business. Thank you.
Thank you very much. A parting shot from Uganda Bankers Association. We are working on other issues apart from regulation and policy. For example, we want to have more member banks participate in financing the oil and gas sector. We're encouraging them and putting out training sessions to tell them that this sector is not as risky as they perceive it to be, Because when we get more players on board, the risk will be spread out and the cost of financing will obviously over time go down. And we've also started working on something to do with getting in place guarantees that would be part of the collateral. Rather than sticking to the usual assets, we could also bring on board guarantees to enable guaranteeing giving security to these very expensive and large ticket facilities. So thank you very much for your time. Thank you, panelists. Over to you, MC. Hope we've used our time well.
He says bankers are precise, but I only believe they're precise when there's no money involved. So thank you so much, guys, for that session, and thank you very much, Samuel Lutalo. Please stand in front here for a photo moment, and you'll receive your presents as well, or your gifts as well. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we are moving into the final session. The final session is going to be moderated by Mr. Daniel Kakuru, and the final session is going to be, the final session will comprise of a panel that consists of Ms. Patricia Nyakwera, who is the General Manager, City Medicals. Patricia Nyakwera, City Medicals. The other panelist is Ms. Jackie Kamunyu, who is the Director, HR Beyond and Adelia. Joining them will be Lieutenant Albert Kato, who is the Deputy Project Manager, Luero HBP Oil and Gas Limited. And finally, Mr. Philbert Kinyanda, who's the Managing Director, API. Please come onto the stage, and I would ask Daniel Kakuru to please come and take on the session. And again, like we've discussed with everyone, we only have 30 minutes. So Daniel, make it very swift, efficient, and nice.
To all our panelists, you're welcome to the stage, and to Daniel to take over, thank you so very much. Also, we'd just like to remind you that after we wrap up our discussions in here, we will have a cocktail at the end of the next panel discussion. So let's keep that in mind. It's another chance for you to network and more. Over to you, Daniel. Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and all protocol observed. It's a hard task to be here, especially at the tail end of the session, but we'll do our best to keep it short, keep it sweet, and keep you as engaged as we can. We are going to talk about technology transfer and innovation in operations. And technology transfer and innovation is very critical in building a sustainable and very innovative oil and gas industry for Uganda. And key to that really is JV partnerships and what they can do in introducing the local partners to advanced technologies, better ways of doing things, industry standards, and accelerating how quickly we as a country and a local SME environment can catch up to the international players. And in so doing, we've brought together some good local examples of JV partnerships that are working today, okay? And we want to share some of the successes from their stories, okay? And where I come from as the IEC, the Industry Enhancement Center, this is one of the things we've been pushing forward. How do we get all the SMEs that we're working with to find partners they can work with, they can collaborate with be it 2 local companies, 3 local companies coming together in a consortium, or with other international companies. How do we enhance that? And the IEC on its own is doing several different things, okay? And one of those has been in technology training. So we have a program where we're doing some technology training or technical trainings together with our partner Tier 1 companies. And what are we doing? We have listed a couple of areas we think are good areas that SMEs and local companies can get into. But some of the hindrances include not having enough knowledge, and we don't have sufficient skilled labor on these things. So some of the partners we've gotten, which is the tier 1 companies, are coming and sponsoring some of these trainings, giving basic education on operations and maintenance, giving process safety courses, IMS and ISO trainings, which are happening right now. And we have several of those that are happening right now. And my call today on behalf of the IEC is, if there are any SMEs in here that are interested in doing those and such trainings, we have a call for applications running right now. Please sign up, come and let the IEC guide you and support you. Let the tier 1 companies share their knowledge through the trainings that they will be providing. I'm going to take my seat now, and I'll ask my panelists to introduce themselves. And I'll start from the far end, Jackie, all the way here. Next.
Thank you very much, Daniel. My name is Jackie Kamunyu. I'm the director at HR Beyond Limits, and a director in one of the best JVs we have supporting the industry, Aldelian HR Beyond Limits. The reason we are here today, and the reason I'm here, is to speak about it and the importance, all the good stuff I've received or gotten from the JV. Thank you very much.
Good evening. I'm Filbert Chinyanda. I'm a managing director. I'm a director at Ditzman API. The JV tasked to deliver maintenance, operations, execution for the Tilenga oilfield facility. But at the same time, I'm a managing director of API Technical Services, a specialty engineering company dealing in asset integrity inspections, condition monitoring services, electrical instrumentation and calibration, electromechanical end-to-end systems installation, commissioning and integration, operations and maintenance support, and parts supply and management. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Daniel. Good evening, everybody. My name is Patricia Nyakwera, and I'm honored to be here to represent the consortium of City Medical, City Ambulance, and International SOS. In the interest of national content, we have been partnering with ISOS for the remote medical site support. But as also City Ambulance, City Medical, we also stand in a right of our own on the national market as the main service providers in the ambulance sector. And we are happy to be proud of being the initiators of that space. And we want to ensure that we maintain leadership in that space. And we are here to serve you. As you saw, we have an ambulance outside that you can visit. We're here to serve you if you need an emergency. So the rest of the information we'll share in the discussion. And moderator, we're happy to be here to discuss this with you. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Good evening to you all. I am Lieutenant Albert Kato, the Deputy Project Manager for the Waste Management Project at Kingfisher Oilfield. That is in a joint venture partnership with the Well Industries Limited and China Oil Science and Technology Limited. That is the Chinese company we're in a joint venture with. I bring you greetings from NEC. Briefly, NEC is a National Enterprise Corporation. That is a commercial arm of the Ministry of Defense. And through its subsidiary, Well Industries, we've been running waste management work since 2014. We actually made our first foot during exploration time with Talo. And right now we have a tier 1 contract with CNOC Uganda Limited. And since the 23rd of Jan 2023, we have managed over 50,000 metric tons of drilling waste. Actually, probably we are one of the reasons why the Kingfisher project is actually closed, like you had from the stats before. So thank you so much. That's a bit about myself and the company.
Brilliant. Thank you very much, our dear panelists and dear audience. You can imagine the people we have here. So it's an array of different industries. So if anybody thought technology transfer was limited to maybe what Filbert does, you know, big engines and motors, no. Technology transfer applies to waste management, applies to the medical, applies to HR. So this is what we want to explore a little bit about today. And allow me to start with you, Patricia. ISO, International SOS, okay? City Ambulance, City Medical. We've known about City Medical for a while, okay? And in this journey of technology transfer, okay? How has your JV structured technology transfer within its delivery models, okay? And if you to break down for us in simple terms, technology transfer in the work that you do, okay? And which mechanisms have produced for you the most tangible results?
Thank you, Daniel, and I'll try to be as brief as I can. In this medical services, you say, you know City Medicals, but you know it in the mainstream medical service. The current area in which we provide services as a consortium is new to this country. It was actually brought on board by the oil and gas sector, the remote medical site support services. It is not something that is done by any medical institution. It brings about a different sector within the medical environment. So under the oil and gas, we provide pre-hospital care. We are used to having services where you walk into a hospital and you're given care, or an ambulance picks you from home, takes you to the hospital, or from the hospital back home. But in the environment we deal with, it is remote, and therefore we are the backbone and the run-to in case of a medical emergency. So under the consortium partnership, the three entities play totally different roles. City Medicals provides the remote clinic support, equipment supply, the medicines, the sundries, and then it also provides occupational health care. Many of the members who are here will know when you apply for a job, at least when I applied for a job many years ago, you'd only submit your application and your CV and you're hired. But in the current environment we're dealing with, all personnel who work in the oil and gas sector have to undergo a medical fitness to work assessment. That is new. It wasn't there before. So that is one area that we do. And we also, of course, provide medical services in our branches in Hoima, Bulisa, Kampala, and Masaka. Under City Ambulance, on the other hand, City Ambulance provides remote medical evacuation services. So it is on site to provide evacuation services should any incident happen. And as we are in the oil and gas sector, in this current construction phase, a lot happens and incidents are bound to happen. So that is part of that. We, of course, provide events support. We provide training in firefighting and first aid. Why do I mention those two? The oil and gas sector, as it were, has a high propensity of fires. As Sinok said, they are moving to electric cars. Why? Ignition. In case you have a car that is malfunctioning, it can lead to a fire spark. Why do we emphasize first aid? The emergency medical response team on ground is the first point of call to support, and then we come in. Now, how does ISOS come in? We brought ISOS on board out of necessity due to the need for us to meet the standards of contract bidding. We were being told about international standards. We did not know international standards. We did not have international experience. So we had to seek for someone who had international experience, and ISOS brings that on board, and it also provides international medical assistance. In case of an incident here, a person is medevaced and they can support you all the way, and it also helps us with the QA and QC of the sector. Now, Just to give you statistics of our impact in the sector, under CPP, China Petroleum Pipeline, we have about 115 employees there. Under Total, we have 23. Under CNOOC, we have 9. That gives us about 149. But ISOS only has 7 personnel out of that. Only 7. So you can see that we are really trying to ensure that we comply with the national content requirements. And the 7 are there to provide the expertise that is needed to ensure compliance. It was mentioned, compliance. Yes, we want to comply with the international standards required by the oil and gas sector. I'm going to be very quick and brief. The emergence of the oil and gas sector, the technology that came in, is that the kind of caliber of personnel needed in the sector wasn't in Uganda before. We had nurses and doctors. But in the oil and gas sector, they want emergency medical technicians and emergency medical physicians. These are personnel that have a totally different skill. Therefore, in the current curriculum of Ministry of Education, they have introduced EMTs. Emergency physicians have also increased the intake. In the Ministry of Health, there was no category for EMTs. There was nothing known as paramedics. Now that has been introduced. So that is an opportunity that those who have children who are going to school aspiring to be medical personnel, that is an avenue to look at. You can look at that. Also, there has been an increased need for equipment maintenance that we have on site. So biomeds have come in. Now, who is supporting these people in their skills? It is the international partner who have a lot more experience than we do, 30 years of experience, transferring their knowledge and skills and training them in the field. Many of us have watched these medical equipment on TV. You see the ER room, you see the ambulance, that was TV. Now we want to tell you, Daniel, we've brought it live on ground. You can have that experience in our ambulances. Our medical teams have been trained on all the equipment you see in the ICU room, that you see in the emergency room, that you see on TV in those ICU and ambulances. We have it, and we are training our personnel on that. So the point that the minister raised about technician certification of international standards, we are ticking that, because all our personnel are trained in advanced life support, in advanced cardiac life support, so we are ensuring that they are equipped with those skills. Pre-hospital care has enabled these teams to have hands-on experience. Instead of waiting to be fixed into an ICU unit, now they are able to have that experience in real time on ground wherever they are. The medical fitness to work, which is the occupational health and safety, has greatly increased the health awareness among employers, because many of us have underlying health problems, but we are not aware. And that was brought to our attention by actually our international partner, who cautioned us and said, if you are having people coming on site, but you haven't ascertained their medical condition before site, we are increasing the burden of responsibility on site. So now the employers, before they deploy, are mandated to have the employees go under medical fitness to work. That saves us incidences on site, but also saves the employer the burden of the employee having an incident and then maybe becomes a fatal incident and you lose a life.
Allow me to park you there for a minute, because that's very interesting what you're saying with what our next speaker is supposed to tell us, okay? And I want to move on to you, Lieutenant Kato, okay? In this regard, so in my experience, all I know about the emergency room is what I used to watch on TV, ER, Dr. House, and the like, okay? So we see the impact she's doing, and it's good for me to understand that I can now get that from City Medicals. If I swing that back now into a waste management sort of area, okay, do we see the impact of the JV similarly? Is that going to trickle down, and how does that trickle down to waste management in Uganda, okay? And I also want you to answer for me the opportunities that have been created in the JV for you and the local companies to do real work, because we know that's where the real mint is, when you get to do real work, real opportunities.
Thank you. I think I'll start my submission with a citation. As I already introduced, this is NEC Oil Industries, a subsidiary or a commercial arm of the Ministry of Defense. So, under the fourth function of the UPDF, it states that the UPDF shall engage in other developmental activities other than war that will propel the development of the country, or particularly Uganda. So when the country is at peace, where do you put experts like Kato, who has studied in engineering, maybe? Where do you put them? So the defense industry, oil industries, traces our participation in the waste management work back before the oil and gas work started. We've been managing general waste at our main center in Nakasongola. And when the oil and gas project was realized, during exploration, we managed exploration waste with Taro, like I said before. And in 2022, we bidded openly and won a tier one contract from CINOC. So you can see how the development, the change has been happening from time of managing general waste to exploration waste, that is oil and gas. And now we are managing waste from Kingfisher oil field. But over time, we have transitioned the expertise that we were applying during general waste management. The plants we were using are not the plants we have so far. When you're going into Kingfisher oil field, we are located at the gateway, the checkpoint into the oil field. And those who have visited there, you can bear me witness that we have the state-of-the-art plants that manage different streams of drilling waste. Name them the thermal desorption units, or the TDUs, the wastewater treatment plants, the sludge treatment plants. We have different sets. And this has been realized and has been possible through our joint venture partnership with the HBP Oil and Gas Company, which is also a government company in China. So without that joint venture partnership, we could not have afforded to get the latest technology that we are applying into the waste management work. That is not enough. Oil Industries has been doing a lot of work, particularly engineering work, but we had not diversified into oil and gas. So on importation and entering that joint venture partnership, we did due diligence before the contract, before the start of the project. We did a due diligence with the expert company in China, and we have done training before we started. When we imported the equipment, we went through installation with the experts from China, and we have done trainings before the start of the project. The pre-start operator rating training before the start of the project. And since 2023, the Ugandan teams have been working, understudying the experts from the joint venture company. There is a transitional framework, technology transfer and transition framework that we've been following, where you have an expert working, maybe running a SCADA system, or running software that runs the plant, and you have two Ugandans understudying him, working under him. That directly illustrates how these Ugandans working under this expert will directly pick the knowledge from the person that is working with them. I hope the audience can be able to pick the picture of the knowledge transfer. And over time, like the work we started in 2023, Jan, for example, apparently we have the wastewater treatment plant being independently run by Ugandans, the Chinese that did the installation work then, those who are running the water treatment plant, have since gone back to China, and the plants have already been taken over by Ugandans. So that is evidence of knowledge transfer and technology transfer. So from importation of the state-of-the-art equipment to the training of the Ugandan technical people, and then to the running, the sustainable, having a reliance of the local team running the plant is evidence that there is technology transfer. There are other pathways through which we have been able to realize technology transfer. For example, the internship, the graduate training. We have, you were talking about the opportunities. We have offered internship trainings to over 30, so far 30 students from Makerere University, MAST in Barara, from UPIC, and from then we have had over 30 people who have passed through our hands. We have also had graduate trainings for people who have just graduated from their schools, and actually about 5 of them have since been retained, and they are currently working with us. That means from the university to the level of working with us, that means there has been knowledge transfer. The equipment and the plants that we have installed and run, I think they are the only ones in the region. We have had benchmarks from other entities, from other sister institutions to come and see how well is doing it. We have also hosted visitors, delegations from Kenya, from Tanzania, recently we hosted some from Zambia, and they're benchmarking on the technology that we have imported and we are currently running in the oil field, and which I think these are very special opportunities that we're offering to Uganda and the region. Of course, if I have time on me, I'll also tell you that we have interacted directly with the information systems. These plants are not just run manually. These plants are fully automated. We run the thermal absorption plants, the wastewater treatment plants on full automation using software systems like the SCADA system that do supervisory control on behalf of human beings, and that means it gives you that level of efficiency in the waste treatment work. Yeah. We have PLCs that we're actually using to run, and these are special systems that probably you would not find everywhere in the country if it wasn't for the joint venture and the oil and gas work. Finally, as I conclude, of course, all these things, when we started from the general waste exploration waste, now we are fully into the oil and gas work. We have built capacity. We have installed, we have, like, for example, for the TDU that does the treatment of SBMs or the cuttings from the oil-based drilling, we have 2 sets of plants which have demonstrated reliable capacity for the present and probably for the future demands, but also which gives us a level of scalability in case we have different other streams of waste that are coming maybe during production time. And all this, moderator, fits into the grand plan, the national plan, the NDP Plan 4, which talks about the sustainable industrialization and inclusivity growth, but also fits in the global development goals. 9, which talks about industry and innovation and infrastructure, but number 12, which talks about responsible consumption and climate action, because these plants that we are running, they have systems that, for example, prevent irresponsible emissions, gas emissions that contaminate the air quality, because we do both air quality and water quality and then plant life. When you reach where we are working from, we have actually done greening around the project you'll be able to physically see that actually the work we are doing at the facility is not affecting the immediate environment, which is very special and which is against the activism that was highly against this oil and gas work in Uganda. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. And I think it's a typical success story. And coming from your background, being an army and transitioning into a full manufacturing and technological-based industry is, I think, exciting and should motivate others, to jump into this. And you also talked about specialized skills, okay? And I want to turn to our HR expert on the panel here, Jackie. HR and Beyond is in a JV with Aldelia, and we know the skill set required, okay? But how does that relate to technology transfer, What are there any specific capabilities an HR firm like yours or any other in the room here has acquired that were new to you, have helped you be more efficient in your sourcing for global talent, and now we have a big pool of local talent, and how are they enabling HR and Beyond to, to support our national content goals?
Thank you very much, Daniel. That's a very good question. And before I actually answer your question, I would like to thank PAU that enabled us to get into these partnerships, because maybe without them, it would have been hard for some of us to get into these partnerships. Why? Because human resource is something that can be done by maybe anyone, anywhere, but by PAU ring-fencing some services like human resource for Ugandans enabled us to partner with strategic partners that were out there that had what we didn't have. Because we had what PAU had given us, we were able to partner, and I think we have achieved a lot. So to your question, what we have acquired from these partnerships, I can tell you that before probably we got into these international partnerships, we were comfortable in our manual systems, the way we do things. And this came with, the partnerships came with digital recruitment platforms that made work easy, whereby most of these cloud-based, so you can apply from anywhere, and we can access the database from anywhere, and we are able to recruit from around the country, even internationally, which actually probably we wouldn't have gotten into. And on recruiting internationally, I will also commend PAU that has put a very smooth work permit system that has enabled us, made our work much easier, because as we finish the recruitment, we have to get our candidates' work permits. Now, when it gets here, it's entirely up to us, but it's so easy that you just have to get it, get to the system, upload whatever requirements they need, and within no time, we have our candidates on site and working. So we thank Petroleum Authority for that. We also, what we have learned is from the industry or from our partners is inclusion and diversity, where we have most of these companies, if most of you look at the job adverts we send out, they will have women and youth emphasis. We want, before the industry was looked at as a male-dominated industry, and I'm happy to say that today anyone can get in as a welder, as a driller, as a plumber, regardless of the sex, and you get in and perform the duties, which has made many of us as women, as young generation coming up confident to work in the industry. That I also give to the joint ventures. I also would want to commend the supply development tools that have been introduced along the way, whereby we have the various trainings from the different suppliers, like the Totals, the PAU. They are always training us on how to be competitive in the market, whereby we are ready to bid. We have all the certifications because we've been trained on how to do it, which makes work easier for us. And then I also want to commend the joint ventures for compliance. We have, before, as most of you know, as an HR firm, I don't think it would be very necessary for me to come out and have certain compliance, like let's say with URA, with ISO, but what these partnerships have taught us or introduced to us is that we need these. And we have complied, and now we feel we are globally capable of competing with the outside world, which is really important on our side. I also want to talk about the confidence we get by working with these international firms. Right now, as HR Beyond Limits, I have a pool in almost every country, meaning I can recruit from whichever country I want. Why? Like I said, our database is out there online. It's cloud-based. So anyone from Ghana, from Kenya, can just upload their CV, and before we know it, we are able to source from wherever they are to wherever we want to take them, which makes our work easier. And on that note, I also want to thank Petroleum Authority that has also simplified our work by putting the NOGTRA, the National Oil and Gas Talent Register. Now, those gone are the days when we would have, for example, someone asks you for skills like plumbers, maybe welders, okay? Welders, you're thinking, okay, do I go to these Juakali and pick the welders, but now I just go to that pool, the talent registrar, and I'll just add my need, and I'll get whatever I need. And that's where I encourage all the young people to register, because you never know what comes your way. Also, I would want to talk about the competence-based assessments frameworks that have been introduced also by these different industries, whereby those days, gone are the days when we looked at technical courses, like let's say plumbers, welders as low jobs. Right now, the industry has been able to empower the young, probably who could have been hopeless, people to know that it doesn't matter what I study. As long as I get the certification, I will go out there and make money out of it. So I want to thank the industry for that. I was looking at Ottawa. I think I don't want to take most of your time. We have a booth outside for anyone that needs more information. We are ready to share. And maybe to say that my dream or our dream is to see that all these jobs that we are supporting, where we have internationals, in the next few years, we have our fellow Ugandans, about 90% occupying these jobs. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Jackie. And you talk about training, and I think that scope is very at the heart of API and DITSMAN's JV partnership, where they provide training and prepping Ugandans for the technical roles. Philbert, how has API, as the local partner, benefited from this relationship with DITSMAN, and in terms of technology transfer? And how has this enhanced API's ability to perform in all the other spaces there? Because I know API is in, electricity and the oil and gas and all this cross industry work you're doing.
Thank you, Daniel. API, we are in a JV between DITSMAN and NV, and our task is to deliver maintenance and operation services for the Tilenga oilfield facility. And as a local partner, we benefited quite a lot from this partnership, and I'll talk about 3 things. The first one, we look at setting up systems that work and that are relevant to the industry that you operate. We look at developing of human resource capacity to the right competency levels that are required for the industry. And we also look at enhancing capacity as a company, as a local company in inspection and engineering, where we've been thriving for the last almost 10 years, most especially on the power sector side. So this partnership with Ditzman NV, a global player in asset maintenance and operations and maintenance engineering of critical energy assets, has enabled us immensely, basically in 3 detailed aspects. And I will briefly talk about them. The first one is access to global best practices in operation and maintenance regime. Here we are looking at how do you leverage this partnership as a local company to set up systems that can be employed to deliver the right products to asset operators or asset owners to the level that is required by the industry. And we know these standards and these requirements are quite stringent. So it has enabled us to now be able to train and equip Ugandans or prepare Ugandans to be relevant to the technical roles that are available in the industry. Another key aspect has been skill development and competence assurance. Our contract is all about preparing Ugandans and equipping them with requisite skills to be able to provide the much needed services to operate and maintain a critical asset, Tilenga Central Processing Facility. And we've done so well at preparing Ugandans, right from setting up the Tilenga Academy at Uganda Petroleum Institute in Kigumba, beefing it up to be a center of excellence. And we divided our skilling program into 3 phases. The phase 1 was engineering fundamentals. How do you, because most of these Ugandan professionals or Ugandan that we took on were from university, they were novices, they didn't have industry experience. But how do we put them to speed? Or how do we equip them and prepare them to be oil and gas professionals? So phase 1 involved engineering fundamentals, where you equip them with engineering fundamentals and modeling so that they see what technology is relevant in the industry they are going to work in and reawaken their engineering that they studied in the tertiary institutions. Then we looked at specialization. At specialization level, you split them into trade areas, which is mechanical, electrical, and instrumentation. Here you go a little bit detailed, where you equip them with skills from basic things like interpreting drawings, interpreting designs, being able to understand what system logics is all about, so that they can be able to discern some of these engineering scenarios when they are employed in the field or when they interface with the systems. And phase 3 was OJT, which is on-job training, where they have been taken to live facilities all over the world, Malaysia, Kuwait, in Congo, in Angola, so that they can be able to gain hands-on practical skills that can be, so that they can be readily available to come and go to Tilenga and operate and maintain the critical assets that are installed there. Then again, we looked at sustainability. You talked about knowledge transfer. As a company, how do we ensure that we develop another army of trainers in this country so that the training can continue in a sustainable way. When we were developing courses at Uganda Petroleum Institute, it was in a partnership with the tutors from UPIC, both at the development stage and the delivery stage. So we are sure that once now we've demobilized in UPIC, that the future oil and gas professionals at UPIC, or people who are going into UPIC, can able to be skilled to the right competency levels so that they can go straight into the installed facilities. One last thing I can emphasize that the partnership has helped us as a company is enhancement of our capacity in some core areas we are involved in, that is inspection and engineering. We've been able to leverage the wide, expansive access to technology from working day-to-day working tools. When you're working in these plants, you need predictive maintenance tools, you need analytical tools, you need so many platforms that can help you take proactive decisions in the day-to-day operations and maintenance. And that translates directly into how technology has been transferred into a local player like us. And we have no doubt that we are a better company than Ditzman founders. We've employed some of these scenarios we've been exposed to the conventional power sector, and we believe there has been value created, high value created in us for us to be an increased capabilities for our company to be able to provide services that we could not provide at the moment when we at Ditzman NV found us as a local partner.
Thank you very much, Philbert. And that's very enlightening. I come from a background of power and electricity, so to hear people who have done instrumentation and have gone to Malaysia and elsewhere is very exciting. If I was much younger, I think those are the opportunities I'd be looking out for. And we are pressed for time, but as we wind up, I'd like, we've talked about all the success here, okay? There's a lot of people who are looking to do JVs here, and they don't know how to go about it, okay? But we don't have time to go into the process and how you guys met, on which, speed JV, dating, you guys got to do. But I'm going to ask each of you, and as a parting shot, okay, to tell any of the participants here who are looking to do a JV, just one thing, one don't, while you're doing JV partnerships. I'm going to start with you, Patricia, and we can conclude there. 1 minute each.
Okay. In order to go into the JVs, first of all, you need to first understand the space you're operating in. What are your capabilities? What are your weaknesses? Where are your gaps? Because you want your partner to come in to complement you, not to overshadow you. So that is one thing we looked at. For many, it may be financial, but for us, it was that capability. As I said, we were entering a sector that required us to comply with international standards, which international standards we did not know, which we were operating in a remote environment, which remote environment we did not have any experience in. But the partner had a lot of experience, over 30 years or so experience in working in these remote environments, in the mining, oil and gas, offshore and onshore. And then they had knowledge of the international standard. They had partnered with Total for a very long time. So it was a no-brainer for us to partner with them because Total was the main player, is the main player, if I may say, in the current oil and gas sector. And the standards they're implementing are really that. So they came on board to complement us, not to overshadow us, and therefore they bring their capabilities, we bring our own, and when we bring them together with the experience we have, as I said, as the main service provider in emergency medical support, you find that we have grown in the, as I said earlier, the caliber of personnel that we have brought on board, and then the skills that they have gained, and the ability to have access to this equipment and be trained on it by these international personnel who have exposure to be able even to use that knowledge and skill when they are not on site, but they use it even in the mainstream medical environment, therefore improving the medical services provided. And of course, I will part with saying that at the current level of ambulance medical service, it has improved because of the standards that have been brought about through the oil and gas sector that we have introduced in our ambulances, and therefore everyone else is more or less playing catch up, and we are also playing run ahead. So as they are trying to catch up, we are also trying to keep ahead of the standards and catch up with the international partners as well.
Good.
Thank you.
Thank you. Lieutenant Kato? One don't that anybody who is trying to do a JV should take care of. There are do's and don'ts. Don't do this. Very concisely.
Thank you. I think most Ugandan companies have the will. They are actually registered in corporations. But I think most of them don't have the information. So my first and I think last advice to every company that is in the house is that you seek out for the information. For example, joint venture partnerships are business strategies that are actually internationally applied, but most local companies do not believe in them. They think probably it's a scam, you're not going to be able to actually make it with an American company or Chinese enterprise. But look out there. Like for example, from the time any of us in the house enrolled for the National Suppliers Database, how many opportunities have you been exposed to that you never knew? So look out for information, very important.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Philbert, we'll go to you next. And finally, Jackie. The same question. One thing anyone looking to do a JV should not do. Don't do this.
Don't go without evaluating what value you create to your partner. If you cannot create value in a relationship, then you're not worth being taken seriously. So for any tender you must participate in, or any JV or relationship you're interested in, you evaluate yourself, look at your strength. Do you think you can create value in a particular relationship, in a particular JV? If you feel there is nothing you cannot create in that relationship, then don't go there.
Great. Thank you very much. Lastly, to you, Jackie.
Same question?
Same question.
I will say don't be quick to fall in love with a new partner. Take your time. Read to the dot every documentation that they have to offer. Do your research, due diligence, and get to know who you're getting into this partnership with. Otherwise, you will crash.
Thank you. Our dear listeners, that's the session today, and we've picked a lot from JVs, but the 4 last ones for me were very important because as you get into them, because we're asking and we're emphasizing and we're encouraging, don't only look at the bright side of things, look at your internal mechanisms, take your time to understand these things, and there's a lot of examples you can learn from. My last note for today again is a reminder that we have a call of action for you to sign up with the IEC if you're looking for support in JVs, if you're looking for technical training and any other business-related support. Please come to the IEC. We're right outside the booth, right outside the hall, and we can support you in all of this. Thank you very much, everyone, for your time, and a blessed evening to all of you.
Can we give them another round of applause? Thank you very much, Daniel, and to all our panelists for those wonderful insights. I believe we can release you at this point, so I'd like to ask you to stand. We'll take a group photograph. Yes, round of applause. They are our last panelists for the day. So if our photographer can take a picture, and then, of course, we have a token of appreciation for all of you, a gift from the Petroleum Authority of Uganda. All right. Please, ladies. our lovely ladies in blue, you can hand those over. And again, thank you. Thank you so much for being here today. All right, ladies and gentlemen, that more or less brings us to the end of day one. It's been absolutely fantastic having you and hosting you. Just to let you know just a few things as we wrap up. Before I even get to a few things, can I just appreciate all our sponsors? I'd like to ask that our sponsors are put up on the screen. A huge round of applause for our sponsors for making this happen, because we're having a fantastic conference as a result. Now, please keep time tomorrow. I think we've done very well today. We didn't want to let you leave when you're tired. So please keep time tomorrow, and we will, of course, make sure that the program runs accordingly. We will have the National Content Awards also at the end of tomorrow's program for the day. So that's very exciting, and we're looking forward to having you for that as well. A reminder that today's conference was streamed live on the Petroleum Authority of Uganda's YouTube channel. So if there's something that you want to go back to, if there's something that you want clarity on that you might have heard, remember that you can actually go back and actually watch the video for today's events. A reminder that the hashtag has been NCC 2025, which will continue into tomorrow. Apparently, and this is really kindly requesting all of you to look out for a Land Rover key. Someone has actually misplaced their car key for a Land Rover. So just in case, maybe you've seen it somewhere and you're like, that's not mine. We're asking kindly that you help us retrieve it. And finally, we have a cocktail that starts at 5:30 p.m. In the tent right outside the hotel. So, Tony, anything from you?
No, just to mention that we haven't seen City Medicals up there, but City Medicals is one of our biggest sponsors for today. So just to acknowledge them so that they don't feel left out. Thank you.
All right. So still a chance for you to network. B2B is happening right outside. If you did not have a chance to visit the exhibition area, would love for you to do that as well and to find out more information. And then you are very welcome to the cocktail that starts at 5:30 p.m. I am Crystal with Tony. We look forward to seeing you bright and early tomorrow morning. Thank you.
Tell me, what's the secret to your success?
Maria is my inspiration. Everything that I do is to make Maria proud.